On behalf of the state?
Your Honor, no issue other than the recording issue, which is pertinent to cross, not direct.
Which recording is that?
The one that defense counsel was going to be asking, what was requesting the court to ask and provided me a copy of.
Sure. So I listened to that. It was the one, or really 5-second segment there. And I think the position of the defense is that this would be relevant for impeachment purposes to go towards as a specific instance of character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. And so to me, it appears to be a valid avenue of impeachment.
Understood, Your Honor. I felt it was extrinsic evidence to prove such. That was my only,
So now I agree with you there that if they were to attempt to tender this recording, that would be extrinsic evidence. I think they're confronting her with her statements, and then we'll see what she says and go from there. But so if it's the subject matter is allowable, the method in which they do it may still garner some objections or issues, and we'll see how that goes. But to the extent of whether it's in or out, it is fair game.
Yes,
It would be the ruling here, I think, under 608. Do we have Sergeant Barry nearby?
Sergeant Barry is present.
Okay.
And Your Honor, my investigator is going to pick up Dr. Sullivan. I would estimate it 45 minutes to an hour of Sergeant Barry. There's about 30 minutes, and then I'm playing the last statement of the defendant.
Right. All right. And then again, I want to put this out there with the ballistics expert and clarify, even if defense counsel isn't stipulating, would there be an objection if they were to tender the ballistics report because there are questions you need specifically to ask of the ballistics expert himself, or are these other questions you could perhaps be asking of Sergeant Barry? Again, really just pressing to see if the ballistics expert is someone we need here to go through the qualifications and tendering. It's completely your decision, but I do just want to inquire. And you can come back to me on that.
Okay.
All right. Let me check in again with the state.
Yes, Your Honor. The only other issue, while we have time, or it's not even an issue. I just wanted to be on the same board with Mr. Veslin and myself with Dr. Sullivan, is Dr. Sullivan may need to reference, to refresh your recollection. I will not be asking her about.
I think we covered this yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to have her, I just wanted to be on the same page with defense counsel in the court to eliminate any objections or such. But we could voir dire her after Sergeant Barry if the court wanted. She should be here in about 30 minutes.
All right. And I would say, I mean, first we've got a cross-examination of Sergeant Barry, so I don't think there's really any rush to get her here before 10 or 10:30. But as I indicated yesterday, we would, if she's going to be the witness following Sergeant Barry, we'll take a 10, 15-minute break for the jurors. We'll have her in here to allow defense counsel to make their 702 voir dire record and then go from there. Anything else, Mr. Simonov, on that point?
Yes, there was just one issue of, we're talking about findings and new basis for them. And I still haven't gotten, I requested it again this morning, but just short paragraph or summary of findings from Dr. Sullivan before I get up to cross-examine her, and just which photos were based on maybe and how recently they were reviewed. That would be, I think that would speed up the voir dire portion of it as well and kind of make things run more efficient. And it complies a little closer with the notice statutes anyway. So,
So, Your Honor, the photographs that are in evidence, in the provided to defense counsel before we started trial are all of the photographs Dr. Sullivan will be testifying about. As her conclusions are not going to be anything different than, I mean, she's not basing on the report, but she reaches the same conclusion because Dr. Sullivan, if she had issues with the autopsy report when she peer reviewed it, she would rectify that, as in she wouldn't sign off on a peer review if she didn't agree with stippling present or searing present. So her conclusions findings are not going to be any different than the autopsy report that she peer reviewed, and the photographs that she's going to be discussing for her testimony are the ones that are in evidence.
All right, understood. And so, Mr. Simon, I'm about to say I'll give you the leeway you need during the voir dire if you need to explore those issues. I think that's likely at this point the most efficient thing we can do.
That's fine. I mean, I can be up there cross-examining her for longer. I was gonna save some time, so, but that's fine.
All right. Anything else on behalf of the state to take up before we resume?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, if we could go ahead and bring in Sergeant Barry
Yes,
as we
Your Honor.
bring in the jury as well.
One thing I will tell the court and counsel is me and Mr. Wright and Murphy's Law, knock on wood, that is a blank slide to, it should be seamless. We've tested it. And that goes right to my PowerPoint. So if there is an issue, for the record, we have.
All right, we'll find out together.
Okay.
Good morning.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you, as always, for being on time and ready to go. We are ready to resume the state's presentation of their evidence. And so Sergeant Barry has been recalled to the stand, and Sergeant Barry reminds you that you remain under the obligations and requirements of your oath.
Yes, sir.
And so with that, state may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Barry.
Good morning.
Now, you familiar with the VLC media player where you can zoom in on surveillance videos?
I'm familiar with the Zoom on VLC. Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47 at 21 or 9:43:01, just a still frame. Do you see that? And it's only going to be on the big screen, Sergeant Barry.
Okay. Yes, I did.
And this is, are you familiar with this surveillance camera we've discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47 when it's zoomed in on VLC. Do you see that little square in the top left corner, Sergeant Barry? Now, you see how there's a yellow square inside of that? What, if you were to like move that around, what happens when you're interacting with the VLC zoom?
If you move in this square, is that?
Yes, yes,
If you move inside the square is where the actual Zoom is happening.
got it. So if you were to toggle that square around, would the bigger screen on the bottom move?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to publish using this VLC Zoom, State's Exhibit 47 from 21:43 to 21:43:43.
Okay.
And Sergeant Barry, are you also familiar with frame by frame on VLC?
Yes, I am.
And if you were to continuously hit frame by frame, what would happen?
Well, it depends on where you're clicking, but it would just go to the, wherever you're clicking is where the zoom would be. So
Okay.
if you're you can click as let's say we're looking at a video. If you're clicking ahead of time, of course, you'll move ahead of time, zooming into wherever you are actually clicking as far as time and wherever you're clicking on the actual
Okay.
picture, if that makes sense.
Now, Sergeant Barry, do you see that silver BMW and that white truck in this frame?
Yes.
And do you see that tree between them?
This one,
Yes. Do you see any movement or clothing on that?
I see a lot. This would be Antonio with the blue shirt on. And then here's the tank top, gray shorts. This is Jabari. Those are all the identifiers that I know of here.
Understood. And now, Sergeant Barry, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 3 now that you had stated that with 2143.00 to 2143.43, and tell me the first time you see what you would reference the gray shorts. Publish State's Exhibit. Right there. And in this video, where in general is where Dravion Matthews was found?
There. So still following, walking into that gate.
Now, Sergeant Barry, are you also familiar with 360 view?
Mm.
Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47 at 9:42, which is 21:42, utilizing 360 view, but not changing the time. And Sergeant Barry, can you explain what's going on here with 360 view?
It's a sphere, so it looks like we're looking at this from inside of a ball, basically. That's what the view looks like. However, it's still the same depiction of the regular video we just watched.
Understood. And when you're interacting with 360 view, if you were to move the mouse up or down or left or right, what would happen?
It would still change the picture, but it's still, again, you're looking like it's coming from a sphere. So if you're moving up, it just look like up like here, down like here, just as such, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 5, utilizing 360 view, which is State's Exhibit 47, 9:43 to 9:44:34. And I'm going to ask you, Sergeant Barry, if you see anyone you have just discussed. And in this frame, where's the crime scene?
Right here, the white SUV.
And if
This is Jabari over here.
do you see any muzzle flashes in this video from Jabari?
Shorts would be Rock. You have to go back for me to
Okay.
take a look at it from this view, this 360 view.
Now, Sergeant Barry, I'll do that in just a second. This area of the parking lot and that building or window, do you know where that is in the complex?
Yes. You mean this one right here?
Yes.
Yes.
And in relation to that red square and the exit box, where is that? Okay. And did you see that blue car that pulled away?
Yes,
Is that the blue Honda Accord you discussed earlier?
yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, Sergeant Barry, in general, do you see any movement towards where the red square is in the black box? Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, I'm going to, the last slide we published ended at 9:44:34. I'm going to publish slide 6, which is 46 alpha. Do you see that, what we just discussed, that gate?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm going to use 2 alpha bravo to split this around and ask you, Sergeant Barry, before I play this, do you know where that gate is utilizing this map?
This one right here.
Okay. Now, what's the time frame on this exhibit, Sergeant Barry?
2144, which is 9:44 p.m.
Okay. Now, do you see that individual with the orange hoodie around their waist? Who is that just walked by?
That's Rock.
Okay. Were you ever able to identify that individual?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify the guy in the orange hoodie? Okay. Or the gentleman next to him in the all black with white shoes? Now, I'm going to republish 46 alpha at 21:44:23 and ask you a question because it chopped on me for a second. Who was that coming in the gate?
First is Jabari, then his brother Antonio,
Okay.
and then the 200.
What does the person in the orange hoodie do at this moment?
He's going back because he sees Rock coming up.
Objection to her speculation as to why he's going back.
Without speculating, what does he do?
He goes out. He goes out the gate.
And-
He looks at Rock and goes out the gate.
What is he doing now?
Covering his face, which is actually towards the camera, and walks towards the same way where Rock walked.
And this clip in relation to State's Exhibit 53, which was the cropped out photograph of the defendant, where is that photograph in relation to this? Or is that from this video or something
It's
else?
from this video. It's a still shot. from
Okay.
this-
And in that still shot, what is in the defendant's hands? Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Alpha 3. Now, Sergeant Barry, in terms of individuals in the blue Honda Accord, was there other individuals that you see walk towards the crime scene after that car arrives?
Yes. Individuals that we have in these cops right here.
Understood. And were all these individuals ever able to be identified?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 52. Who is this?
Carlos Teasley, Rock's brother.
And you met him in person?
I did.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Alpha 4. Do you see someone who resembles the defendant's brother in this photograph?
This to be Carlos Teasley.
Okay.
Same individual here.
Now, the individual on the left, do they have anything that appears to be in their hands? Now, going back to State's Exhibit 52 just briefly, that's Carlos Teasley. And the bottom right frame of 43 Alpha 4, that car going out, what is that vehicle in relation to a car you've discussed in your investigation?
This would be it. This would be the vehicle that these individuals came and left in.
Now, Sergeant Barry, without saying what anyone told you, did you take any steps to try to look into that vehicle?
Yeah, so I was able to get the tag for the car right here, just as we see it right here. And I called the owner. The owner explained to
Well,
me,
without saying what the owner said, did you call the owner?
I did.
And did you check any of the vehicle insurance or registration? And did you speak with personnel associated with that?
Did.
And did you ever obtain someone that you wanted to speak with and tried to speak with related to that?
Tried, yes.
Did they ever cooperate with you? Okay. I'm going to publish 44 Alpha 94332 to 94344. Do you recognize this building, Sergeant Barry? And I'm going to publish it now. Who is this coming inside the building? And this is just a still shot of State's Exhibit 44. Excuse me, sorry, Barry. 50F, my apologies, but it should say. Just a Scribner's error on the screen. It should say 44 Alpha at 214436. This is the still frame we were just discussing, correct? And you see the red square and the black box to the right. Now, I am going to publish 50F. Okay, Sergeant Barry? Is that the crime scene?
That location, yes, right?
Okay. Now, this sidewalk in relation to the video we were just discussing with the gray shorts, where is that in relation to that?
Same route that Rock walked after when we saw him walk inside the building, this will be the route that he came. He didn't go up the stairs, which we can see, but we know that he went straight this way.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question here in just a second. You let me know if we see the gate we had just been discussing with the still shot.
Right here.
And is that the gate that Antonio and Jabari came in with the other individuals?
The other two that I couldn't identify, yes.
And is this continuing down the hallway? And so, Barry, we got Sheriff's Deputy got a water.
Thank you, Steve.
And when you had discussed the defendant's arrest on July 7th, 2022, what was the apartment of that arrest?
The Love's apartment, 2022, I believe was the apartment number, but we're gonna approach it in a moment. The first one right there on the left.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, on July 7th, 2022, you video and auto record an interview with the defendant? Okay. Now I'm going to hand you what's marked and say 54F, and before testifying, have you had opportunity to review initial recordings that you recognize?
Yes, sir.
And was one of those recordings the July 7th, 2022 interview with the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that was at APD headquarters?
It was.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wright's going to assist me in transitioning to that, and I'm going to publish that exhibit.
Did you tender Exhibit 54? Mr. Atkins, did you tender 54?
Oh, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State Exhibit 54F into the record or into evidence.
All right. Any objection?
Subject to the objection previously made and ruled on.
All right. Admitted over objection.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ryan. We're gonna get the sound real quick, John. Now, Sergeant Barry, while Mr. Wright is getting that pulled up, I'm just gonna ask you a couple quick questions is. Make you a co-host? And Your Honor, if the court could help make Mr. Wright a co-host, thank you.
All right. If we could add Mr. Wright as a co-host to our Zoom platform.
And Sergeant Barry, when you interviewed Mr. Jabari Dixon, did you offer him any promise or benefit to talk with you?
No.
Okay.
All right, I have to find him. Do you want me to hang around? Yeah, if you can. Rod, you feeling okay? Brock, I definitely don't mind chatting with you, but I can't unless I read you your rights, okay? You're not allowed to until I do, okay? Let me just read them out and then just respond accordingly. All right, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to have a lawyer now and have him or her present now or anytime during this questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, it won't be appointed to you without cost, and he or she may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand these rights? Do you wish to talk to me right now without a lawyer at this time? You gotta tell me yes or no. I mean, yeah, but if you don't want to talk, that is just, you know, get you down to Fulton County.
And Sergeant Barry, at the beginning do you, while that's getting pulled up, advise of his Miranda rights?
I do.
And do you recall the date that you took out arrest warrants?
June 27th.
Okay.
Rock, I definitely don't mind chatting with you, but I can't unless I read you your rights, okay? You're not allowed to until I do, okay? Let me just read them out and then just respond accordingly. All right, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to have a lawyer now and have him or her present now or anytime during this questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you without cost, and he or she may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand these rights? Do you wish to talk to me right now without a lawyer at this time? You gotta tell me yes or no. I mean, yeah, but if you don't want to talk, that is just, you know, get you down to Fulton County. Yeah? Okay. But yeah, you want to talk to me without your lawyer, yes. Or no?
I ain't got no damn lawyer.
So yeah, I can't call him down now, but you go down and there'll be a hearing and you'll be introduced to your free lawyer.
Asking for a lawyer for anyway.
Because it just says that you don't want to talk without one. That's it. That's all.
We can talk.
You want to talk without one now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So honestly, Rock, this is just another conversation from the last conversation that we had. Now.
So why gotta work then?
Because what you said before, when I asked you about the gun, where's that gun?
My phone gun?
Which, you telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you.
No, but I'm asking you. You know what gun I'm speaking of?
No.
Alright, so I'm trying to make sure. At first you said you were in California, but then you said, alright, no, I wasn't in California. I was there on scene. I was walking, but I didn't see what happened. That's where we are, right?
Right.
You was going to your baby mom's apartment.
Right.
Okay, so now, right after the actual shooting, you had a gun in your hand. Why did you have a gun in your hand?
Because they were shooting.
Okay. Who?
I don't know, I told you that.
Okay, but what you told me was you didn't see anything you had already passed.
Right.
Okay, so.
As me walking up to the
Would
gate,
you-
you hear me, I go through the gate. I just put my bill on the gun and walk to her house.
Okay,
That's
so.
the same thing I told you.
It's a little different. It's different from what you said to me. But you have to also remember you changed a lot of things of what you said.
Right.
So let's just solidify what happened. And that's fine. Honestly, I'm not going to take too much of your time with it. You came in, you heard the gunshots. You didn't see anything, you just heard the gunshots and you just carried the gun to your baby's mom.
Right.
And did you she was home at the time?
Right.
Now, your brother was where at the time? Carlos? Okay, so you didn't see him that day? All right, so when you went to your baby's mom's, you went there for what?
Go ahead.
You just picked it up?
Yeah.
And then you left?
Out the door.
How'd you leave?
Out the door with the same way that I just came.
But like you drove away or like?
I drove away.
Okay, in which car?
My girl car.
Okay, cool. Now she's renting a car right now, right?
Right.
Something happened to her car, I'm asking. You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, I barely be up there. I was practicing.
Now, the only reason I'm sure you don't know is because you borrowed the car. Like, if you use her car and now the car's not here, normally you would be notified of why and why there's a rental now. But if you don't know, you don't know. So, but you drove off in her car at the time and went.
I got it.
I'm sorry? But do you see what I mean now, Rob? Like,
Because you asking me about a car, and I'm not saying her car. She's not the only girl I talk to.
okay, make it make sense for me, please, because I
She's not the
really
only girl I
can't.
talk to then.
Okay, so when you walked there, because you told me that you walked there,
Right.
so did you drive your other girlfriend's car there? Okay, so your other girlfriend's car was already parked at your baby mama's house?
Yeah.
Okay, so you walked towards the scene of where Dragion was shot at.
Yeah.
You heard it, you didn't see anything, you heard it, so you held the gun, got your book bag from your baby mama, and then you drove off in your girlfriend's car. Okay, now, when you walked on scene, where were you walking from?
Like from the dumpster parkway. You know where the park at?
Yeah, Dunbar?
No, you know where the park at in the apartment?
The little playground area?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was walking from there.
okay,
There's a building right there.
okay, he was visiting somebody, what?
Nah, I was just walking through that way and going to get my bag. Well, I gotta visit somebody when I know people out
No, like, the destination, like, I'm not asking for the way you got there, like, what destination were you at before you started walking at your baby mama's house?
I was at the store.
Okay, and before the store, were you at your baby mama's?
I probably would then. I don't even know.
You can't recall?
Oh, not offhand though.
How, with the car, your girlfriend's car that was parked at your baby mama's house, how long was that car parked there before you drove off with your bag?
So, like 10, 20 minutes.
So in 10 or 20 minutes, you parked the car, walked to the store, came
No,
back.
I didn't park no car.
Okay, who parked your car? The girlfriend's car.
The girl supposed to park the car. She supposed to meet me there, but she ended up riding with her friends. So she left the key in the car, and I just went to go get in it.
Okay, but you got in it and you drove off, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now where'd you drive to? Because now you've introduced this whole woman that I don't know. Like, did you go to her place or?
Yeah. You never asked me that.
And what? It makes sense because of course she has nothing to do with the case. But since you brought her up, I'm kind of curious. So what side of town she stay on?
She stay on the east side.
Where on the east side? Because and the reason I say that is this morning people asking me about the east side, and I'm like, I don't know nothing about the east side. So where on the east side?
I would say Canola, but this I like West
Oh,
Chapel.
east. Okay, I'm with you. Never
I
mind.
don't know what east side to it.
Like, city of Atlanta, people mention East Atlanta, we're talking about like zone 6 for the furthest Decatur. You giving me Lithonia Stone Mountain. Never mind. Okay, so you drove out that way after the shooting, and you don't know anything about Carlos, you don't know where he was, didn't talk to him, anything like that. All right, because the thing is, in your phone records, is that it does show that you called him, and I could see that he pulled up with some people, and you were still there at the time. So with that being said, I know you saw Carlos there on scene that night. So I'm
I
just,
ain't gonna catch you. I did not see. I called him though.
and he pulled up. Like all of these things are the things I can see on camera.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I can see you seen him. So
There's so many young niggas with dreads. I know that guy. I know for a fact I would have seen him, but we would have been dapping each other, and you would have seen us both walking together.
all right, but okay, did you see the vehicle that he pulled up in? Did you see that car?
No, yeah. A big Carlos pulled him in.
The car, yeah. Did you see that car?
No.
See, I can't even make you believe me then if you're trying to say you didn't see the car.
But I didn't see the car.
You know how he got there though? You know how Carlos got there?
Probably one of his friends.
Okay, but I'm not gonna ask about the friend, but I just kind of felt you was honest about the simple thing. I can make you know that.
I am being honest.
Oh, Rob. I'm trying to think how I can ask this question. Okay, where we are right now, do you recall seeing Carlos on the scene that day?
Let me see this one. Oh man. I can't even damn recall, bro.
You can't recall?
Yeah, that bitch was damn high. I'm trying to see if I ever see him. Cause I know for a fact if I see him, me or him would have said something.
Agreed. I'm not
But not-
saying,
but not all the time,
I'm
but-
not saying he was even there long.
No, I'm saying, but
I'm
all
not
the
saying
time.
that you talked to him. I'm not saying any of that.
He asked me
I'm
about
saying what I
something.
can see, what I see on video, Rob. This
What
isn't,
the video was that?
whoa, do you really need to see it? Like,
Yeah, you
because
have to see
I am,
it.
I don't really have to show it. I'm just telling you, I don't, because that's just, I have to bring in stuff for me to be like, bruh, I see him. I see you. And I'm not saying that y'all sat there and, you know, it was like this nice endearing conversation. Nah, it's nothing like that. Because, you know, a whole kid gets shot and killed.
Right.
So basically, of course, after the kid gets shot and killed, what do you think everybody's doing? Everybody's fleeing, which is exactly what happened. But I'm just wondering, before the shots, do you recall seeing your brother? After you answered this, okay, but
I can't even recall seeing him.
you say you probably did.
I probably did though.
I have only one really question after, but I have to tell you something before I ask the question, but I have to know for sure if you saw him before I tell you this information.
Right.
I have to know if you saw
I
him.
don't know.
Then I can't really, I'm not comfortable telling you then. I'm really not. Like, I mean, if it wasn't a big hassle to show you a video because we're here, I would. But there's so much I have to bring in.
Right.
But it would just show, okay, so you're here, okay, he's here. Do you remember this part? So, just one last time. Do you recall seeing Carlos before any shots were fired at all? You recall seeing him? Okay, so you saw Carlos, you mentioned that he was with a friend. Was it one or could it have been more?
It could have been more.
Okay, now, could have been more, but you remember seeing Carlos before the shooting. Now, let me tell you what I got in my investigation that I'm hoping that you can clear up. What you thinking about? Because I'd rather you
I'm
can clear.
listening.
No, you like in some real thinking mode.
I'm listening to you.
So, no, I feel you are, but I want to make sure you're good with what you said so far.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so, you know there's a whole bunch of kids out there, and honestly, the kids that I've spoken to, they just hella clouded with what has happened. And just as I can see, they mentioned Carlos being there. And honestly, they're in the air of who shot. So my only question is, did you see Carlos with a gun?
Yeah, I can't tell you. I want to know.
Did you see Dravion, the one who was killed? Did you see him with a gun?
Nah, but I know for a fact everybody always have a gun, so I can't really see.
And I get that, but I don't want to put guns in nobody's hands.
But they have it, right?
I really don't. Like, and I get why people have guns.
Everybody have a gun, so but if Carlos did have a gun, I ain't see it.
Okay, is that the
If it
same?
wasn't him, it probably a friend probably had a gun. I still didn't see it.
Okay, but did you see Dravion, the one who was killed with the gun? At any point?
I seen him with one before.
Like, I'm talking about that night.
What they anyway?
How about you tell me what you and Dravion was arguing about before he got shot?
About him and the young niggas who he was arguing with.
You was arguing with
He
him?
was arguing with some young niggas.
No.
He was arguing with some teens his age.
Mm-hmm.
We wasn't even arguing.
Mm-hmm.
It really was like me telling him he could have did it better than that.
You was telling Dravion that he didn't have to talk to them like that. He could have talked to them better than that.
Yeah, if you wanted to get out in front of your door.
Okay, I was gonna ask you, you know what they were arguing about, so.
Yeah, and being in front of his door, that's what we always really right there. Boom, I walk out and go to the store.
The kid who Dravion was arguing with, you know who that kid is?
I don't know him, but I know of him. I know they call him Leaning, whatever the fuck they call him.
Say it again?
Leaning, or Ding, whatever the hell they call him something like that, black ass boy.
Okay, so him and Dravion told him to leave.
Dravion told him and his little whole crew to leave, because they was getting loud.
But you didn't like the way Dravion said.
Oh no, I ain't got that in my house.
Oh.
I was telling him that instead of you doing it like that, it could have led to something different.
Yeah.
So I left. So I don't know what happened after that.
When was that though?
That was early that day.
Some hours before the actual
early.
shooting. Okay, so you said after that you went to the store.
Yeah. Then that's when Drake seen me again. That's when the debate.
Wait, so when that happened, or hours before, we talking about daylight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's your girlfriend's car at this time?
At daylight.
Yeah, at that time. Okay, you didn't have it. And she wasn't there with it. It wasn't there at the apartment.
No.
Alright, so she's gone somewhere.
Your Honor, just for the record, there's a just brief, me and Miss Culpepper have talked about it. Okay, and we stopped at 15:35 for the record, and we picked back up at 16:20, Your Honor.
Why would she come to your baby mama's house with her car?
What you mean?
She lives in Panola, that's far. So
I don't know if she stay Panola. That's where she be at.
When you
But when I
say
go to
you
her house,
left.
that's where I go to.
Alright.
I mean, I don't know if it's her house.
When I go to her house, I go to her house. Her house is in
Man,
Panola.
that's just like if you stay with your sister, you'll come to your house too.
She don't stay in Mechanicsville, right? Your girlfriend.
Fuck no.
Okay, but you found her car parked right there in Mechanicsville after you walked through.
Yeah.
Okay, so she still dropped the car off at your baby mama's house.
She ain't supposed to, you know what I'm saying? She's supposed to wait it on me.
But she did. She left the keys there.
Yeah, she left the car.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's be agreeable with that.
The weird shit.
So you came, she dropped off her car at your baby mama's house for your leisure with the keys inside in this apartment, this great apartment, you know, where it could be just stolen. She left with some friends. Now, my question is, at what point did she had to know you were there?
Yeah.
Okay, so at what point did you reach out to her for whatever arrangements to be made? And what were the arrangements?
It wasn't no arrangements.
Alright, I'm gonna get off girlfriend. Right. Help me out. Is there an actual girlfriend that you are seeing that just leaves her car for you at your baby mama's house? Like, is that true? So we can get off of it. If it's not true, we can just get off of it.
She won't just leave it at my baby mama's house.
But she did. That's what you told me.
That's the first time she ever did that. She's supposed to pick me up.
Okay. Alright. So you gone for hours. After that, you know, whatever. And when you came back, tell me about how you argued with Dravion after you made it back, though.
We didn't argue.
See, that's different.
We didn't argue.
Okay. So.
We had it wasn't, I don't call it an argument, it was like a debate, and I would never know how wrong he was. He got mad at me.
I heard he was high-headed.
So I was like, bro, you got it. I'm not going to argue with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I pushed back off again,
Mm-hmm.
walking towards the store, and I turn around, go back in the house. Before I go back in the house, we hear pop.
Well, tell me when you saw Carlos.
So I probably had to see him either when I was coming in or going out.
Okay. And how long was he there?
I don't be able to tell you how long he was there.
Did he stay through the shooting?
I don't even know either. I told you by the time I heard it, I'm about to walk through the gate.
Okay. But before you walked through the gate, clearly you saw Carlos. You just don't know when he
Yeah,
left.
but I thought he was going to get this little weed from out that same building.
So you thought basically he was kind of behind you.
Right.
Okay.
When I see that he went, when I look back, shit.
So since then, when you and him talked about everything that went on, what did he say? What did he say happened?
Nah, he was just like, don't tell me what to do, but you know how you is when you're angry.
Yeah.
I'm not the type of nigga that I don't argue anyway, so I just walk.
No, I'm not talking about Dravion. I'm talking about like after the shooting. When you let's just say you got the gun in your hand because you hear shots. You think Carlos is behind you, but when you realize he's not, what do?
Shit, I keep going.
You don't want to check.
I called his phone, make sure he was straight.
Did he pick up?
No.
So what did you do?
He kept going, shit. I mean, I know he said he got his little friends and shit.
Alright, so I
So
guess
apparently all of them got done.
the next time you talked to Carlos, what did he say happened?
I don't even think he even said something. He was just letting you know what's going on. I think he like, Trey, I got popped. I'm like, shit. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I like, shit, your partner got something to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
He ain't getting no response, but then he got a call from his partner. And his partner was like, his car supposed to be reported a murder or some shit.
Who?
His partner, his homeboy,
Who's homeboy?
Carlos.
One of Carlos's homeboys is what about a murder?
And the car is supposed to be reported as a murder.
I don't know about that.
Oh, that's what he told me. So I don't know.
Mm.
You gotta talk to Carlos in it.
One of the partners in his car is what? Let me make sure I hear you right.
Whoever Carlos got there with, they say his car was reported in the murder.
His car was reported in the murder.
Yeah, because I guess they had pulled off or sped off or some shit.
Okay. And this is the car that Carlos got there in?
I'm assuming.
The same car that you don't recall.
I ain't see no.
Right, I mean, I'm just making sure we're talking about the same
If
thing.
he got there, he had to ride with somebody out there.
I understand that, but the car that you're talking about that's reported in the murder is the same car I asked you about if you saw Carlos arriving. Is that the same car you're talking about? Do you know the car that was reported? Look, let me ask you like this. The car that was reported for the murder, do you know what car that is?
No.
Oh, Rob, you suck, bro.
I suck.
Okay, so you don't know about that, but you do know that the car that Carlos arrived in is like associated with this particular murder? Not another one.
That's what I heard.
From who? Who told you that? Did Carlos tell you that? So who he heard it from?
I guess the nigga who was driving the car.
Which wasn't Carlos, right? Carlos don't drive.
No,
Who is the guy that
I
drove?
don't know him.
Carlos would.
Yeah.
Where's your phone again?
I guess my baby mom still got it.
Because I need you to get some phone numbers.
Like who?
One, your girlfriend.
Oh,
No, not Miss Love.
duh.
What's her phone number?
478
You-
588 7286.
What's her name?
Her name Naya.
N-Y-A.
N-I-Y-H.
All right, what's that number?
478
Mm-hmm.
588
Mm-hmm.
7286.
86?
Yeah.
What kind of car she drive?
Damn. I don't even know how to tell you what kind of car it is. You gotta answer that shit.
All right. You gave me Carlos's number.
Yeah.
I'll just ask him about. But you don't know what the car looks like. You don't know what color it is, like nothing. Is it an SUV? Is it a Hellcat? Is it like?
I don't know what color it is.
What do you know about the car?
Do I know about it?
What do you know about the car?
The motherfucker blue.
It was a blue. Like a sky blue
I
or
don't know, it was sky blue, probably
like
that
a dark blue? Dark blue vehicle. Alright. You remember when I talked to you at Brent Park and I showed you those photos? Do you actually know any of those people that I showed those photos? I don't have to show you again. Like, you know, if you actually told me the truth.
I was
about
gonna
it.
say show me.
Okay. Did you know them though?
A little bit.
Okay, like all of them?
Yeah, a little. I don't know, probably 2 of them.
Was any of those the people that was in that dark blue vehicle?
I don't know now.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Alright. Now, you know it's dark blue because you saw that joker pull up, yes?
I ain't see it put up, but I know the only person that ever bring him like that is a partner with a little blue car, because that's the only thing he hang with.
That partner, who is that?
I don't know him. I never physically, I would go on number, woo, woo, woo. No, I never talked to him before.
If you saw him, you'll recognize him though?
Fuck, I never seen him.
So how you know? Okay. Okay, I'm with you. You never saw him before.
I never saw him, period.
But your brother kick it with him all the time.
I'm assuming they're supposed to be partners, so I don't know how much often they kick it though.
Okay. But he drives a dark blue car.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, you had that color, but that one, I don't know him like that.
You're right, I will. Is there anything that I can answer for you right now? You have any questions?
Hell yeah.
What you
Y'all
got?
got us on camera killing this man.
I don't know. Now that's some evidence I'm not gonna really share right now.
Question.
That's because you said it's still in question.
I said, that's still a question though.
Yeah, but you remember how I said you don't have to answer all my questions? It kind of goes back and forth. It goes back
But I
and
just
forth.
answered all yours.
But you did. You did give me answers to everything. You're right. But I can say that there is surveillance cameras and it does show everything that I described to you today.
You described to me.
I mean, when you think about it, you'll know. Like, we talked about a lot with those surveillance cameras today.
Yeah. Today?
Today, like you and I, we talked about a lot.
You talked about that way.
I mean, I told you how we see Carlos, we see you with the gun, like all of this is not from statements. All of this is from footage.
Right.
So, what's your next question?
Yeah.
Listen, do you want like something to drink or a snack or anything like that before we send you down there? Because it's hella early, I haven't eaten either, so I know how I feel right now.
Send
Like,
me down what?
to Fulton County.
For what?
Murder, bro. You sure? Well, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna pop my head in here one last time before there's a transport, just to basically check on you. But if you think of anything, just tell me or ask me, whatever at that time, okay? Alright,
You smoke inside here?
what you smoking?
Cigarette.
You got one on you?
Right, usually part.
Yeah.
I may be.
And Sergeant Barry, the person you were talking with in that interview, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, Mr. Teasley sitting at this defense table right here.
And can you just say something about what he's wearing?
He has some gray button-up shirt.
Okay. Let the record reflect she identified the defendant. And Sergeant Barry, just a couple follow-up questions real quick. There was a mention about a park in the 540 Humphrey Street.
Yeah.
You know where a park is in that, like from on that board or nearby?
Well, okay. There's a playground. He described it to be a playground, not
I got
necessarily a park. And I remember the playground being like right here.
And where is that playground in relation to where Dravion Matthews was killed?
This is where Mr. Matthews was shot.
Okay. Now, do you know a store nearby there?
No.
Okay. Did you
There's gas stations. There's stores nearby, but I can't identify which store everybody is talking about when they say I'm going to the store.
Okay. Did he ever tell you what store that was?
No.
Okay. And the phone, when you had mentioned to him that your phone record, can you tell the jury is a homicide detective investigations. When you're speaking with a suspect, someone like that, what were you talking about when you said your phone records show you and Carlos? Did you have his phone records between him and Carlos?
Honestly, I can't recall. That's like a good tactic that I have when I'm speaking to say, we're allowed to say false statements to our suspects when we're having interrogations, just to kind of see what the response would be. So I can't recall if that was a factual statement, but typically with phone records, it has GPS on there. We can get records from, if you have a Sprint cell phone, from Sprint to tell us where that phone was at the time. We look at cell phones to be somewhat of an extension of a person's, because we always move now with our cell phone. So we believe if the phone shows to be in one place, we believe that the owner of that phone would be in that place.
And when you said that to him, I was just saying, like, was that something to make him, why did you say that to him?
I cared about his response after saying that to him.
Okay. And when you talk with him here, did you know where he was?
At the time?
Yeah.
Yes, I know that he was there at the scene. And that's just because I could see him on the cameras.
And so would phone records have helped your investigation with that surveillance video that you had?
No, not in this case.
And was this the first time, we'd played some other statements where you'd spoken with him. Had he ever told you before that he saw his brother Carlos come up in a blue car?
Before this?
Before this interview?
Not before this.
Okay. And when the video, it seemed like it paused or froze, was there ever a long pause in this interview?
Yes.
And do you remember what the question was you asked him before that pause?
I asked him, do you recall seeing Carlos on the scene? And then there was a long pause as he thought about it. Okay.
And is this the first interview when you spoke to him that he admitted to any type of statement or argument with Dravion?
This is the first time, yes, that he mentioned a debate. Yes.
And at the end of that interview, do you typically ask people you're interviewing if they have any questions?
I do.
And what was the question he had?
He wanted to see the surveillance.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Now, Sarnberry, I'm going to ask you about warrants you did not take out. Did you take out any warrants related to the murder of Dravion Matthews on his brother, Carlos Teasley?
No.
Did you take out any warrants on Jabari Dixon?
Not
in
for
relation to the murder of Dravion Matthews?
No.
Did you take out any warrants on Antonio Dixon in relation to the murder of Dravion Matthews?
No.
Xavion Tucker?
No.
Anyone else other than the defendant?
No.
Okay. And only in relation to the people, I asked you about, not the defendant, is why did you not take out warrants on those people?
On Antonio and Jabari and Xavion?
Or Carlos Teasley?
Or Mr. Teasley? So Mr. Teasley, Carlos Teasley, when he arrives on scene, which is just seconds before the shooting occurs, I could see him, he has a distinct build, and there's nothing in his hands. There's nothing on his waistband. And to me, if there's nothing on your waistband, I don't see you having a gun. And when you return back to the blue Honda, same statue, nothing in his hands, nothing on his waistband. Now, as opposed to Rock,
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry, and then everybody else. Okay, so I don't see Xavier, who has a very distinctive orange hoodie. He's not even there during the shooting. I'm certain that he wasn't there on scene. I did speak with him. He says the same. Now, as far as Jabari, I can see Jabari during the shooting, and he's at a distance. Now, Antonio, I can see Antonio right after the shooting walking towards, but if I can say his demeanor afterwards, he's with his brother. Everybody's very calm. They're not my suspects. And then, of course, just interviewing with them, they were just dispelled. They were dispelled. Now, that was it?
Yep,
Okay.
one brief moment, Your Honor. And Sergeant Barry, with the steel frame we've talked about a couple times with that gate and the red box and the,
Mhm.
was it, how many guns did you see in the defendant's hands?
There's one in each.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Sergeant Barry.
You're welcome.
All right, cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Could I have a quick, I think you call it a break?
Understood. Members of the jury, let's take 5. Be back. Let us know when you're ready. We'll proceed from there. You can leave defense. All right, we'll be in recess until the jury indicates otherwise.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
You need anything, Sergeant Barry?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can run it. Yeah.
You talking about?
Yeah.
See it?
I would love it. I'm not gonna say no.
They drink though?
Yeah.
That's, not sure, quick question.
She authenticated. Yeah. So I need this one. Oh, I ain't got no.
She doesn't.
I don't know.
What's that? Oh,
She was asking
they could have been the cleaning crew last night. They apparently came through here again. They were. Feel free to check up on them if you want to see how they're doing.
Hey, this is still happening
Mhm.
because.
Oh, that was there.
references. Yeah, I need to give it a number. And.
So, but it wouldn't be up until after all this, right?
Your Honor?
Hold up, we're not on the record, but if you want to
Yes,
bring
sir.
something
There,
up.
when we do get on the record, or we can do this, it's no rush. There's an exhibit that Sergeant Barry had referenced that I wanted to mark as an exhibit. It's not tendered, it's just something that she referenced when she was talking about the date she ran the driver's license. So I have an exhibit number for it, and I wanted to, when we are on the record, introduce it. I mean, make sure it's part of the record.
So you're tendering it, or you're
I
just,
just wanted to include it in the record. I'm marking what Sergeant Barry had testified to in relation to when she pulled the driver's license as State's Exhibit 105.
okay. All right. All right, we're back on the record. And just as a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. The state, there was a driver's license photo of the defendant that Sergeant Barry had testified about on direct. I am marking that as State's Exhibit 105.
All right. With that, then that is just marked for identification purposes. It has not been tendered.
What was that date again? I'm sorry. Okay, okay.
All right. Anything else before we bring in the jury? Okay. Deputy Scott? Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Defense may begin their cross-examination.
Thank you, Yana. Detective Barry, I'm Avis Hornsby Culpepper. We represent, this is Veslin Simonoff, and this is Cassidy Bryan, I'm sorry, and we represent Mr. Teasley.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you testified you're now a trainer at the Police Academy, correct?
Yes, in charge of the specialized training.
And you're training officers on how to be and do their job, kind of.
Yes, yes.
And you're, as you talked about the tactics that you used, where you're allowed to tell suspects things that aren't true to kind of get them to talk. Isn't
We
that
are.
correct? And you use that tactic often, correct?
Not often, honestly.
In this case.
I
you
did today. Yes, I
Yes.
did in this case.
Did today. Is that what you said?
I was answering your question in this case.
Okay, in this case, okay. Now, in preparing for this case, you talked to ADA Atkins and his team, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm sure you know what I'm going to reference, I think. Because not only do you do tactics to your witnesses and suspects, you also lie to the court. Isn't that correct?
I'll objection, Your Honor, to that question.
Overruled.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you remember, I guess a gentleman by the name of Zach Peck?
The surviving victim from Jabari's case.
Yes. He's your witness, correct?
He's the victim, yeah.
But he's your witness also, correct?
He's also a witness to his case.
And you've had conversations with him, correct?
Many.
And you remember talking to him one day, meeting up with him, and you had this conversation about him testifying. You remember that?
Help me out. I can't recall.
Okay. And there's a conversation where you tell him about all these tattoos that he has, and he's talking about going to court with all the tattoos. You remember that?
I can't even recall his tattoos.
Oh. Okay. So you don't, would listening to this tape help at least refresh your recollection that he got tattoos?
Yes, yes, yeah, that would help.
So that I don't keep stopping and starting and, let you hit the tattoo part and then stop. I'll just ask the full question. Isn't it true that you encouraged him to lie to the court?
No,
Okay. And isn't it true that you said y'all would lie to the court?
no, no,
Isn't it true that you said that y'all would cover his tattoos in getting ready for trial, walk in there like he's a different person, not like he's ever gangbanged a day in his life, cover his little tattoos on his face, and just lie to the court?
I can't recall that he is in a gang, Zachary Peck. I can't recall that he has tattoos, and no, I didn't encourage any of that.
Okay. I like to play a recording. Because I don't, let me see, it's going to be 30, see if this helps refresh your memory.
Thank you.
Your Honor, she can refresh Sergeant Barry's memory by letting her listen to it.
That's what I'm about to say.
Okay. I mean, just Sergeant Barry, not the courtroom. You're refreshing her memory. She can
Well, all the other ones, you refresh memories, the court.
All right.
sorry.
Let's address it to me.
Yes,
I'm
Your
sorry,
Honor.
Your Honor.
And so the objection is to allowing her to refresh her memory in open court.
Well, it's for impeachment purposes. Well, let me go back. It's kind of for impeachment purposes because,
Understand.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Are you asking another question to her, or
No.
are you arguing? And just your position is all I mean.
I get it, I understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I say the right position, that I can get it in. So are you saying you didn't make those statements?
I'm saying I don't recall what you're speaking of.
But you could have made those statements.
I don't recall saying anything like that to anybody in any case.
So at that point, it's for an impeachment.
Okay, just a moment.
Are we-
And Your Honor, the witness said she didn't recall making them. Not that she.
I understand that.
She
So
did.
do we have, I do believe that in the face of an objection, the proper course to refresh a witness's recollection is only to the witness first.
Mhm.
And so to that end, do we have headphones?
Okay, well, I don't have any headphones, but because
Otherwise, we would ask the witness or the jury to step out for a moment.
well,
Here's some headphones. This
All right.
wait, I got some brand. You got some brand. Ooh,
Yeah.
thank
These
you.
are not even open from the back.
So I'm gonna let you listen to it.
Yes,
To
ma'am.
refresh your recollection.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what she gotta do.
Judge, you may want to hold her to, not step out of the Barry.
I think I think your counsel's asking to do it in real time. Well, your co-counsel.
Are you able to go back a little more so I can understand?
Yes.
Just a little bit. Don't say, I hear playing, not kidding. Is that what you was looking for?
That's-
Okay. Okay, I recall.
And isn't it true, after refreshing your recollection, you said, we'll get you ready for trial. You're gonna walk in there all different, like you haven't been a gangbanger a day in your life. Cover your little tattoos on your face. Just lie to the court. And he laughed and
Your
you,
Honor, I'm objecting that this is improper impeachment.
No, overruled.
and then he laughed, you laughed, and you said, I'm just playing. Isn't that what,
That is the script.
okay, all right. And he was your victim witness, correct?
He is.
And you okay with him lying to the court?
I understand the script
Is that a
that you
yes or
read.
no?
Absolutely, I'm not okay, which is why I concluded it with, I'm just playing,
Hmm,
not okay.
okay. So you suggest, but then you say you playing.
That script was playing, yes.
All right. So let's kind of go fast forward to this case.
Okay.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, other officers had gotten there first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Plainclothes, not plainclothes, a uniformed officer and aggravated assault because they thought it was just going to be an aggravated assault.
Correct. So it's both uniform and out of uniform sworn officers, yes.
And when you got there, the only person that you were able to talk to that night specifically about what happened was Xavion Dixon. A little bit, because he didn't really talk, did he?
So who do you mean? Like there's Xavion Tucker and then there's,
Tucker. I'm sorry. You got it.
okay, yeah, he was yes.
And,
And there were some other people I was able to speak with that night.
but you didn't record it in a report, these other people you spoke with, did you?
I record them.
What report?
I record them, like in my recordings.
Who did you record that night?
Just the people who were still there upon my arrival.
Who?
I can't recall their names right now.
Oh, so it's possible you didn't record anybody. I mean, they're not in, okay, let me go back to training.
Okay.
So you all are trained to write written reports. Is that correct?
We are.
And in those reports, you're supposed to write details so that if it takes 3 years or 5 years to come to court, you've got a report to refresh your memory because everybody don't remember things, correct?
Very true. Yes.
And if you're not with the force, then somebody else will have a record
Hmm.
of what you did or what other officers did, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the importance of writing a report.
That's the importance of documentation indeed.
Okay, so you wrote a report in this case, correct?
Yes, yes.
And it's about total compilation of the reports of like the crime scene tech and things like that, property. And it's about 26 pages, correct?
I can't recall the page number, but
Okay,
I
so
know
you
understand
knew,
it's lengthy.
you knew you were coming to trial on this case, right?
Yes.
And you didn't look at your file to see and to make sure you would be testifying accurately?
I can't recall how many pages that report is, which was the question, yes.
I understand.
Okay.
Did you look to see what kind of recording you did in this case?
I reviewed my report and my recordings, yes, which are my documentations.
This is when I'm handing you what's going to be defendant's exhibit number 2. I got that one too. Oh my God. Okay. We'll start with this one. I'm handing you as defendant's exhibit number 2.
Okay,
See, if you look at it and see if you recognize.
okay. Thank you. Okay, I recall the document.
Okay, so that's your report in this case, correct?
This, yes,
And it's 26 pages, correct?
uh, yes. Actually, at the bottom,
And
page
it's,
26 of 26, 26.
and it's combined reports,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
And you updated it from time to time. I mean, you didn't do all 26 pages that night, correct?
that's correct.
So when you got information or new stuff, you can update and add it to the official police report.
I could.
So could you do me a favor and show me in that report where it shows that you got body or statements, audio statements from people that night, other than Xavier?
There's more documentation than this right here. No, not in this report.
So
Honestly, I think asthmatics. Let me find. So this is a combination of what I found and what the crime scene tech has found, which is the property of the evidence. And then when we do what we call a 17, the actual report in our database of Axon, we do a vague report because of the sensitive information that's on homicide cases. So my only narrative here is
what you see there.
it's just this one short paragraph because this is up for public record. So I have an extended supplement that I submitted over and turned over.
Okay, well, I don't know if we got that in Discovery. Let me just see for me.
Okay.
Discovery Dropbox. And,
Yeah,
Your Honor, just for the record, I have the Dropbox of Discovery that has.
I
this
understand.
report.
Y'all can confer privately,
Yes,
and
Your
you can
Honor.
take that up if you have a motion.
Okay,
This is
I've
your
seen
summary
it.
report.
How many pages? Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll get back to that summary, but you had a summary report, correct?
That's in here, yes, ma'am.
No, that's in your
The
supplement.
supplement, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hold on a second. Can you? I'll get back to that.
Yes, ma'am.
But in the one that you actually have before you,
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the preliminary investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that is based on your first impressions of what happened, just your first, not the end all and be all, but just your first impressions,
It's
correct?
correct. This is always written on the day of the actual shooting. That's when this is written.
And isn't it true that your investigation, and what caused this or what led up to this shooting that you wrote in your report is different than what you subsequently said happened?
Can I just read what it's short.
Sure, yeah.
All right. So on Thursday, June.
You don't, I mean, read it to yourself.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, you can read it out loud if nobody objects, I guess.
I mean,
I'm all right with it.
Okay.
You can read
Okay.
it. I mean,
Okay,
Okay.
you can go and read.
It's okay. I'll read it to myself. State of Tennessee to the city within 5 minutes after the soul. Expire homicide was rise. It's going to. So there's a sentence here. Preliminary investigation suggests that this homicide stemmed from an escalating dispute between two separate groups that ended in gunfire.
So your preliminary was not that it was one person versus another person, but it was two separate groups. That's what your investigation showed when you were there that night.
Yes, that's what it says.
And nobody that night said it was Roddrick, I'll refer to him as Roddrick or Rock. So if I say Roddrick, that's who I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody on that night told you that it was Roddrick arguing with the victim. They didn't tell you
Not
that.
that night.
Hold on. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Now, you talked to Xavier Dixon that night.
Mr. Tucker, but Mr. Tucker,
Thank you, because
it's okay. Mr. Tucker, he spoke with, I recall speaking with him. It wasn't that night. I received a recording of a conversation he had with one of our homicide detectives, but he did speak with us that night.
So you don't remember saying somewhere in a report that he gave a false name?
Yes, he did.
I mean,
But it wasn't to me. He didn't give it to me,
Okay.
but he did give a false name.
Now, the false name you said he gave was Davian, as opposed to Xavier.
I can't recall what the false name was.
But you're saying he didn't give it to you.
He didn't. Honestly, when I got there on scene, I was told about that particular suspect, witness as a key witness, but however, he did not want to come speak with me.
Okay, so you were on the scene when he was on the scene, but he didn't want to speak with you.
I was told that he was on the scene but he never came to speak with me that night of the shooting.
So the mix up about his name, you agree could have been just hearing Davion versus Xavier.
I don't agree.
Bronson, you said what?
I don't agree. I'm not sure about the mix up with that, but he gave a false name, but I can't say that. Just to make sure I understood your question, you think that we heard Davion as opposed to Xavier? Like it was a miss?
Well, I'm saying you felt comfortable enough in your reporting, because you did reports and affidavits and stuff like that about him allegedly giving a false name.
Yes, I
So
did.
you felt comfortable enough in your reporting that you would put down and swear under oath that he gave a false name.
I do, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't talk to him.
I didn't, no.
And you didn't hear whether or not he said Xavier and the person just thought it was Dave. You didn't see a body camera or anything.
This is recorded. The conversation that he had with another detective was there, but I definitely trust that homicide detective who said he gave me the false name, but this is his real name.
My question is, you didn't hear it
No, I did not.
before you swore in affidavits that that's what he did. You're going on what somebody else said, is what you're saying.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to sworn affidavits related to
Right.
Well, I got, you took out,
irrelevance.
I think the issue would be misstating the evidence. If we're referring to reports or warrants or
I got you.
affidavits, let's be precise.
Okay. So you took out affidavits for search warrants for phone records, correct?
Yes.
And in that search warrant, you have to do an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true? And the affidavit is sworn, like,
Yes.
it's like you telling the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're saying you didn't hear Xavier and yourself say that the different name, but somebody else did.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did a search warrant for several different phones.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Did one for Roddrick. You did one for Carlos's phone. You did one for, did you do one for Xavier's phone?
Believe so.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you. It's gonna be D3. Trying to give you at least a paragraph.
Okay.
So you won't have to read the whole thing. I just saw. Just gonna direct your attention to a quicker. You stated in there that his name was given, or that the name you knew him to be was Davion.
1 second, I'm sorry. Okay, I was able to review the paragraph.
Okay, and so in that sworn affidavit, you said it was Davion, but then you go on and refer to him as Xavion.
Yes,
Okay, and so you did that affidavit based upon somebody else telling you that he gave that name?
yes,
Okay, not based upon what you heard?
yes, yes. You're welcome.
Okay. And let me just jump to the search warrants for a minute. Now, you had several, I might go back, but while I'm thinking of it, you got information in your investigation, like you heard Mr. Teasley testify. He gave you the name of his girlfriend who he said dropped her car off, correct?
Yes,
And he gave you a telephone number.
yes.
Okay. Did you write a report about that?
No, as far as this is what he told me. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No, I just used the documentation of the video for it to be documented as such.
Did you write a report regarding your calling that woman to verify what Mr. Teasley had said?
I did not.
Okay, so you didn't even bother to call her to verify whether or not she had left her car there, and that would have been how Mr. Teasley left?
I did not bother.
Okay. And there was stuff in your investigation that allegedly Roddrick called Carlos to come to the scene, correct?
Yes,
You had Carlos's number, correct?
I did. Mhm.
And you never, at that point, subpoenaed either of those records, not to find out whether it pinged to that area, but to find out whether or not a call had been made, and at what time the call had been made, and when it happened. You didn't do that, did you?
I didn't do what now?
You didn't subpoena the phone records to make a determination of whether or not the Teasleys had talked to each other, whether or not Roddrick had called his brother.
This is the same request.
Answer yes or no.
Yeah, yes, because it's the same request. You know, when we put in the same request to get the GPS location, we also get that same information. Yes,
But you didn't do that back in 2022 when it was important. You didn't do it till 2025.
okay, I get what you're saying.
Right, isn't that correct?
It was done, yes,
It was done in 2025.
yes.
It wasn't done in 2022.
I can recall how that happened, yes. You're right.
Just one. And you agree that if you had done it in 2022 and you got results, then you would know whether it corroborates or disproves this theory that Roddrick called his brother to come to the scene. Correct?
Okay, okay.
I mean, that's correct.
So
Yes or no, and then you can
repeat the question so I can give you.
So you agree that if you had subpoenaed those records back then and received them, it would either corroborate or it would dispute whether or not Roddrick called his brother to the scene and when he did, if he did.
The phone records would show that. I thought Rock told me that he did call him, though.
Okay.
So it's confirmed of a phone call.
Well, but he didn't say when he called him. He
Okay.
didn't say what time. So if he had called him 30 minutes earlier,
Okay.
or if he had called him an hour earlier.
The phone records would have told us exactly what time that phone call was.
And if this phone call was connected to his brother showing up, then you would have had those records to confirm or deny, correct?
The exact time, yes.
But you didn't get it.
No, I did not in
Wasn't
2022.
important enough to you.
I knew that he made the phone call, which was sufficient for me and what I needed for the investigation.
Okay, so all you wanted was him to admit that he made a phone call. It didn't matter to you whether that phone call was earlier or anything like that. All you wanted to do is corroborate your theory.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When I asked him about the phone call, that was actually, we didn't put a timestamp in the conversation. But yes, when he answered that question, that was the information that I needed.
But he didn't put a timestamp.
He didn't.
You didn't clarify.
I didn't.
You
I didn't.
So, I mean, I know he didn't, but you, the investigator, didn't clarify something that you generally do.
That
correct?
looks, yes. I didn't get clarification at the time.
So at some point, you talked to Antonio Dixon, correct?
I tried. Yes, ma'am.
You never talked to him yourself? I'm talking about you.
Understood. The one time I was able to speak with him was the day that Rock was arrested, as well as Jabari, but his mom stopped that conversation.
So you never spoke to him?
Besides this, I was speaking with him, but then it stopped.
Okay. And he never told you in any conversation that Roddrick was the shooter?
He did not tell me directly.
But he was allegedly on the scene at the exact same time that this shooting happened.
Yes.
And your investigation revealed that he was in close proximity to this shooting.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. Now, there is when you went back and looked at the surveillance that Watchtower gave you,
Yes, ma'am.
there are labels on there like Rock with gun and all the stuff like that. You remember that?
The labels of
Like a title of each clip. Would you have done that?
if it's titled Rock with Gun, Watchtower would not have done that. I would have done that.
And if it's entitled Suspects with Rock, you would have done that.
Yes.
And if those suspects with Rock was that photo of Jabari, his brother Antonio, and those two other guys, you would have done that.
Yes.
And so at that point in time, you labeled them as possible suspects.
Definitely.
Okay. Now, there were other photos or other videos that you might have labeled suspect also, correct?
Might have.
You remember the guy with the black shirt and the orange shirt or hoodie or something tied around his
Yes,
waist?
ma'am.
You labeled him as a suspect, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never found out who he was. And he was in that area at the time of the shooting. And you had a clear picture of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go to the schools in the area to see if anybody could identify him in the school, did you?
I did.
Where's that in the report?
I'm not sure if it's in the report.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you your supplemental that you was talking about.
Okay.
So with the 26 pages and this, and it's gonna be Defendants 4. Show me, if you can, where it says anything about you going to anybody's school, trying to locate who the person in that picture was, the suspect in that picture.
Okay. Give me time. I just want to say I'm skimming looking for Maynard Jackson High School. Which is not written here.
And so, like we talked about report writing,
Mm-hmm.
because you had labeled him a suspect. If you had done that, gone to Maynard Jackson to show his picture around, it should have somehow been memorialized in a report so that if you weren't there, somebody would know that that's what you did. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you knew from looking at the video that Jabari and his brother were on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized Jabari as the young man that you had an outstanding warrant for, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw him walking away, coming from the scene with a shirt over his head, correct?
Yes.
And you saw his brother behind him,
Correct.
and they were coming from the scene shortly after the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you labeled them suspects too.
In the recordings that you mentioned, yes, that's what I can believe says suspects, yes.
But you didn't do any real investigation afterwards to see if they were actual suspects, did you, ma'am?
I don't agree.
Okay. What, other than what somebody said, what you do?
What did I do in this investigation?
What did you do to rule those brothers out as suspects?
Well, you can see Jabari during the shooting. So it's pretty, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
Okay, that's kind of simple with me, but the thing is,
Let's go one of them. I'm sorry. So is it all on Jabari because you saw him where he was at the shooting?
it's pretty simple with me and Jabari. Well, my perspective of
Your
Jabari. And then Antonio.
Let me stop because I'm gonna ask some questions on Jabari.
Okay.
So I won't, okay. So from your perspective, with the time and everything, Jabari was over in the left-hand corner.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But before he went to the left-hand corner, if that was in fact him, you saw him over by a car, crouched down. Isn't that correct?
I did.
And you can't tell what he's doing or who he's talking to, can you?
I see him crouched down. No, I can't see if he's talking, but I can see that he's crouched down. He's looking at something. I can see that.
And the crouching down that he's doing could possibly be him hiding somewhere, correct?
From
Anything.
possibly.
Okay. And there were people, because you could not see in the video at that very moment, there were people who were there moving around in that area, correct?
Yes,
Wasn't just the gray shorts, as you call them. It was other people moving around.
there are people moving. Yes, ma'am.
And so if Jabari was out there with his cousin named Trey, he could have been out there, correct?
You saying Trey could have been out there?
Yeah.
Could have been.
And Antonio definitely was there,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
But you couldn't see him.
Not until after, yes.
Okay, but you couldn't see him at the moment of the shooting.
No, you can't see him.
So you don't know what he was doing at the shooting exactly.
Besides looking at it, no.
From what you're looking at, when you look at it, you don't know what he was doing at the moment of the shooting.
Besides looking at it, I don't know what he's doing. But
Okay,
he's right there. I know he's looking at it.
Okay, oh, I got you, I understand. So, but you can't see him looking at it.
I can't see him.
So you don't know whether or not he has a weapon in his hand. You don't have any idea.
At the time of the shooting,
Yeah,
I don't know if he has a weapon at the time of the shooting.
okay. And so yet you rule him out
Yes.
at that point, just based on that.
So there's other key players, of course, that with as a homicide detective, when there's a shooting, there's particular reactions that people between innocent bystanders, of course, victims, and then actual shootings. There's reactions that we have in a high intense event like a shooting. So while Jabari, who's the brother of Antonio, seconds after, dispelling Jabari just because he's ducked down, he's at a distance, he's not the shooter. So Antonio calmly, the demeanor that the both of them, Jabari and Antonio, and the two unidentified males, they walk in calm. Now we have our
So you're saying, well, I was just not talking about him?
okay. So then, like, can I talk about the car,
Well, you,
the Honda?
no, we're talking about the two of them.
Just Jabari and
That's all we-
okay, their demeanor afterwards. They're too calm to have been involved. Well, I explained Jabari, but as far as Antonio, who's seconds after joins his brother, their demeanor is not as if they committed a crime like a murder.
Let's start with that.
Okay.
You don't know what their demeanor would be if they did them.
I know it's common, but no, I don't know.
Well, let's talk about Rock's demeanor.
Okay.
What you saw them walking out when they came out that little gate.
Mm-hmm.
And before he got to the gate, you saw Rock walk into that first opening like this too, correct? That
Correct.
would have been his immediate demeanor, correct?
I'm with you.
And so it was not anything that would make you think that he had shot somebody when he walked in that gate. It was just a regular demeanor, correct?
I can understand
You can understand what?
that regular demeanor,
Similar to the boys.
similar to the boys.
Okay. And so because you didn't see them later with a gun, you just, Antonio, let's say him,
Okay.
because you believe Jabari was too far away.
I do. Yes.
But even though you couldn't see Antonio with a gun, you don't know whether or not he had a gun, correct?
Antonio?
Yeah.
I can't see a gun on his waistband or in his hands.
But you don't know whether or not young guys carry guns in not the waistband, but they also carry them in their underwear. You've seen that.
I'm objecting to speculation.
Underwear.
And vague questions to young people and what they carry.
All right, noted and overruled.
People, not young people. I'll just say people. They carry weapons in their underwear. Isn't that correct? I mean, how long you been?
And you can still see even in their underwear. I'm referring that as waistband as well.
I'm not talking about sticking up out of the waistband. I'm talking about in their underwear where you don't see the handle of a gun. That's not uncommon. If you're trying to hide a pistol that you're walking around with. I mean, you've seen that though, for sure.
I've heard some things
How long you say you've been
since
police-
2013.
Okay. But because you didn't see what appeared to be a gun on Antonio, you just dismissed he could have had one, correct?
just the thought of you asking me about it right now, I'm thinking about it, and I just don't say that he had a gun on him at the time. I can't see that he had a gun at the time. Is it possible? Sure.
So that's why you dismissed him. So even though Jabari and Antonio, you agree, could have been suspects, those are your reasons for dismissing them, correct?
Yes, I explained my reasons why they were dismissed as suspects, yes.
Now let me go back to Jabari.
Okay.
Now, I know you say that you see him some distance, and it'll be, the jury's interpretation of whether that's him.
Okay.
But if you got information which corroborated that he was the shooter, isn't that correct?
I got information that who was the shooter.
Jabari.
I got information.
Okay.
What we've previously discussed.
All right. And understood. And as long as we're not going into the details of that right now, the question currently asked, I'll overrule the objection. All right. So you can answer the question and focus on just the question that's asked. If you recall the question at this point.
Yeah, if you could repeat it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I need to write it down so I'll remember it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you got information during your investigation that Jabari was the shooter, didn't you?
I'm objecting, Your Honor.
Okay. So as we had talked about outside the jury's presence, I'll instruct the jury at this point that any testimony that the detective gives in response to this question is not offered that for the truth of the matter, meaning that this information that she received is not being put forth for your consideration that it was in fact true. And so any value that you give to it is going to be to show the course and conduct and subsequent actions and the effect it had on the detective. And so with that, defense counsel, you can proceed or you can answer the question.
Okay. Yes.
And you communicated that to Jabari's mama,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And you encouraged her to tell him and his brother to come in to dispel these things,
Yes.
correct? And that was as early as June 8th, correct?
That seems right, yes.
And so even though you had seen the video
Mhm.
and you had said that Jabari wasn't there or close enough, you still told the mama to tell I'll call them the boys, the young men to come in to dispel this thing.
Absolutely.
But you did nothing with, you didn't do any further investigation, did you? On them?
Well, his mom gave me some information which helped me get further into this investigation, frankly.
On her son?
No, on your defendant.
No, I'm talking about her son.
Okay, no, nothing to help.
Did nothing else to corroborate or deny what you had, that Jabari could have done.
So I spoke with Jabari and I explained how I try to speak with Antonio. There's nothing more I can do as far as them doing just what I asked their mom to do, to come and dispel. So I didn't get to speak with Jabari, of course, until he's actually arrested. I knew the next time I was going to speak with him, he was going to be in custody for the other case. And I did speak with him. And then as far as Antonio, same day, July 7th, spoke with him, but he was pulled away, wasn't allowed to speak. So the investigation continued.
So Antonio, who was on the scene and could have possibly had a gun, but refused to speak to you, you just closed him as a suspect.
I understood that he was scared to come speak to me.
Understand, but you just closed him as a suspect.
Understanding that I was going towards my actual suspect, yes, I dispelled him.
So even if Antonio was the shooter, then you just close it out with any real. Now, Antonio and Jabari, they look a little bit alike back then, didn't they?
They look like brothers.
And so somebody might mistake Antonio for Jabari. Isn't that correct?
Well, They look like brothers, but Jabbar had long locks and Antonio did not. He has like a little short fro. So I don't know how anybody would misidentify.
But they looked alike. You
They-
just said they're brothers.
they-
They had features alike.
Features, sure.
So you did nothing else about Antonio. Let's go to somebody else that was a suspect in this case. Okay, let's talk about Carlos,
Okay.
Mr. Teasley's brother. Now, the video shows before the murder, this person you've identified, you think is Carlos,
Yes.
walks up to the area. And when he walks up to the area, you can't see whether or not he actually has a gun or not. You just don't see it in his hands. That's correct.
That is correct. Nor his waistband.
Well, his shirt was tucked in.
It
correct?
was.
So the gun could have been underneath the shirt in the waistband.
I'm objecting
Correct.
to
To reach.
speculation.
I'm sorry.
Overruled.
I mean, it could have been, correct?
It's possible.
And you saw him walking toward the scene, and you saw him off of camera, kind of directly in the area where Mr. Matthews was shot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had people tell you that Carlos was the shooter. Isn't that correct?
I'm objecting, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Yeah, so that'd be sustained.
Okay, well, you had information that if you had, you didn't investigate, well, wait a minute, I need to ask, because I think that's the same, well, I'm getting at the same.
Well, just in the way it's phrased, I think you were getting there, and I'll give another limiting instruction.
Yeah, I'll try to do it, well, okay, I'll try to do it different, but I thought it was the same question. I have it written down, I'm sorry. So your investigation would have led you to believe that Carlos was a shooter.
No.
So nobody told you that?
Objecting to hearsay.
Well, at that point, I think.
Okay, all right. So members of the jury, along the lines of before, what we're doing here is any statements or any things being referenced that were told or gathered by Sergeant Barry. It's not that you are, they're offered for the truth of the matter. Those people aren't here for you to hear them or evaluate what they said. Instead, the relevant inquiry, if any, for you to weigh is what Sergeant Barry did with this, or whether it goes to any other relevant issues as you find them. And so with that, you can proceed, defense counsel.
So people told you, well, no, let me see what I'm saying the right way. Your investigation led to people alleging that Carlos was the shooter.
Yes.
You saw him on the scene.
Hmm.
You saw him going there hurriedly, correct? Walking to that area.
Right. He wasn't necessarily rushing, but yeah, he walked directly to the area.
Walked with intention. His demeanor he was stopping like this, right?
Yes.
And you can't see what happens.
Right.
To him. And afterwards, he leaves with intentionality quickly in the car, and he rides off speeding in the car, correct?
I would agree. Yes.
And you didn't do anything else to investigate him being the shooter.
I interviewed with him twice.
Mhm.
I attempted to get information from the owner of that vehicle. That was several attempts. So I disagree. I tried.
So when you interviewed with him twice, you had already decided his brother was the shooter, and that's what you were going after when you talked to him, correct?
Yes, I was going at that time. I
Yeah.
knew Rock was the shooter.
Yeah. So you were there?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't know Rock was the shooter. You believed he was the shooter.
I did.
Okay. So you don't know. I just want to clear that up.
Understood.
Okay. So you talked to Carlos not to get information about his actual involvement in it, but to kind of focus on his brother.
Well, Carlos didn't put himself on the scene when I spoke with him
Okay, but neither did his brother put himself on the scene, but you saw him in video,
with
correct?
guns, yes.
So that would have been a lie Carlos would have said when he said he wasn't on the scene, right?
A lie that Carlos gave me?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did lie.
okay.
They did lie
But yet you still didn't look at him as a suspect.
because he also lied.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that part.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Carlos then would have been a viable suspect to further investigate, don't you think?
He was.
Okay, there was a woman who was out there, Miss McCoy. You talked to her, did you?
I did, yes.
And Miss McCoy,
I'm objecting to hearsay, Your Honor.
I hadn't really said what I was saying yet.
All right, let's see the question.
Okay, from your investigation, Miss McCoy was out there at the time of the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss McCoy, she claimed, she claimed to be a witness up to the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And Miss McCoy talked about,
I'm objecting, Your Honor, to hearsay.
okay, come on, let me get off Miss McCoy, because that's not the
Alright.
one. I'll come back to Miss McCoy for something else.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Tiffany
McCullum?
McCullough,
Yes, ma'am.
you, in your investigation, got information that somebody that lived below her might have seen the shooting.
Under Miss McCullum,
Yes.
I can't see who would live down there. Is there a name associated?
No, I kind of was gonna ask you if you got the name.
I
You don't
can't-
remember talking to her and she telling you that there was a older
I'm
guy?
objecting, Your
Oh.
Honor, to
No.
hearsay.
Okay.
No, I understand. And again, I'll remind the jury that this is not for the truth of what someone told them because we don't have that person here in court. It's what, if anything, and if it's relevant in your consideration, that the investigation did with this information to the extent it even exists. Defense counsel, you can proceed.
Okay, so didn't Miss McCullum tell you there was a person that was downstairs, a gentleman who saw the shooting and said a guy jumped out of the car and just shot the person? Jumped out of a blue color car, in fact, and just shot the person.
You saying Tiffany heard from a neighbor? You saying Tiffany told me a story that a neighbor said that someone came out of the car and just started shooting? I can't recall. I'm not saying that it didn't that she didn't tell me that.
Refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, at this point, I think it's going
Oh,
into
hearsay.
Well,
a level of
if we can,
detail.
well, okay, can we come up?
Sure.
Okay, so Detective Barry will come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, talking about Carlos. You see in the statement with Roddrick.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to you. You know Carlos is his younger brother.
Yes, but
Carlos Teasley,
yes, ma'am. The last statement, which state? Okay, yes, ma'am.
the one we saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Not the one we heard.
Okay.
And I believe even the state said to you that there was a long pause about Carlos.
Yes, ma'am.
And if Carlos came on the scene and shot that boy, and Rock witnessed it, you don't really expect him to give you that information, do you?
I can expect him to be truthful.
Good. Even if that meant his younger brother.
I'm going to always expect the truth.
But you know the truth don't always come like that.
That's very true.
But that's the only time in that whole investigation that he kind of shut down and paused and was quiet. Isn't that correct?
Rock?
Yeah. I mean, for a long.
There's not a pause like that anyplace else in this investigation. Yes.
Now, you
Just pause. All right, members of the jury, with your indulgence, we are not the only courtroom operating today, and it appears we have some other folks awaiting a hearing of some kind.
oh boy.
All right, defense counsel.
Okay, Sergeant Barry, excuse me. In dealing with Jabari, you didn't know that Jabari and Davion had an argument that very same day. You didn't know that, did you?
Jabari?
Mm-hmm.
No.
And that Jabari and his cousin Trey were involved in this argument that very same day, correct? I mean, you didn't know that.
I've heard nothing about that.
Okay. So when you spoke to Jabari, sometimes in homicide cases, you all kind of try and look for what would be called a motive. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we're talking about Jabari. When you talked to him and he gave this statement that he didn't freely come and give to you, but he gave the statement, he was giving it to you, and he was clear he was hoping he could get some worked out about his case that you would investigate on too. Isn't that correct?
I recall something about his hope for that, yeah.
And so then he starts saying that Roddrick was the shooter, and as they say, woo, 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 You know, he just kind of said some stuff.
Yes.
And there was supposedly, let me get some tussling between Roddrick and Dravion.
The decedent, yes, ma'am.
Okay, now when you look in the video, you don't see, even though you can't see good, you can see some shoes, but you don't see tussling and going on of feet in that video, do you?
Just before the shooting,
Yeah,
you don't see tussling, you see feet, you just see people moving around.
but nothing that resembled where you think it was people tussling. Nobody, you don't see any tussling activity.
Nor was that actually described. It was just dispute. A dispute was described.
So you didn't get the statement that they were tussling?
I don't recall like a fight or anything. I've always heard argument. There's been an argument that's been going on all day, but never have I heard Jabari and anybody involved with this particular dispute and argument that I'm aware of that happened through the day with Rock.
But I'm talking about Roddrick and Davion tussling.
Okay.
Nothing that you physically saw supported
You
that.
can't see, no.
Well, you can see feet.
Right, you can't see a tussle.
All right, so back to Jabari. In his interview with you, where he was clear that he was hoping to gain some benefit on his case, his murder case, correct?
I don't know if it's clear. I remember feeling like he was hopeful, but it wasn't anything that was distinctive. He didn't ask for anything and I didn't offer anything.
You don't remember him saying, I just want you to help me with my case?
I can remember that, but the only thing I can help you with is let's talk about the truth. Like I can't take it about anything more than that.
The truth, kind of like putting the tattoo cover on so people will think a gangbanger is a respectable person, that kind of
I don't recall Zachary Peck being a gangbanger.
But that's what you said, and you refresh your recollection. That's what you
I
said.
didn't say that he was a gangbanger.
Okay, so let me get back. I won't get off.
Okay.
So Jabari told you in his case that Davion was there.
Yes, he did.
Said Davion had a gun.
He said, yeah,
Said Davion shot the boy he's accused of killing.
he did say that.
Now, Davion wasn't arrested.
No,
Davion wasn't charged.
no,
Davion wasn't investigated.
no.
Nothing.
He was not an involved party at all in that case.
He was not an involved party you knew about in that case, correct?
Correct.
That don't make him not an involved party.
Possibly.
And so when Jabari, who had a murder warrant on him for how long? When did you take that out? January sometime.
The incident happened in January, but I can't recall when I took out the warrant. I know it wasn't long. It was somewhere at the beginning of the year, I'm sure.
And so Jabari, and he had a co-defendant, her warrant was out too, right?
She was in custody.
And she was in custody. Okay, and so nobody knew that Davion could have possibly been involved. You didn't know.
Correct.
And so when we talk about the two young men having an argument that day, it's possible that they could have argued about Davion's involvement in that murder, correct? It's possible.
I'm objecting, Your Honor, to speculation on that question.
Dravion, sorry, said the wrong one, thank you.
And I understood.
Yeah, I'm overruling the objection. You can answer if able.
So I understood what the dispute was about, though. So I wouldn't assume that it's anything different from what I knew the dispute to be about, which is what Rock even was speaking about in the box in the suspect room.
But you didn't know anything about the dispute between Jabari and Dravion. That's what I'm talking about,
Okay.
right?
Yes. Okay.
So it's possible that the dispute that day between Dravion and Jabari could have been about this murder that
I'm objecting, Your Honor, on its asked and answered and speculation.
All right, overruled.
could have been about this murder that Dravion wasn't even talked about and implicated, correct? Could have been.
Could have been.
Now, after, and that would have been a motive, wouldn't it?
If this slight possibility, is that what you mean?
Yes.
It would have been, all right, so
Yes or no, and then
I gotta think about this new story in my head. So as far as it being a motive for Jabari wanting to kill Dravion because Dravion,
witnessed or participated and wasn't charged in a murder.
I don't think Jabari would be upset because he wasn't charged.
You know him like that to know
Your
whether
Honor,
he.
Well, you asked my opinion.
No, I just asked.
Well, hold up. Hold, there's an objection.
Objecting to speculation of what,
Okay, overruled.
I mean, I'm just saying, you
I
say.
don't know
think
Jabari like
that
that.
Jabari, so I'm asking, do you know him like that?
I don't know him like that.
Did you know he was going to possibly be charged with another murder of a 15-year-old? You know him like that?
Do I know Jabari
That's
or
how he thinks.
I don't know Jabari. I don't know how he thinks.
So what were you saying then?
I was just trying to get clarity on your question, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, that would have been a motive. That was my question,
Okay.
right?
Well, again, let me think about it. So the motive for who to do what, because I feel like we have a narrative that's like not what we've been talking about. So tell me what you think will be a motive if who was to kill who.
Well, I'm just, okay, let me answer your question. Jabari
If Jabari,
or somebody for Jabari. Yeah, I mean, because you said Jabari was off, but his brother was right there. Other people were right there. You don't know, but let's say Jabari had an argument with Trey. That's possible.
With Trey.
With Dre. These names are so, Dravion. I'll say Mr. Matthews. That way I'll keep it straight.
okay, so Jabari having an argument with Mr. Matthews.
That's possible. And it's about this murder charge that Jabari is on the run from, that he said he didn't do. Because that's what he told you. He didn't really kill that boy. Isn't that what he said?
That's what he's saying.
And he's saying that either Dravion, Mr. Matthews, and the girl, because he was shot several times, killed that boy. That's what he said.
I'm objecting, Your Honor, of previous discussions we had related to this topic.
On the same grounds you raised previously?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, overruled.
Okay. So that's what he said, right?
If what's introduced to me today is the fact that Jabari was into an argument with Dravion. And if that is true, I can understand the motive if Jabari wanted to kill him because there was an argument that I'm hearing about today. I can understand that.
Well, let's take out well, you understand clearly if there was an argument that you just didn't know nothing about.
If there's an argument, I can understand how one person wants to kill another if they're in the middle of a dispute. I can understand that.
Okay. So, but your investigation that you did was solely centered on Rock, though.
A dispute that I did understand, that I did know was there, yes, that just makes more sense.
Let's talk about this dispute.
Okay.
So you heard that afternoon, late afternoon, there was allegedly some dispute argument between Roddrick and Davion about people congregating in their apartment.
That's correct.
By his door.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that dispute, whether it be, you agree that there are different levels of disputes and arguments, correct?
I can agree.
People can talk about it and say, don't be doing it, that ain't right. I mean, they can disagree, correct?
Yes.
And they could be like, I'm gonna tell you, don't do this kind of thing, right?
A little more aggressive.
A little more aggressive. And then they can be over here talking about, if you do this, da, da, da. It can be very aggressive.
Escalates real quick too, yes.
Yes. But you don't have any video surveillance that corroborates this alleged argument, do you?
There is surveillance where the congregation is outside of Dravion's apartment and
Hold on a second. Outside the apartment or outside in front of the stairs and the gate?
which is outside of his apartment door where the stairs are.
Okay, so I just want to make sure so the jury will know.
Understood.
It's by the gate and the stairs, not actually because the stairs go down like this.
Right.
And Dravion's apartment
It's right beside the stairs, yes.
So you don't have any video showing a confrontation between Roddrick and Dravion right here, right? You don't have anything about right at the door.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have any confrontation of Roddrick and Dravion right there at the steps, do you? In the video.
Well, we can't hear anything, so no.
No, but you don't see them standing squaring off or looking like they are. You don't see that anywhere.
I can, how you just told me how there could be a slight dispute and then it can escalate and then it could go crazy. I can see that there may be maybe something right there. It was a conversation, but like at one point he's pushed like my my decedent was pushed at one time, and I'm understanding this is the time where, but it wasn't by Rock. It wasn't by Rock. But I feel like it was tense, like as far as what it looked like, just to me.
Doesn't matter about the tenseness. I'm talking, because it may have been some argument with
Okay.
somebody else. I'm talking about with my client.
Well, he was there.
I'm talking about argument with my client.
Okay. I can't distinctly say.
Okay, so nowhere on any surveillance video can you, under oath, say you saw Roddrick and the victim arguing.
Can't see it.
But I believe, and I'll have to check, you testified under oath that there was video surveillance that showed that, which isn't true. Let's see which one. See, these are the search warrant. Did I leave the search warrant up there with you?
No, ma'am.
And Detective Sergeant Barry, I talk loud and I'm not how, I apologize.
Oh, it's okay.
I just can't hear really well.
It's
And
okay.
I hear myself, so I just want to apologize if that's what it's sounding like. Oh. Okay, so I believe. Okay, page 29. So my question centers around, you testified, make sure that's what it said. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
You testified at a preliminary hearing to make a determination of whether or not the court is going to find probable cause.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you know that it is important that you are truthful and honest because you really were the only witness there, correct?
The only witness where
In Roddrick's preliminary hearing.
associated with the case, I believe I was, yeah.
Yeah. So Can't see. Sweating. Okay, I got the wrong page. I'm gonna look for that because we're
Yes,
gonna
ma'am.
come back to you and I'll look for that. But on the search warrants, let's get those. I'm sure. And these were the search warrants that you did this year, correct?
I don't know what you have there.
Okay, but search warrants for records, you did it this year, correct?
I did do some records this year.
Okay, well, because I don't have them marked, I'm gonna come back to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you understand that the preliminary hearing is important that you tell the truth,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in his preliminary hearing, when you were describing for the court seeing Roddrick with a gun, isn't it true that you said under oath that 10 seconds afterwards, 10 seconds?
What I said yesterday?
Now, what you said in the preliminary hearing, didn't you say that 10 seconds after the shooting, you see Roddrick with a gun?
I can't recall if that's what I said.
I'm gonna let you refresh your recollection. Now,
Thank you.
okay. I'm fine, please. On page.
On camera?
Let me just refresh your
Oh,
recollection.
okay. Okay, yes, my recollection is refreshed.
So isn't it true that you said that 10 seconds after? Okay, 10 seconds after the shooting, you saw Roddrick with a gun.
That is what I said.
But isn't it true that 10 seconds or more after the shooting, Roddrick walked into the building with no gun?
I don't want to say the number of seconds at this point. So I will say seconds after the shooting, yes, he walks in without anything in his hands.
But you didn't testify that seconds after the shooting, he walked into the building with nothing out of his hands. What you testified to was 10 seconds after the shooting, you saw him with a gun, which was after he walked down that long hall we saw this morning. He walked all the way down there, and then he made a left turn, going all the way down there. And then he made another to get to that door with the red box. And we know that wasn't 10 seconds, but that's when you see the gun, correct?
That's where we see the gun. That is correct.
So when you testified that 10 seconds after the shooting, you see him, that wasn't true.
It was just mistaken as far as the number of seconds. I wasn't intentionally telling falsehoods to this court.
Yeah, but you being the lead detective,
Mhm.
and you're testifying under oath, and you know that one of your facts to convince the court of probable cause is that you had the video available to you, right?
I should have taken the time to count the seconds instead of saying 10.
But you didn't.
I should have.
And you didn't say, I don't know how long exactly. You said 10 seconds.
I did.
And just another probably, I guess I don't know if you say it's a mistake. They asked you what time the 911 call came in. And you said you didn't know, correct?
Is this on here?
Yeah.
I can believe that because these numbers, I don't like to say them because you can often be mistaken.
But you got a report, don't you?
Yes.
And you as the lead detective are privy to all the reports.
Which is where the security comes, where we can always verify the documentation.
But you No, police report tell you what time they say the shooting came in.
Yes,
That was a 911 call. So
Yes.
you could have simply reviewed it to see what time it came in, correct?
yes.
And they asked you what time you arrived on the scene. If you want to refresh your recollection.
I believe that they did ask.
And you said 9 and 9:30.
Was-
Between 9 and 9:30. That's what you said.
That was my answer to which question?
To what time you arrived on the scene.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah, because the shooting didn't happen until 9:43.
Correct.
But yet you didn't take the time to give accurate, under oath information about what happened.
I didn't take the time in court.
Because you were focused on him being guilty.
When I'm giving numbers, that wasn't my focus at the time.
When you testified.
When
at
I'm
the prelim.
answering questions,
When you testified at the prelim.
Okay.
That's your focus, isn't it?
to testify, yes.
And to get him charged further.
It's really just to still give the truth, honestly.
But those things weren't the truth, correct?
I were mistaken with these numbers. Yes, ma'am.
All right. See, was there something else in there? Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you investigated whether or not Dravion's shooting was a setup, didn't you?
Did I investigate it being a setup? I just investigated it, not thinking this is a setup. Whatever came, that's what I investigated. I can't say I had a forethought of, oh, this was a setup.
No forethought. You were investigating whether it was or was not a setup. Didn't you do that?
I was investigating a homicide.
But in investigating the homicide,
Okay.
you were told that Xavion set his best friend up, weren't you?
That was a narrative.
And so you didn't do, or what did you do to investigate that?
I investigated the case, how the case came. It's not like, as far as Xavion, it was just interviews with Xavion and just to see what truth I got from there.
So did you know that Xavion and Dravion had also recently been in a dispute?
I can't recall that I knew that.
Now, Mr. Barrington Garland,
Yes, ma'am.
he said he viewed some men, some boys, I mean, they were males, I'll say,
Yes, ma'am.
out there, and they had an argument. He heard the argument, he went out the window. He said he viewed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He said he saw what he later identified was Roddrick,
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am.
He didn't say Roddrick was arguing with anybody or nothing, did he?
He couldn't identify that, no.
No, okay. And you didn't take him, even though you had pictures of Jabari, Antonio, and Xavion. You didn't take him those pictures to see if those were any of the guys that were arguing out there, did you?
The only pictures that I took of Brock, wasn't it just the photo lineup?
My question, maybe I wasn't clear. He said he saw some young guys out there arguing.
Mm-hmm.
You only took Roddrick's picture in a photo line.
In a photo line, okay.
But you had pictures of other people that you had at some point labeled suspects. You never took those to him to see if he could identify anybody. Isn't that correct?
Actually, I can't recall if I showed those pictures to him.
Got it documented anywhere? Look in your supplement.
It would be in like the recording when I spoke with him.
Wow.
That would be the documentation of the conversation, not in this.
I'll let you refresh your recollection when we break.
Okay.
Okay. Now, going back to, there was security on the property,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And security was out there trying to assist in the investigation of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, security told you that Carlos was the shooter.
That was a narrative.
Objection to hearsay to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, Sergeant Culpepper, I think.
I'm sorry. Judge, I just, I can't hear.
No, I know. I think we've already covered what she did with, as it relates to Carlos. So
Okay.
going through all the specific things that may have been relayed to her, I think is the level of detail that I think I would sustain that objection.
If I can respond.
Yeah.
We have gone over other things and other people, but when security, which is a whole different matter.
That would be going to the truth of what they're saying and their
No, it's
credibility.
going to, I don't want to argue with
No,
you.
no, I understand.
You are the court. But I think in just furtherance of the rest of it, it goes to what she didn't do in her investigation because names were given and people were given. That's what, I just didn't lump it with that because I didn't see it in the notes. So it's all the same thing about her level of investigation into leads she had.
All right, understood. You can ask her what witnesses she did or did not follow up with. And so with that, I'll allow you to re-ask or ask a question.
So you didn't follow up with any leads that the security gave you about Carlos?
I followed up on Carlos.
But I'm saying, I know you followed up on Carlos,
That's what the security gave, yes.
right? But you didn't ask Carlos, you didn't follow up on the people that the security had that said it was Carlos. I know you asked Carlos.
He didn't give me that information.
I'll let you see that too.
Okay.
Man. Let's see where we are. So let's kind of, from your vantage point as the investigator. Xavier said he wasn't there. He didn't know who did it. Antonio said he didn't know who did it to you.
That's what he said.
And the only person to you that you got the statement or body cam that said was Jabari, right?
The only person to me,
That said to you that Rock did it. You have a audible statement that
oh, I got what you're saying.
written statement that was Jabari.
Jabari is the only one who told me yes. Directly. As far as who was there, is that right?
I mean, who was there would be who the witnesses are.
Right, right. But more have said that he was the shooter, but not.
But there
Okay.
are people that
I'm just
the
making
actual
sure.
witnesses. It
I'm
doesn't matter.
I'm just
I mean, I
making
know
sure you
want to
meant the
get that in,
witnesses.
but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about witnesses.
Okay, I'm
Not
just
the
wondering.
word on the street.
Understood.
Okay. You spoke to Jabari's mother,
Yes, ma'am.
Jabari and Antonio, and you reassured her. I'm sorry. Everyone,
I love it.
you reassured her that her boys weren't being looked at as the shooter. You reassured her of that.
I don't know how I did that.
Like saying things like, Well, make sure, because they might just saying it may refresh your recollection. I got it. Thank you, Chris. Saying things like, because you talked to her about 4 times. Correct. About this case. I know you talked to her a lot about her other son's case, but
You,
hold on.
you okay?
Just take a minute. Take a minute. Feel free to have a seat, counsel.
Mhm. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
All right, members of the jury, I think we're right here at noon. Why don't we go ahead and take our lunch break? And unless there are any individual concerns, I would say we're going to do this for 45 minutes just to keep moving forward today. I do believe we are still on track to have this case in your hands by tomorrow. And so with that, I'll ask you, please don't discuss with anyone, the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Let's see you back at 12:45.
I just need somebody to take my blood pressure.
Got one on you?
I don't have one.
want
Yeah,
me-
can I get somebody to take my blood pressure?
Okay.
Leadership was going, I was trying to work with it.
You got enough water?
All right, let's go off the record.
I just felt something coming on over there when I couldn't see.
Like, want me to bring some?
Mm-mm.
You sure? You got me food too.
I just need my blood pressure checked. If it's all right, I'm gonna be all right. Oh, boy. What that was. Ah, dang, I'm so sorry. Yes, thank you.
Full water?
I think it just may be a combination of things. Lord Jesus, oh, it's messing up.
Yeah, they wouldn't be going back. She's tender.
Back or something, just really
You're
on
on
the
the
crack.
cafeteria.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I mean, we've got snacks
Like-
or whatever you need. What do you need?
Maybe it's a I know y'all can.
Yeah, we've got plenty of that. Yeah, lunch,
Your clothes are.
That's okay.
chips, whatever, just grab. I'll try to drink.
It's your fault.
It is.
No, it ain't.
Salty?
Just some carb or something that it may be my blood sugar.
Probably.
We got the stuff.
12:45.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't never had blood sugar drop. It always spikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either of these work or you want?
No. No, I think somebody, the pretzels not that good either. Just something.
Do you know?
Yeah, just try something.
You've been pushing yourself this week with this.
And I had meat, but I don't usually eat. It's not hard for me.
Still though. Got options.
The nuts. I might have been.
Pretzels or nuts.
The what?
Trail mix.
There was some nuts, you said you wanted peanuts.
I don't wanna keep opening all this stuff.
That's fine. We'll help you out. Can't finish them. Whatever you can.
Yeah. No.
Okay. You sure? Okay. You're welcome.
All right, let me just check in. This is off the record, but so I mean, I've been hearing a cough all week. You hadn't told me you'd come under the weather or anything about anything. So, is there anything else that we can do to accommodate you? I mean, do you think you can get through this? I didn't know to the level or extent you're being impacted. And I know trials are demanding things.
But
Right.
I think I didn't eat this morning, and like I said, I usually don't, but with lack of sleep and it's cold, and I guess I misjudged myself on what I could do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm already feeling something a little better with something in me.
You sound
Old, 63. Gonna be 64 next week. I'm better. I can just tell.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know you've been pushing through a lot of this, but I'm just at any point we need to take breaks or whatever, you let me know. Okay.
If it's okay, if I sit down for the rest of.
That's always been.
Okay.
So we'll be back, I suppose, at
Thank you, Jim.
12:45, and I would say we use the time at 12:45. If we think we're ready to resume, we could use that time. If you're saying you need to refresher on some things,
Okay.
you can do that, and then we'll bring the jury back.
She shouldn't have gone far. I'll go.
Yeah.
I can
Well, let me
do
get
that.
myself together. You know which ones?
You want me to
It's Tiffany's.
Tiffany's
I have
phone call.
Tiffany's,
Barrington.
Barrington's and security call pulled up. There's a couple calls with all of them, so I'm
It
gonna
was
have to look
something,
through
it
and
was
see.
something, it was something earlier when I was talking about her that I said.
The two that I have is Tiffany and Barrington that we need to
It
refresh
was
on.
something early
Early in the calls, you
in my
mean?
conversation.
Oh, in your conversation, okay.
I'm saying that, let me get the blood pressure checked. And then I'm gonna.
called.
Scott did, I think.
I just called and said he wasn't here today. I just called and said that he's not here today. I called Livingston.
When she did a photo ID, it's called Barrington ID.
Oh, you said.
Photo ID.
Yeah.
Well, no, she gave, it's the recording. It's the recording. I don't need the photo lineup, but just the recording.
What did you want? Refresh on.
Oh, Tiffany, I don't even know what I asked. It was something about,
Something about the dudes in the car, wasn't it?
oh, no. Was it the downstairs guy who says that somebody, what did she, I can't even remember. For competition.
I saw when you were kind of,
Yeah.
are you gonna,
Refresh, that doesn't get into evidence.
Scott, go get you something.
All right.
Go get it.
Make sure they miss you.
You were asking her about our conversation. It was just her telling her that her bills were involved. Right? Is that what you meant?
Just, I need to use this.
That's
what it is.
Yeah. Okay, I did.
Let me show you.
What you got? Oh, okay.
It's called Pepe, not Shiva, well, we gonna.
Yeah. Oh, they told me that she was there. I was going to get the AV. Is it in the warrant?
This, I just came back.
Make sure it's not
Miss Culpepper, I just want to let you know, I just walked in. I gotta, it's your call, because you're on, but because of what Dr. Sullivan told me she's looking at my house at 2.
Again, your house, I'm saying,
Because I know Veslin's taking her.
I'm gonna see if that was something I was talking about. Right, thank you.
Yeah,
With
Oh,
Mary,
Mary?
and that would give you a minute, just get.
that's what I'm saying. And I'm for it, for giving you time.
I know you are.
And she turns to a pumpkin later, you know, but she can come back at 4. But I got nervous. Ms. Davis.
Yeah.
Can I go talk? Can you go?
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, gosh, girl. Look at that.
But it's on if you're on.
I'm perfectly fine. I'm ready for Sullivan. I'm ready to do that whenever. So that's, hey, Ms. Mortis, can you hear us?
Well,
Deputy Scott,
yeah,
could you ask the judge to maybe step out here for a second?
thank you.
Sweat.
Let me go.
Jump up.
Oh.
And well, you don't have a choice now. You done told me. So, I mean, you can refuse once they get here,
Okay.
but I want them to
I
come
just
here
wanna-
and check you out.
Yeah. I'm gonna check it.
Let them do all the things.
Yes.
We have a room over here. If they, once they get here, get you to a private
Okay.
space, you know?
Yeah.
And, so you can tell them your medical conditions, you can let them check you out, let them make the decision.
Oh,
That
my
you're
mama
okay.
watching on YouTube, Lord Jesus, she probably having a fit.
It's okay. Can we log off?
I don't know.
Can we make sure it's logged off for the YouTube feed so her mom is not witnessing any of this? Just not.
Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
that's the
I'll
court
call.
reporter.
Yeah,
I'm just here for.
I'll get that.
There she go.
I'm just saying.
How are you? Can
Y'all
we,
leaving?
I'll talk to Michelle. Okay.
Well, we don't have the defendant's next. We're not on the record yet, but
This is
What's going
the
on?
housekeeping.
Okay.
We don't need to necessarily be on the record,
right.
for this, but I don't know if, and I'll defer to Ms. Forsby Culpepper about how we're gonna conduct this as well. But I know Dr. Sullivan has some other engagement that she's trying to get to. I know we've got this situation that came up just now, so I don't know if, I think you were proposing to do Sullivan after the lunch break and then recall Barry.
what time's her conflict?
It's at 2:00, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. So just at, when y'all are ready or done with lunch, we can even come back, 12:40-ish and have her go ahead and come in, do what we need to do outside of the jury's presence, which again, I'm really only expecting like a 5 to 10 minute voir dire from Mr. Simonov on some of these points. And then from there, we'd call in the jury, I'll explain it to him, and we'll do her direct and cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've heard me on this, Judge, so.
I know.
You know how long it takes.
And I just want to tell the court, I intend not to introduce, but she's gonna reference the projectiles, but they're gonna be introduced with Mr. Jarvis.
Okay.
So I just wanted to eliminate it.
Again, to that point, any reconsideration of the defense's position on whether Jarvis is necessary?
Question you have to ask the judge. There's no- we
That's
can't-
fine.
As far as the reference to the projectiles, I have no problem with that because there's a good faith basis that's gonna be admitted later into evidence through a different witness. That's fine.
Okay. Because if so, I can introduce him to Dr. Sullivan. I also have another proposal, but it's up to the court and y'all, is Mr. Jarvis is also here. They're my last 2 witnesses.
Mhm.
If to allow Ms. Culpepper some time to get food and sustenance, they're both short. I'm not asking, they're quick witnesses.
Right, you just want to do them both back to back.
Because they're on cross.
That's fine. And I think, that makes sense to me. We can do both of those out of order. Is Mr. Jarvis even local? Does he fly in for every one of these?
He lives kind of, well, I don't want to say, is this live, Your Honor, or is this frozen?
Well, you can just tell me, is he in this state?
He is in this state,
Okay.
but he's far away.
Yeah, so I certainly wouldn't have a problem with that, and I'll explain it to the jury. And
And as far as as soon as she gets back, I can refresh her on the stuff
Right.
that's come up so far, so.
Okay.
We have that pulled up and ready to go, Judge.
All right. Well, then let's plan to, like I said, come back in about 30 minutes to start with Dr. Sullivan.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna tell.
I have first
You wanna call your
statements.
mom?
I'm here to talk to Ms. Cheryl.
I can find it all. And then there's also her.
Hold on, Cassie.
You said no.
Oh.
Help myself.
I know it sucks that it's during your trial, but shit happens.
All the time.
I just had to call a bunch of strangers at a conference that paid for me to be there and tell them I had to go to the hospital instead.
Listen, there's some people who say if you ain't fall out in court, you ain't a real lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. Our bodies betray us sometimes.
Happened to me too.
Yep.
Just call from my phone.
Okay.
Our bodies, yeah. All right, so I think you pretty much missed out of it, but did you wanna go over it again? I think she pretty much said that, what you were gonna say.
She said, I use that word.
Yeah, she's,
I mean, no one.
no, you're all good. She agreed with you. She said,
Sit with her until fire and rescue get here.
Yeah.
Like you need to.
I think he didn't say that one line. You did get to this part and I
Let her
think he,
hear that.
Yeah.
So that she'll know when I ask her, she can say.
yeah, we can move back right on that.
Okay.
No worries. I have all these.
Okay. Hopefully that'll. Yeah.
Can you guys see that external real quick? Sorry.
I'm fine. She's in the conference. No, yeah, the EMS are with her. They're taking her by the. I haven't told anybody yet. Mr. Linsky's, so if you can text somebody at the office to let them know what's going on. But yeah, we're recent. Sorry, Judge.
No, not at all. What's the latest?
EMS is where they're finishing up taking her vital signs, so we'll have an update momentarily, I think.
And I mean, is she saying anything in particular?
I overheard over the door that they were asking her if she has any questions for them. They were finishing up taking her vital signs, so I think it's speak to Miss Davis. So,
Okay.
but I think we're wrapping up in there. Yeah.
She wants to come in and,
The EMS, they need just another minute to finish up.
no, I understand that completely. I'm just, is there any preference on how y'all want to proceed?
I think the plan with interviewing examining the other witnesses and then coming back to Sergeant Barry is still the way to go.
And so you would be handling the cross of Dr. Sullivan and Jarvis. All right. And I'm fine to do that if you are. And is Mr. Teasley in the area?
I think he might be back at
Yeah, he's probably back 12:45.
because he went to grab something to eat, I believe. He's not. He'll be back.
Mhm.
No. I need your help with some of that. It's real simple, but I probably need you to, when I stand up, just come sit in my seat, if you don't mind. So let me show you something real quick, Wayne. Mr. President, talk about this. Easy, but.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm good. Yeah, I bet I'm so much better. Thank you all for all y'all's concern and consideration. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, you still want to do Sullivan and Jarvis.
Oh. Part one of that is just showing up. Thanks for allowing me to come in. Yeah.
Kind of quiet. Let me get on my turn.
I haven't had a chance to fresh Barry on nothing. I haven't seen her since we broke for lunch, so,
She's actually on the first floor.
um,
She went to go grab like, I think something to eat.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Plug in? Yeah, you haven't seen one of our days where we really feel like we're doing thousands of videos. For whatever reason, those tend to be our civil days. We'll stack like here and take the back results.
Should be back here.
Oh, she is,
About one.
yeah, she, I think
So
she
we
wants.
won't be wasting some more time on doing that.
Yeah, she said she come, yeah, she was gonna say it, and she.
Been doing it. It's really just all that's needed. I don't know. There's the civil word we can do. I asked for a lot. Me too.
No, you're not.
Question.
So what keeps it close to me? Yeah, civil trial. Let's see what one of those is like.
Have this PowerPoint up?
Yeah, we don't, they usually don't have them, but we've been blessed. All right, we're ready? All right, we are back on the record after our lunch break. All parties and all counsel are present. Before we broke, Ms. Hornsby Culpepper needed a minute, more than just a minute, but I think we had some issues with blood sugar, but I've been told that you've been able to have some folks look at you and you're feeling back up to speed. All right, but of course I want to emphasize anything we need to do to accommodate you going forward, anything you need to do in the courtroom or anywhere you need to be, just take advantage of that, okay?
Said that might have been an issue.
All right,
And I'm gonna step outside until after this time.
understood.
Thank you.
And so with the agreement of counsel, I believe our path forward is we're going to be pausing the testimony of Sergeant Barry. And we're going to be proceeding first with Dr. Sullivan, who is here now. And so I think we would go ahead and have her come to the stand. And I believe defense counsel had requested a brief voir dire on 702 foundation issues. And as to the, go ahead and come on down, Dr. Sullivan. And so as to that issue, we'll have her sworn and hear that initial testimony outside the presence of the jury.
Swear upon the testimony in the matter of this case.
I do.
For the record, state your name, spell your name, for the record.
Karen Sullivan, KarenSullivan.
All right, I'll just go ahead and lead this off. So Dr. Sullivan, have you been asked by the state to form an opinion concerning the death of a Dravian Matthews?
Yes.
All right. And in coming to that opinion, what sources of information did you review?
The autopsy photos, the pre-autopsy radiographs, and Dr. Hellman's autopsy report.
And after reviewing those materials, did you come to your own independent conclusions?
I did.
All right. So from there, I'll allow Mr. Simonov, you can take it from there.
Dr. Sullivan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you reviewed the autopsy photos, videographs, and autopsy report,
Yes.
and you were able to form expert opinions based on that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to go into your qualifications. I think we're fine with that part of it. My question is this: based on the autopsy photos, can you come to an expert opinion as to the cause and manner of death of the listed victim,
Yes.
just off the photos?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Mr. Matthews had a number of entrance and exit wounds on his body. The most grievous, for lack of a better term, were 3 entrance wounds on his torso, 1 on his back, 2 on the right side of his chest/abdomen. Looking at the exit wound of the on the left side of the chest matches with the entrance wound on the right side of Mr. Matthews' back. I can use my medical knowledge to say that the injured organs were 1 or both of the lungs, the heart, and the major vessels that leave the base of the heart.
And what methods are you using to determine that exactly?
Medical education of human anatomy, in addition to training in forensic pathology and my use of forensic pathology over the last 20 years.
Right, and that's the qualification. I'm talking about methods. You're just looking at the photos, correct? To determine that.
Correct.
There's no other methods that you used, like you weren't there to perform an internal examination, to actually look at the bullet wounds themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Judge, I think the state's going to be moving to admit an X-ray photo as well. It's going to be State's Exhibit 106. But you didn't take that X-ray either, did you?
That is correct.
And from the X-ray itself, from the image in the X-ray, can you tell whose body that is definitively off of just the X-ray photo?
The X-ray photo has the Fulton County case number and the decedent's name on it.
But you didn't put that on there.
No,
And you didn't, not to phrase it insensitively, but you didn't put the body in the X-ray machine.
that is correct.
Okay. You're not the one that performed that testing at all.
That is correct.
Okay. Now you can testify and form an expert opinion based solely on the photos of the cause and manner of death. You said that, correct?
That is correct.
And it's based off of your examination solely of the photos.
Correct.
You're a supervisor at the ME's office, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, which means that you actually supervise other medical examiners who perform autopsies.
That is correct.
And you even peer review autopsies. Is that right?
That is correct.
Tell me about the peer review process.
Well, on any particular day, one of the forensic pathologists in the office is called the pathologist on duty or the pathologist of the day. And that person takes questions from investigators. Also, for example, if I had an autopsy report that needed to be reviewed, I would send an electronic an email to the POD saying, please review autopsy number 2025-1.
And what does that review consist of?
That consists of looking at the photos and also reviewing my autopsy draft to make sure that there's no obvious mistakes that I've made in that.
Let me ask you this. This is hypothetical, but because you're an expert, I believe you can answer this. If you had someone that contacted you for a peer review, and all they did in your office was not look at the body, not do an internal examination, never be in the same room with the body of a decedent, but had a photographer with your office, forensic photographer with your office, take photos of the body and review those photos, and then submit a report opining on cause and manner of death and other details of the injuries, just based solely on that. Would you sign off on that report?
No,
Why not?
because the decedent needs to be examined both internally and externally by that pathologist.
And is it standard practice in the field to conduct those examinations before opinions on cause and manner of death are presented and then details about the injuries are written up?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so it would be a deviation from that standard in the field to have someone base their opinions, their expert opinions on the cause and manner of death solely on those photos taken by that ME photographer.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, were you able to form any other opinions aside from cause and manner of death based on the photos alone? As to the nature of the injuries?
Well, that they were gunshot wounds,
Right.
other than, I don't think I'm understanding your
Okay,
question.
let me specify. Are you aware of what stippling is?
Yes,
Okay, can you explain that?
stippling are scrapes in the skin
I think we can
produced.
skip that. Let's
Okay.
go to the next question.
Understood, Judge. Are you able to form an opinion on any forensic conclusions as to stippling or distance of the shots based on an examination solely of the photos?
No, that's out of my purview. I can say that the stippling is there and measure it, but in order for a definitive determination of how far a weapon is from the person being shot, a ballistic examiner would need to test fire the gun with the similar ammunition.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to provide an expert opinion as to distance of the shooter, stippling on the wounds, gunpowder residue, or anything without at least being hands-on with the body or consulting with a ballistics expert?
Well, I can give opinions as to ranges of fire of the weapon from the person being shot, but a definitive saying that the weapon was 2.5 inches from the person, that I cannot do. I can
Okay.
give a range.
So in your conclusions in this case, what could you give an opinion as to range based solely on again, on a review of the photos?
Well, one of the gunshot wounds on the right lateral surface of the torso was a contact gunshot wound because there was gunpowder particles on Mr. Matthews' skin.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. If someone came to that conclusion in your capacity as supervisor in the ME's office, based solely at looking at that photo, without being hands-on with the body, without consulting with a ballistics expert, would you sign off on that conclusion as their supervisor?
No, the person needed to have done, the pathologist needed to have performed the autopsy.
I think that's all I have for the moment, Judge, subject to recross.
Mr. Atkins, do you have anything you want to?
I'm gonna be
Wait,
very
two.
brief, Your Honor. Is Dr. Sullivan, and I guess, am I on cross, Your Honor? Okay.
You want to clear up any point?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a hostile
Okay.
witness, Judge.
Dr. Sullivan, defense counsel had asked you about, would you sign off on as a report, and do you recall those questions?
Yes,
Are you able to, irregardless of if you would sign off on it, as the chief Fulton County Medical Examiner, can you, looking at the photographs, with your training and experience, recognize searing, suit, close contact, things of that nature?
yes,
And with your training and experience, based on that, do you know the general ranges as a forensic pathologist of what those various searing, suit, stippling, or others that you may see, range of discharge would be from a muzzle flash?
yes, I do.
And based on what you just stated, therefore, are you able to determine the general range of fire from the photographs alone and your
Already said
knowledge?
she can do that. So,
Yes,
Dr.
Your
Sullivan, let me ask you: is there a distinction between the the confidence or the procedure where you think it's appropriate to sign off on a report versus offering an expert opinion? Is there a distinction between those two things?
Yes.
Then why is there a distinction, or how is there a distinction?
Well, signing off on the report as the peer reviewer, the pathologist that did the autopsy needed to have been present and having done the autopsy to do and give an expert opinion using the photographs that were taken during the autopsy, both internal and external. I can form an opinion as to the decedent's cause of death.
All right, and that opinion may not be sufficient to be the official autopsy report, but that's separate and a different thing than the autopsy report itself. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, and now I'm confused.
I know, as am I. So you're saying that, we shouldn't be basing the official autopsy reports based on photos alone. You have to have handled or looked at the body.
Correct.
But that is something that is separate from offering an opinion based on photos, an outside opinion, essentially.
Separate, but it's similar. Giving my expert opinion and being a peer reviewer using the photographs, I think are the same thing. But as the peer reviewer, if Dr. A says, yeah, I was in DC and I watched over Zoom as the autopsy happened, then I'm not signing co-signing on the autopsy report as the peer reviewer. If I'm asked about this autopsy report in court, looking at the photographs, I can give my opinion regardless of what may have happened before, based on what I'm seeing on the decedent's body.
All right. And so from there, Mr. Simonoff, if you want to make your objections for the record.
Well, Judge, I have like a two-question.
Okay, go ahead.
Follow-up questions from the court's examination. Dr. Sullivan, do medical examiner's offices, yours included, function as sort of the forefront of the field of forensic pathology? I guess, are they the standard that is set in criminal cases? They are the ones that usually do autopsies and opine on cause and manner of death and various different forensic evidence related to the bodies of the decedents.
Yes.
Okay. And if someone were in your office as kind of the standards and the experts in this professional line of work were to opine without doing an autopsy, just based on ME photographer photos as to manner, cause of death, stippling, nature of injuries, all of these things, would you consider that soundly grounded in the principles and methodology of your field?
Not as the peer reviewer or the original pathologist, but if someone else came into our office and reviewed autopsy report, photos, etc., regardless of what may or may not have happened before, that person, I believe, can opine as to the cause and manner of death.
But that's because of their training and experience, not because of the methodologies that they've applied necessarily. Because they didn't apply the methodologies, didn't perform the autopsy, right?
Yeah, perhaps I'm being obtuse, but I'm looking at this as a continuum on a spectrum of where any particular pathologist comes into the process. So no, it's not the standard of care to opine as to a cause and manner of death and render an autopsy report without having done the autopsy in a homicide case.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
All right, defense counsel.
So Judge, I am going to make a formal objection, as to 702, 703. There is evidence now that Dr. Sullivan has testified that, I mean, she herself in her office, which she identified as the place where forensic pathology occurs. These are the experts that do these things in almost every single criminal case. Certainly in the state of Georgia. They are the ones that set the standards for intellectual rigor demanded by experts in this professional line of work. She said she will not sign off on an opinion as to cause of death or nature of injuries based on someone just reviewing photos, because that is not a rigorous method. We got to that, the very last question is, this is not a methodology that's grounded in the principles of the field of forensic pathology. I think that there's no question as to her qualifications, and the state kept trying to bring that back to that, but we're not talking about qualifications. That's not the nature of my objection. I think Dr. Sullivan is eminently qualified to do an autopsy and then opine on cause of death, but this methodology is not reliable. That is the nature of my objection. That is the focus of my objection, is simply looking at photos doesn't meet the standards for intellectual rigor demanded by experts in this professional line of work. It does not conform to applicable professional standards, as testified by Dr. Sullivan herself, saying that she wouldn't sign off on a report if somebody produced it and opined on cause of death or nature of injuries in her own office. And as the reviewer, I think that is testimony that goes towards what are the professional standards in that field, because she runs that office. She peer reviews things, autopsies. And if someone came to her and said, I just looked at the photos that the forensic photographer took, she would not sign off on that because it doesn't meet professional standards in the field.
Judge McAfee, may I say something?
But why do you know?
Well, I know we have, and I can let you follow up on it. I mean, I think this would be helpful to have. I think we're not ourselves. I've never conducted an autopsy, and so I would welcome additional input. Mr. Simon, I would allow you to follow up on anything the witness has to say. So, Dr. Sullivan.
Objective.
Understood. You can continue.
Well, if I go to the doctor and have a breast biopsy and it comes back as cancer and I get a second opinion, the second doctor is going to look at the pathology report that I received from the first physician. They're not going to go back and do another biopsy of the breast and get more tissue and do another series of testing. So in my opinion, this is equivalent to getting a second opinion from a doctor.
So there is one distinction you made there that is, I think, an issue, is you said that he would look at the biopsy photos and the reports by the first doctor.
I would look at the biopsy report from the first doctor.
Now, if it was just the photos, what do you think? Biopsy.
If I go to get a second opinion about a cancer diagnosis, there aren't photos that are taken. There's a biopsy report.
Okay, so if that report is out and they're forced to look at the slides or whatever are taken of the matter involved that was taken, and I'm not a doctor, so I'm not sure exactly how a biopsy works.
So then they can get the original slides, which in this case would be the equivalent to the photos, look at them or have them examined by the second pathologist to render a diagnosis.
But those aren't
Which is
photos, are
the photos would be equivalent to the tissue slides.
And the biopsy is in the medical field.
And this is the medical field.
But forensic pathology itself is not just like going to the doctor. I mean, people don't go to the morgue to get a biopsy, right?
We are medical doctors.
I understand that.
And what we do is equivalent to what happens with the living people, except our patients, for lack of a better term, are no longer living.
Understood. Is there an additional component then that relates to forensics and issuing opinions, not just as to the nature of the body, but the nature of the injuries? We talk about range and all of these other things that are beyond the ken of just purely dealing with organs and tissue in forensic pathology.
I'm not sure that I'm following you, but for example, if someone has cancer and there are a number, in addition to looking at the tissue slides, a number of additional ancillary tests that can be done, and the second doctor is using that information and or getting extra tissue that's left over to do their own testing. This is similar to getting a second opinion. That's what being a peer reviewer is, and what me giving my conclusions as to the cause and manner of death is.
And would you agree that forensic pathology is a subset of the medical field then? I mean, it's not the same as being just a GP or an oncologist. It's a different subfield. Still a medical doctor. I'm not saying you're not a medical doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that forensic pathology is its own subfield?
It is.
Of medical work. Okay. You go to conferences to get your accreditation for forensic pathology, right?
Correct.
You don't go to general medical conferences as other doctors do.
You could, and get continuing medical education.
Doing medical education,
Mm-hmm.
but you yourself go to one specifically targeted for forensic pathology, right?
Every once in a while, I go to some others.
Okay. But generally speaking.
In general, yes.
That's all I have, Jeff.
All right. I think at this point, the objection is preserved. However, I do believe that this testimony is going to establish the foundation of 702 and the confrontation clause to the extent that is applicable. Again, as previously laid out, assuming that this would be considered testimonial, I don't think that completely eviscerates what an expert is allowed to rely on under 703, and I think that the gatekeeping function under 702 is satisfied here, and that there is a distinction between being able to satisfy the standards of being the original pathologist or peer reviewer and having a different training or experience and methods in order to just give an opinion. And so many of these issues in my mind go to the weight, not the admissibility, and the full range of these objections that are preserved for the record. So with that, I believe we need to, we'll move forward. And so
Before we call the jury, and I think previously I'd asked that Dr. Sullivan be instructed on what references she can and can't make in front of the jury, specifically.
Understood. So Dr. Sullivan, again, you've had and you've obviously signed off on the report before, but before you would attempt to echo any conclusions from it or read from it or anything like that, that's what we want to refrain from. And so just answer the questions asked and only the questions asked, and be mindful if there are any objections that we stop testifying, as I know you've done this hundreds of times before.
Okay.
All right.
Finally, I'm sorry, I apologize, Judge. There's this X-ray photo that I want to also just address because I think this will be more efficient than tying up the jurors with it. I'm going to be objecting to that as the state tries to tender it through Dr. Sullivan, because I don't think there's going to be any foundation. She didn't participate in the creation of the X-ray photo. It hasn't been admitted through the ME photographer. It is labeled with the victim's name.
Yeah. How would you be laying the foundation for it?
So Your Honor, this photograph was provided to me by Dr. Sullivan herself, who retrieved it from the regular course of business Fulton County Medical Examiner that she's the chief of. So with the case file, they have been regularly stored for, and I'll defer to Dr. Sullivan how long, but the Fulton County Medical Examiner has a process for the collection and saving of photographs, x-rays, projectiles. And so Dr. Sullivan retrieved this x-ray from the Fulton County ME's digital database or archives of this that they record. And Dr. Sullivan, I'll defer to you if those are
No, I
ever
don't need
destroyed.
anything more than that. So, what would be the basis of the objection if she identifies it as an X-ray that she pulled that is connected to the file within the ME's office that she leads?
Well, the objection is that she wasn't there when this photograph was collected and or this X-ray was performed. So she has no basis to testify what actual body is in the machine, again, besides the labeling that happened after the fact by the way, we don't know who. So there's no, she wasn't involved in the creation of this photograph. You know, a similar objection came up with Sergeant Barry and the crime scene tech, except that Sergeant Barry at least had the opportunity to be there and oversee that collection of bullets and other physical evidence. But Dr. Sullivan didn't have that opportunity. So I think it's a very similar line, except that the situation here is different. And I would object when the state tries to introduce that photo through Dr. Sullivan. They could potentially get the X-ray tech up here to lay the foundation and authenticate this photo. But I don't think that Dr. Sullivan has that, didn't have any part in its creation. So I would object to that, Judge.
All right, any response, Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor. For authentication purposes, this item, and the reason that Dr. Sullivan can authenticate it is not because it's an X-ray photograph, but because it has the regularly transcribed and recorded documentation on it. But not only that, she personally retrieved it from where medical records are stored in the Fulton County ME's database. And she is the best equipped to know how that storage process works. And she can authenticate that this is the X-ray associated with the autopsy of Dravion Matthews, because she can, to authenticate it, one, where she retrieved it from, it probably is a process for that, but two, she can cross-reference if needed to authenticate the autopsy report, was there projectiles in this case, what was retrieved, and validate the date, time, and there is numbers on here that I do not know what they pertain to, but they may pertain to Fulton County ME database processes. There's a date and 4 digits, and there's obviously the case number. So I believe that Dr. Sullivan, and I don't know exactly if she physically walked to an archive, or I know their files probably digitized, so she may be able to lay the foundation. I haven't specifically asked her where she retrieved this item, but she personally gave it to me. So that,
All right.
I think that's
Understood. So under the, as I'm hearing it, this is a pure authentication question, the standard being laid out in Rule 901, and the proponent needing to make a prima facie case that the document is what it purports to be, and all questions from there, and as to its weight, ultimately go to the fact finder. So we'll see the foundation that you lay, but I would say I'm likely to admit it based on the facts that you have proffered so far.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what else? Anything else? All right, let's bring in the jury. Deputy Scott.
Hopefully, let's see, put a picture up. Okay.
All right, here.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Thank you, members of the jury, for your patience as we worked on some things in here. First, I'll tell you that Ms. Hornsby Culpepper is fine. She's just stepping out for now while we deal with some other aspects of the trial. And she should be back with us later this afternoon. But for now, because we have some different logistical schedules we have to juggle, we are pausing the testimony of Sergeant Barry. And the state is going to call one, potentially two other witnesses before we resume that testimony. And so with that, state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Chief Fulton County Medical Examiner, Dr. Karen Sullivan.
I do.
Please state your name, spell your name for the court.
Karen Sullivan, KarenSullivan.
Afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
I'm the chief medical examiner at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And how long have you held that position at the Fulton County ME's office?
I've been the chief since the spring of 21, I believe.
And what are your primary duties and responsibilities as the chief medical examiner?
I have a number of administrative duties because I'm also the department head for the office. And I also perform autopsies and external examinations on individuals.
Now, before becoming the chief medical examiner, when did you first start with Fulton County ME's office?
I did my forensic pathology year of training there in the academic year 2002, 2003. And then I stayed on part-time until October of 2007. And in that time, I was also doing hospital-based pathology out in Conyers. And then I became a full-time employee of the Fulton County ME's office in October of 2007.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's degree from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then after graduating from Morehouse, I did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory, and then an additional year of forensic pathology training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And Dr. Sullivan, is your specialty forensic pathology?
It is.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of disease and injury on a person's body to determine their cause and manner of death.
Are you board certified, Dr. Sullivan?
I am.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to forensic pathology?
I am.
What are those?
The National Association of Medical Examiners.
And have you testified in court before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
More than 100.
And how many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed myself or supervised pathology residents and fellows approximately 4,000 autopsies.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender as an expert in forensic pathology, Chief Fulton County Medical Examiner, Dr. Sullivan.
Any other objections than those previously noted and preserved for the record, Mr. Simonoff?
None, Your Honor, we just asked the objection to be preserved.
All right, state may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Sullivan, can you explain to the jury how is an autopsy conducted?
Well, an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of a person's body to determine their cause and manner of death. So when someone's death is reported to our office, either by a police agency or a hospital, one of the investigators in our office will take the information and then present that information at a morning conference to the doctors who decide for these deceased individuals what kind of examination they may need in order to determine the cause and manner of death. So the autopsy starts with overall photographs of a person as they are received in the office from their right and left-hand sides. Then after the body is unclothed, the pathologist or the doctor is looking at the person doing an external examination. And so the external examination is much like you would get when you go to the doctor or take your child to the doctor, looking at a person's height, weight, their body habitus, and any external evidence of natural disease or injury. And then after the doctor has finished the external examination, then the photographer, or at the same time that the doctor is doing the external examination, the photographer is taking photographs of any natural disease or injury that is pointed out by the doctor. Then once the doctor is completed with the external examination and autopsy photographs have been completed, then the internal examination is done where the decedent's organs are removed by one of the forensic technicians in the office so that the doctor can examine each of those organs again, looking for natural disease processes and injuries.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, how many manners of death are there and how are they classified?
Well, there are natural deaths, for example, someone who has a heart attack or cancer. Manner of death can be an accident. For example, people who die of injuries from a car accident or a drug overdose. Suicide, if a person injures themselves intentionally to take their life. A homicide, if a second person injures a first person and takes their life. And then some cases, you cannot determine a manner of death. And so these will be called undetermined because the pathologist may not have enough information as to how any particular injury may occur, or the condition of the body precludes definitive determination as to the manner of death. For example, someone who was camping and is now markedly decomposed, skeletonized at a camping site.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, are you here to testify about some autopsy photographs conducted on a Dravian Matthews?
I am.
And I wanted to publish at this time State's Exhibit 54 and ask you, when a body is received at the Fulton County ME's office, is it sealed or unsealed, or what's that process like?
The body is sealed if the person has been pronounced dead at the scene where they are found. Then the investigator in our office seals the bag. If someone has gone to the hospital, once the transport company that Fulton County contracts with brings the decedent into the office, then the investigator will seal the body bag then.
And as I bring up State's Exhibit 54, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to ask you a quick question. This seal, Dr. Sullivan, is this in relation to Dravion Matthews we were discussing?
Yes,
And is this common for procedure to have this tag and take a photograph of it when you do autopsies at the Fulton County ME's office?
yes, it is.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 55 in one brief second. When autopsies are conducted, is there a Fulton County ME case number associated with this case?
Yes.
What is that?
In this case, it's 22-1267.
And is that documented in photograph State's Exhibit 55?
Yes, there's a placard on the decedent's chest that has the case number.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 56, and I wanted to ask you, was there multiple gunshot wounds in this case?
There were.
Now, for ease of testifying or understanding which ones we're discussing, I'm going to use numbers, but Dr. Sullivan, are you able to determine the order of gunshots as a forensic pathologist in terms of which shot happened first or second?
No.
So when we use numbers, as in the gunshot wound number 1 or 2, that's just a way to, is that just a way to ensure yourself and I are on the same page?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to begin with asking you what is depicted in State's 56 in relation to what I'll call gunshot wound number 1.
This is the back of Mr. Matthews' left ankle.
And are you able, with this photograph, do you know if this is an entry or an exit wound?
There is both an entry and an exit wound in this photograph.
And Dr. Sullivan, you may be able to get that touchscreen up yourself, but I can come help you if needed.
No, I think I got it.
Okay. Now, Dr. Sullivan, are you able to determine, or let me ask you something before we go further. Are you familiar with the term suit?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, when a gun is fired, the combustion or burning of the gunpowder is what propels the bullet down the muzzle of the gun and out of the gun. Soot are gaseous particles, much like ash that's created by burning wood in a fireplace. And that can deposit on a person's skin or clothing depending on how far the muzzle of the gun is from the person who is shot.
And Dr. Sullivan, is there any documented soot in this case or in this photograph?
There is not.
And I want to ask you about stippling. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
Well, stippling are scrapes in the skin created by burning and unburnt gunpowder particles that strike the skin as they are exiting the muzzle of the gun.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 57 and ask you what is depicted in this photograph.
Well, here just above or below the placard, that's a ruler with the case number, is an entrance wound that I've circled there in green.
And how can you determine that's an entrance wound?
Entrance wounds tend to have scrapes or abrasions around them as the bullet is entering the body. Exit wounds tend to not have those abrasions because the bullet is piercing the skin from the inside out.
And are you able to determine, Dr. Sullivan, the direction of travel for this gunshot wound?
Yes.
What was the direction of travel for it?
Well, we're looking at here the back of Mr. Matthews' ankle, and here on what we call the lateral malleolus, which is that bump that you feel on the outside of your ankle, is the exit wound here. So that's the exit. This is the entrance. So this bullet went from the back towards the front, from the right-hand side towards the left, and slightly upward.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 58. is this, State's Exhibit 58, is this another photograph of what we were just discussing?
Another photograph of a next set of gunshot wounds.
Yes, Dr. Sullivan. Can you describe what this depicts?
Okay, there's an entrance wound. This is Mr. Matthews' left leg. This is the outside of the left leg where there's an entrance wound and an exit wound here towards the front of the leg. So that's the exit. This is the entrance.
And in that particular photograph, is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes,
And is there any soot or stippling in this wound?
no, this is the exit, I believe.
Okay.
Hey, Judge, this is State's Exhibit 59 for the record. Sorry, you switched the photo.
Continue.
Oh, it was not intentional. Thank you. Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 60. And with where the Fulton County Emmy ruler is, what is that wound?
This is the entrance.
Understood. Now, I want to ask you, are you able to determine the range of fire for this gunshot wound?
Yes, in this case, there was stippling associated with the edge of the wound. In this area, there are small scrapes in the skin.
And Dr. Sullivan, what does stippling, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 61. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes, here's the area of stippling.
And Dr. Sullivan, what are you able to determine in terms of the range of fire for stippling?
For stippling in general, for handguns, the muzzle of the weapon is between 1 and 3 feet away from the person who is being shot.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, where I'm standing, is this closer or farther than 1 to 3 feet?
That's farther.
And where was this gunshot wound, Dr. Sullivan, in terms of on the body?
This is the outside of the left leg.
And what was the trajectory of this gunshot wound?
This gunshot wound went from back to front, left to right, and downward.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I want to move to what I'll call gunshot wound number 3. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 62. Now, can you tell the jury what we are looking at here?
Here, Mr. Matthews is face down on the autopsy table. So you're looking at his right thigh, and there are 3 entrance wounds on the lateral surface of the right thigh and buttock. And then the one here at the bottom is the more posterior part of the thigh, or the back of the thigh.
And what is the third gunshot wound, or the one where the Fulton County Emmy measuring tape is, in terms of what type of wound is it?
That's an entrance wound.
Okay.
Each of these are entrance wounds.
And is any of these graze wounds?
No.
Okay. And are you able to determine any range of fire from these shots?
No, none of these entrance wounds had soot or stippling associated with them.
And when you have gunshot wounds without soot or stippling, how do you classify the range of fire?
As indeterminate or distant range.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 63. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
It is.
And this is an entrance wound.
That is.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 64. Is this wound, Dr. Sullivan, the exit wound corresponding with what we just discussed?
Yes, it is. Here, Mr. Matthews is now face up on the autopsy table. So you're looking at the inside of his right thigh, and this is an exit wound.
And so, given those two things, what is the direction of travel for this gunshot wound?
From right to left, slightly back to front and downward.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to move to ask you a couple questions. This is a close-up of what we were just discussing in terms of the exit wound.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 66. And Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to move to what I will call gunshot wound number 4. Where is this on Dravion Matthews' body?
But this is the back of the Mr. Matthews' right hand or wrist.
And is this an entry or exit wound?
That is an entry wound.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 67. Is this a close-up of that injury we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Is there any soot or stippling in this gunshot wound?
No, there is not.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 68 and ask you what is depicted in State's Exhibit 68.
This is the palm of the right hand, and it's an exit wound.
So what is the direction of travel, Dr. Sullivan, with this particular injury?
From back to front and downward.
And this is the right hand?
It is.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to move to what I'll classify as gunshot wound number 5. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 69 and ask you, where is this gunshot on Dravion Matthews' body?
This is the right-hand side of his back.
And is this, and I'll publish State's Exhibit 70, is this a close-up of what we were just discussing on the upper back?
Yes, this is an entrance wound.
And how are you able to determine it's an entrance wound, Dr. Sullivan?
Because of this abrasion, this pink area that surrounds the entrance wound that's greatest in thickness or width where I've circled it.
And is there any soot or stippling in this wound, Dr. Sullivan, this gunshot wound?
There is not.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 69, or excuse me, 70. What is this, Dr. Sullivan?
I'm sorry, this,
Oh, sorry, it's lagging on me, my apologies. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 71. Was there an exit wound for the gunshot wound we were just discussing?
yes.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 71?
This is an exit wound on the left side of Mr. Matthews' chest.
So the entry wound was the right upper back and the exit wound is the left upper chest?
Yes.
What is the direction of travel, Dr. Sullivan, for this gunshot wound?
From back to front, right to left, and seems to be very minimal vertical up-down deviation.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 72 and ask you, is this a close-up of the exit wound we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to ask you about gunshot wound number 6, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 73. What do we have here, Dr. Sullivan?
This is a entrance wound on the inside or medial surface of Mr. Matthews' left arm. And there's a projectile that is right here, stuck, less, for lack of a better term, to the subcutaneous tissue.
And Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 74. Is this that same injury gunshot wound we were just discussing, but with the projectile removed?
Yes, it is.
And is this an entrance wound?
It is.
Is there any soot or stippling to determine range of fire for this shot?
No, there is not.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 75. Is that a close-up of what we were just discussing, Dr. Sullivan?
It is.
And that's a projectile as depicted.
Yes.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 76 and ask you, is this the same wound but without the projectile removed?
With the
With the projectile removed.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I want to move to what's classified, I'll classify as gunshot wound number 7. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 77. And I'm going to ask you, what do we have as depicted in this photograph?
Well, there are 2 entrance wounds on the right side of Mr. Matthews' torso. And you can also see 2 of the gunshot wounds that we discussed before on the right buttock and thigh.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, we will get to one of these, but what is the difference between the 2 on the outside of the torso? Do you see those 2 gunshot wounds, Dr. Sullivan?
Yes.
What is on the gunshot wound on the, like, what's the difference between, why is there a darkened circle around the one on the top versus the bottom? What is the darkened circle, Your Honor? Dr. Sullivan, is the circle on the top a little darker in this gunshot wound in Dravian Matthews?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because there is soot deposition on the skin.
Now, what does soot deposition on the skin indicate in terms of range of fire?
That it's a contact or near contact range gunshot wound. So the muzzle of the gun in general for handguns is a foot or less away from the person who is shot.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I am going to publish State's Exhibit 78. And is this a close-up of what we were just discussing? This particular photograph focused on the one on the bottom.
Yes, it is.
And this is an entrance wound?
It is an entrance wound, yes.
And what was the direction of travel? Was there any exit?
There was not an exit for this gunshot wound, and the projectile went from right to left, back to front, and slightly downward.
And Dr. Sullivan, I am going to publish State's Exhibit 79. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is the more superior or higher of the 2 entrance wounds on the right side of Mr. Matthews' torso, and this is an indeterminate or distant range entrance wound.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I want to move to what I'll classify as State's Exhibit or gunshot wound 8, but publishing State's Exhibit 8E. Is this, what type of gunshot wound is this, Dr. Sullivan, like in terms of, is there perforating, penetrating types of gunshots, and what does that mean?
Well, penetrating means that the projectile entered the body and then stayed there. Perforating means there's both an entrance and an exit wound associated with the gunshot wound.
And Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 81. And is this what you were just, what we had discussed a little earlier about the gunshot wound with the soot deposited around it?
It is.
And this particular gunshot wound is on what part of the body?
The right side of the torso.
And was there any exit for this gunshot wound?
There was not.
So, and when there's not an exit, what does that mean in terms of projectiles?
Then a projectile is still in the body.
And Dr. Sullivan, I want to ask you this particular direction of travel for this close contact wound from soot. What is it?
From right to left, back to front, and downward.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Now, I want to turn to what I'll classify as gunshot wound number 9. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 83 in just 1 second. Is State's Exhibit 82 another photograph of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 83 and ask you, where is this gunshot wound on the body?
This is Mr. Matthews' left groin.
I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 84. And is that a close-up of that gunshot wound?
It is.
And was there any soot or stippling on this injury?
There was not.
And are you able to determine the range of fire for that gunshot wound?
Then that means that the muzzle of the gun was 3 or more feet away from Mr. Matthews, or the gunpowder particles were filtered out by clothing.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 85 and ask you a question. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 85?
This is a projectile here. You can see that lump in the skin. And the incision, that opening, is been made by the pathologist in order to retrieve the projectile. That projectile corresponds to this entrance wound that we saw previously.
And Dr. Sullivan, because of that, what is the direction of travel for this gunshot wound?
From right to left, front to back, and slightly downward.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 86. Is this a close-up of what you were discussing in terms of the projectile in the body of Dravion Matthews?
Yes, it is.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I want to turn your attention or ask you a couple questions about gunshot wound, what I'll call number 10. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 87. Earlier, you had discussed 3 gunshot wounds. Is this one of those 3?
Yes, it is.
And where the Fulton County ME placard, for lack of a better word, is this the gunshot wound we're discussing here?
Yes, it is.
And what part of the body is this gunshot wound?
This is the lateral surface of the right thigh. Mr. Matthews is laying face down on the examination table. So you can call this the right thigh or the right buttock.
And are you able to determine the range of fire for this gunshot wound?
It was also an indeterminate or distant range of fire because neither soot nor stippling is on the skin.
And was there an exit wound for this gunshot wound?
There was not.
And are you able to determine the direction of travel, Dr. Sullivan?
From right to left and slightly downward.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 88 and turn your attention or ask you a question about State's Exhibit 88. What is this?
This is an entrance gunshot wound.
And where is it?
The right thigh.
Is there any soot or gunpowder stippling present?
There is not.
Is there any exit wound associated with this gunshot wound?
No.
Are you able to determine the direction of travel for this shot?
Also from right to left, back to front, and slightly downward.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 89. Where is this gunshot wound?
This is the back or posterior surface of Mr. Matthews' right thigh.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 90. Is this a close-up of that gunshot wound?
It is.
And where is this gunshot wound on the body?
On the back of the right thigh.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 91 and ask you a question, Dr. Sullivan. And while I have State's Exhibit 91 published, I'm going to approach you and ask you a question of what is depicted in State's Exhibit 91.
Projectiles that were recovered from Mr. Matthews' body during the autopsy.
And Dr. Sullivan, I'm approaching you for the record what's marked in State's Exhibit 98 and 98 Alpha. And I want to ask you just a couple of questions, Dr. Sullivan, about is there any, or let me ask you this, in the Fulton County ME's office, do you have a specific process for collecting and preserving projectiles and autopsies that you conduct?
Yes.
What is that procedure and process?
Well, once the projectile is recovered, then the pathologist will direct the photographer to make a photograph of the projectile with which he or she has labeled an identification tag that has the decedent's name, case number, and where the projectile was recovered from.
And is that the standard operating procedure for how projectiles are collected, marked, and preserved at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes,
And do you see markations or case numbers that are associated with the second photograph I published in your testimony that had the Fulton County ME case number associated with this case?
yes, I do.
And so are you able to recognize these, or do you recognize these as being related to a specific case?
Yes.
And what was the victim in that case?
Dravion Matthews.
Now, and what's the Fulton County ME case number?
2022-01267.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, how many projectiles in total are before you on those exhibits?
6.
And how many projectiles are on the screen on State's Exhibit 91?
6.
And Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as State's Exhibit 106 and ask you a couple questions. At the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, is your case files or scientific data collected or anything related to a case of an autopsy stored in a specific manner?
Yes.
How is it stored?
Well, the photographs, x-rays, autopsy reports are stored on the Fulton County's server
And how long are they stored for?
indefinitely.
And are you able, as the Chief Fulton County Medical Examiner, to retrieve or access photographs, reports, data, anything you need to related to a specific autopsy case number?
Yes.
And when projectiles are retrieved from a body, is an X-ray taken?
An x-ray is taken actually before the autopsy starts to document the presence or absence of projectiles in homicide cases.
And at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, when an X-ray photograph is taken, is there any unique markations on the X-ray printout?
Yes, the case number and the decedent's name.
And before testifying here today, were you able to retrieve the X-ray photograph associated with the autopsy from Dravion Matthews?
Yes.
And do you recognize State's Exhibit 106 that's before you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a photograph of Mr. Matthews' x-ray. It has his case number and name on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photographic X-ray associated with the autopsy conducted for Dravion Matthews as related to this ME case number?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 106 at this time.
Subject to the objections already raised. Any further objections?
No further objections, Judge, other than those preserved. I did have a question about the physical projectiles. I'm not sure. The state was discussing them with Dr. Sullivan. If they're trying to tender them through Dr. Sullivan, I have an objection to that.
I don't think they did so. So for this particular exhibit, that's admitted over objection. This was 106.
Correct, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 106 and ask you a couple questions. Now, Dr. Sullivan, I don't know why, I don't know how to get rid of it. With some of the gunshot wounds we were discussing, I wanted to ask you with this X-ray photograph, where are the projectiles in this thing, right? Can you use that touch screen, Dr. Sullivan, to indicate?
Yes. So you're looking at Mr. Matthews as though he's standing in front of you. So this would be his left-hand side, and this would be his right-hand side. And so here is a projectile, and that is the one, excuse me, that was in the superficial gunshot wound of Mr. Matthews' left arm. Here are 2 projectiles in the torso, and those correspond to the entrance wounds that we saw on this side of the body. Here is a projectile in Mr. Matthews' left thigh that corresponds to that entrance wound that was here in the left groin. Here are two projectiles in the right thigh that correspond with two of those gunshot wounds that we saw on the right thigh and buttock.
And Dr. Sullivan, are you able, in general, to circle in maybe a different color the gunshot wounds you had discussed that related to either soot or stippling?
Okay. So in terms of soot, there was the gunshot wound here on the right side of the torso, and stippling, this gunshot wound that was on the outside of the left leg.
And Dr. Sullivan, to make sure I have this right, soot is within 1 feet and stippling is 1 to 3 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Sullivan, I wanted to ask you, in total, how many gunshot wounds have we discussed?
11.
How many of those gunshot wounds were penetrating?
5, 6.
6. And the other gunshot wounds, what would they be classified as?
Perforating.
And Dr. Sullivan, after reviewing this photographs, reviewing this x-ray, and the testifying here today, what was the manner of death of Dravion Matthews classified as?
Homicide.
And what was the cause of death of Dravion Matthews?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
One brief moment, Dr. Sullivan. I don't have any more questions, Dr. Sullivan. Thank you for your
Cross-examination.
time.
Dr. Sullivan, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So let me start here. You saw these photos that the state went over with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this X-ray, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. You have the projectiles in front of you. They also handed you those. And you just opined as an expert that Dravion Matthews died due to multiple gunshot wounds.
Yes.
The manner of death, those that you listed, suicide, natural, undetermined, it was homicide specifically.
Correct.
And that is your expert opinion.
Yes.
And that conclusion that you reached was based on those photographs and that X-ray.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever, so to speak, go hands-on with Dravion Matthews' body?
I did not.
Were you present at any examinations performed on the body?
I was not.
All those photos, those are external photos.
That is correct.
Now, the X-ray is not external, technically, but it doesn't show any organs,
You can see some of the organs in that X-ray, yes.
some of the organs,
Mm-hmm.
not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm not a radiologist. Yeah, I can't discuss the physics of it.
Then I'll withdraw that. But there was no physical, you mentioned that an autopsy is an examination of the body and there's kind of two components to it. Am I right?
That is correct.
There's an external and internal portion of an autopsy.
That is correct.
None of your conclusions are based on anything internal.
Well, based on the presence, the locations of the entrances and exits and the x-ray, I can give an opinion based on my medical knowledge as to what organs were injured by the bullets.
Right. But you never actually got your hands on the decedent to examine that yourself.
That is correct.
And beyond the gunshot wounds, you didn't get to perform that internal examination to see if there were other diseases or injuries to the body not related to the multiple gunshot wounds that you ruled as a cause of death. Is that right?
That is correct.
So hypothetically, there could have been any number of damaged organs due to diseases or other causes that you have no basis for this opinion to opine on.
That is correct. However, the presence of the gunshot wounds would supersede any natural disease processes that the decedent may or may not have had.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do these gunshot wounds by themselves tell you how many shooters there were?
No,
Okay, what kind of gun was used?
no,
And those projectiles, that's outside of your remit as a medical examiner as to whether they're the same kind or not.
that's correct.
The gunshot wounds themselves, based solely on your review of these photos, these external photos, do they tell you when in the course of death they were sustained?
No,
No. Possible that those gunshot wounds were sustained shortly after Mr. Matthews was released.
Your Honor, just lack of foundation and speculation.
Overruled.
no, I can't tell if Mr. Matthews may have died and then a minute or 2 minutes later was shot again. No, I can't tell that.
There's no way for you to tell that based on just those photos.
Correct.
Now, you talked about stippling and soot. By my count, there were only 2 wounds that displayed any of those signs. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the rest of them, I think the phrasing you used is long-ranged or undetermined.
Yeah, indeterminate or distant.
Indeterminate, okay. So on those, you can't really posit, the 1 to 3 foot range that you posited for the other wounds.
That is correct.
Okay. And because the range is indeterminate, you can't really posit where a potential shooter may have been standing for those other wounds.
That is correct.
And there were 11 total wounds.
11 gunshot wounds total, yes.
So,
Not,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, finish.
I was just going to say not 11 defects because some of them had entrance and exits.
Okay, so total 11 projectiles entered the body. Is that right? Am I interpreting that right?
11 entrance wounds. In my opinion, the entrance wound on the inside of the left arm may be a re-entrance wound from the one that exited the left side of the chest.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Because of the location of the wound, the superficial nature of the wound, and the fact that the projectile was still in the visible on the decedent's body suggests that it went through his torso and then impacted his left arm.
10 to 11 projectiles.
Correct.
And of the wounds, only 2 you could determine any kind of range
Correct.
from the 10 to 11.
Correct.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Sullivan, when it comes to soot and stippling, if the person being shot, if there's any movement or clothing, how does that impact soot or stippling?
Or clothing can filter out the gunpowder particles depending on the movement of the person being shot or doing the shooting. Stippling or may not occur because the gunpowder particles may not have enough energy to reach the person if they've moved a slight way one way or the other.
And would that include, Dr. Sullivan, someone falling down?
It could.
And Dr. Sullivan, when you were asked on cross about diseases, what was the age of Dravion Matthews at the time of this autopsy report?
17.
And from your knowledge of medical, medical knowledge, forensic pathology knowledge, with the X-ray photograph 106 that we had just discussed, do you know where the main organs or arteries are in the human body?
Yes.
And from your training and knowledge with that number of gunshot wounds and their locations, are you able to make an expert opinion on likely cause of death when this number of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And Dr. Sullivan, to be clear, on cross, defense counsel had asked you if you ever had any hands-on involvement with this autopsy. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall that question.
And without discussing any other report, I wanted to ask, did you have any involvement in the actual autopsy of Dravion Matthews procedurally?
No.
Were you a peer reviewer?
Yes.
And what was the date that you were the peer reviewer for Dravion Matthews?
I don't remember the date.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection in terms of the date that you peer reviewed or signed off on your peer review?
There would be the date on an autopsy report that the report was actually electronically signed, but the date of the actual peer review may have been the day before, 2 days before. So
And-
I don't know that the actual date of the peer review, if that makes sense.
That does make sense, Dr. Sullivan. Would a copy of a report refresh your recollection of when you completed or at least signed off on your peer review?
And I'm not trying to parse things,
Yes.
but when you say sign off on the peer review, that to me is separate from finalization of the autopsy report.
Understood. I'll stick with finalization of autopsy report.
Yes.
And were you the chief medical examiner at the time?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach the witness, Your Honor, with what I'll mark as State's Exhibit 107. And Dr. Sullivan, while I'm doing that, can you explain to the jury what does the peer review process entail?
The peer review process, one of the doctors in the office is the pathologist of the day. And in that case, any cases in our office that need to be peer reviewed, we, as in the pathologist, would ask that particular doctor, say, can you peer review case 2025-10? And so the doctor would look at the photographs and the autopsy draft report from the doctor to make their own conclusions as to the entrance versus the exit wounds and where the projectiles are. And the peer reviewer can also see the x-rays in addition to the photographs. And then we'll give back to the original pathologist their suggestions if they have any.
And Dr. Sullivan, I'm approaching just for purposes to refresh your recollection, what's marked as State's Exhibit 107. What was that date, Dr. Sullivan?
The date that I signed the autopsy report
Correct.
was September 19th, 2022.
And this autopsy itself was conducted on what date?
Saturday, June the 4th, 2022.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. No further questions.
Yes, Judge. Briefly. The photos that you examined, we went over them. Was Mr. Matthews clothed in any of them?
In those photographs, no.
No. And based for your opinion, being those photos, since you weren't there for the autopsy, you actually don't know whether clothing had any impact on stippling or soup.
That is correct.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Matthews was wearing when he was brought into the ME's office or when he died?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Dr. Sullivan, thank you. You can step down. And can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so state may call his next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. J. Jarvis to the stand.
Your Honor, could I briefly check on co-counsel?
Sure. We'll just bring him in and we'll hold in place.
Yes, Your Honor.
And members of the jury, anyone feel free to, again, stand or stretch in place if you'd like. Say what? Yeah, just go off the record. Yeah, all right, and we'll be off the record, we'll hold in place. We can just have him wait on the stand. You come on up, just have a seat, sir. We'll be with you in just a minute.
And Ms. Hornsby Culpepper's on her way back in, Judge. So she makes it here.
Afternoon, sir. We're waiting for our court reporter to return. All right, we are back on the record. State has called their next witness. If we could have him sworn.
Raise your hand. You swear to affirm the testimony that the state will complete the whole.
I do.
You need to see it. Please state your name, spell your name before.
My name is Jay Jarvis, Jarvis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jarvis. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, sir.
Can you tell the jury your familiarity with firearms and ballistic testing in terms of in your life?
Well, that's an easy question, but a long answer. I basically have been a forensic scientist well over 40 years. And I have specialized in a lot of different areas, but the thing that I have the most experience with is in the area of forensic firearms examination.
And what was your educational background, Mr. Jarvis?
I got a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Georgia College in Milledgeville in 1978. And then I was accepted into a master's program at the University of Pittsburgh. And it took me approximately 12 months to get a master's degree in forensic chemistry at the University of Pittsburgh.
Do you have any training outside of education, Mr. Jarvis?
Yes, when I was first hired by the state of Georgia in September of 1979, I underwent a training program. It was on-the-job training that lasted approximately 2 years at our headquarters laboratory facility here in Atlanta.
And what other professional, since that time, Mr. Jarvis, what else did you do in the ballistics and firearms field in your career?
Well, once my state career concluded in 2011, after approximately 32 years of state service, I took a few years off, but I also worked with a former coworker who has a private forensic laboratory out in the Fort Worth, Texas area. And he was the one that really sort of encouraged me to consider opening a private forensic business. And I was strongly encouraged by a number of attorneys that I had developed a relationship over my 32 years as a state employee to do the same.
And did you take up their advice and open up your own private consulting?
Yes, it was in 2013 that I started a company that I named Arma Forensics, and it pretty much was strictly on the area of forensic firearms examinations.
And have you testified in court before, Mr. Jarvis?
I have.
And when you testified in court, were you ever tendered as an expert?
Virtually every time.
And approximately how many times?
It's somewhere between 700 and 800 times in my career.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender Mr. J. Jarvis as an expert in firearms identification, firearms mechanics, and ballistics testing.
Any objection? State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Jarvis, in general, can you explain to the jury some components of ammunition?
Well, ammunition is very basic. Typically, a cartridge consists of a cartridge case, a primer, gunpowder, and a projectile or bullet. And all of these components work together. That when a cartridge is put in a firearm, the firing mechanism strikes the primer, that creates the spark and the fire, which burns the gunpowder, and the pressure that is developed by the burning gunpowder, that's what projects the bullet down the barrel of the firearm.
And what does the term cartridge cases mean?
Cartridge cases, sometimes people refer to them as shell casings. That's basically the device that holds the primer at the base, the gunpowder inside, and the projectile is crimped into the case.
And Mr. Jarvis, taking those components of ammunition in mind, how do you conduct firearms examinations in terms of cartridge cases or projectiles? How does that process work?
That process is done visually using both regular eyesight as well as a microscope, a comparison microscope, which allows you to compare two items side by side. And when you're looking at little microscopic markings that are placed on ammunition components when they are fired in a forensic firearms.
Now, Mr. Jarvis, for this case, were you ever requested to perform some ballistics testing on some shell casings and projectiles?
I was. It actually occurred in September of 2023 is when I was requested.
And Mr. Jarvis, I'm going to approach you with what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 38 and 38 Alpha. Hand them to you, sir. And I'm going to keep up what's already on the witness box of State's Exhibit, Physical Exhibit 98 and 98 Alpha. But starting with what I just discussed, Mr. Jarvis, do you have any unique, oh, and let me leave you, these gloves are for yourself, sir. Leave these up here in case you need them. The packaging or sealing you conduct, for armor forensics or shell casings you collect, do you use a similar case number or pattern so you can recognize it?
Yes. These particular packages, they are originally sealed by the law enforcement agency that collects them. And then when they submit a package to me, I have to open it. And then a lot of times there are smaller package within the larger package. And they have to be, the seal that they put on them has to be broken. And the items are examined, they're photographed, and they're tested. And then when the conclusion of the testing comes, then the items are repackaged and they're sealed up in a manner that is very characteristic of the way I seal things. It's the green evidence tape that has the name of my company is used to seal it. And then the seal is initialed with the date and my initials.
And do those appear to be, or let me ask you this, when you generate or conduct this ballistics testing, do you make a report?
Yes, I do.
And in that report, do you use your own numbering system to keep track of the cases that you work?
Yes, each case that comes in is assigned a case number, which begins with the year, and then whether it's a criminal case or a civil case, and then the date that it's received, basically.
And Mr. Jarvis, for this particular case, what did you receive to conduct testing on?
I received several items. The one that was in one of the bags, which I labeled item number 1, had 7 fired cartridge cases. And then the second one, which I labeled as item number 2, had a bullet fragment.
And Mr. Jarvis, looking at, do you see any indicators that you handled or tested what's marked before you as State's Exhibit 98 and 98 Alpha? Those items, Mr. Jarvis.
Yes, Exhibit 98 was given, my item number is number 3, and they contained the 4 small clear plastic boxes that are typically always used by the medical examiner's office to package up the evidence that they recover. And then 98 Alpha was given item number 4, and it has 2 clear plastic containers that also contain evidence that they recovered.
Now, in item number 1, Mr. Jarvis, what type caliber shell casings were they in terms of the 7 cartridge cases in that item number 1 as you classified it?
Yeah, there were actually 7 small manila envelopes or coin envelopes that were inside that each one contained a fired 9mm cartridge case.
And Mr. Jarvis, what did you do with those fired 9mm cartridge cases in terms of, did you compare them to one another?
I did. I used the comparison microscope, which I have in my laboratory, to make a comparison of the markings that are placed on the base of the cartridge case when it is fired in a firearm. And I compared these markings to each other. So if I designated one item 1 dash item 1, which corresponded with what was on the envelope that it was packaged in as to what marker it was collected in. So I put these under the comparison microscope. One will go on the left side, one will go on the right side. And what I do is I look for the microscopic scratches that are placed on the firing area of the cartridge case, the primer, which is a softer metal. And I compare those markings from one to the other. And if there is sufficient correspondence between the markings that I see, then I reach the conclusion that the cartridge cases were fired by the same firearm.
And for the 7 9mm shell casings that you received for this case, what was your conclusion on the firearms that discharged them?
Judge, before the expert talks about conclusions, I think we need to tender the evidence that he's testifying about.
Your Honor,
They
the
were actually tendered.
9mm shell cases are what Sergeant Barry introduced already. Item 1 is pertaining to items that are in evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the cartridges. I apologize.
Oh, that's right. The projectiles?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Jarvis, to put it quite simply, what did you conclude about those 7 9mm shell casings in terms of were there any similar characteristics between them?
Yes, based on my microscopic comparison between all 7 of these, I came to the conclusion they had all been fired by the same firearm based on the beautiful agreement of the microscopic markings that were left on the primer area of the fired cartridge case. So I had no other conclusion, but they were all fired by the same 9mm pistol.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Jarvis, are you able to determine what type of firearm discharged them other than it being a 9mm?
In some instances, I am able to point to a specific make and model of firearms. But in this case, what I saw, the type of markings and the style of marking and its characteristic, there are a lot of 9mm pistols that will leave very, very similar markings to it. So I could not give any kind of a real conclusion as to what type of gun manufacturer had actually fired it, because there could be a wide variety of ones that still use that same type of firing system, the type of breech face, the type of firing pin, that shape.
Now, Mr. Jarvis, in relation to States Exhibit 98 and 98 Alpha, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the projectiles that you tested for this case?
Yes, they still appeared to be sealed up in the manner that I sealed them. They all 6 of these boxes have the green evidence tape on there that it has been initialed by me and the date that I sealed it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence States Exhibit 98 and 98 Alpha at this time.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, Mr. Jarvis, did you ever compare the projectiles that we just introduced into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jury what you did with those projectiles?
Well, again, they are first examined visually to determine by their size, their composition, their weight, as to what caliber I believe they are. I also examine things such as the type of rifling that the pistol that fired them had, how many lands and grooves and what direction of twist that those lands and grooves had. And I was able to determine that these were fired from a pistol that has a total of 5 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist. And it's the lands and grooves that engage the soft metal of the bullet and impart a spin to the bullet as it passes down the barrel. So when it exits, it has a gyroscopic spin on it when it's flying through space. And very similar to what a quarterback does to a football. In order to throw it accurately, he has to put a gyroscopic spin on it when he throws it. So bullets are very similar.
Now, Mr. Jarvis, I am going to publish Mr. Jarvis, going to come up on a screen before you, State's Exhibit 91. And on State's Exhibit 91, are these the items, appear to be the items that are before you that you are just discussing and tested?
Those are the projectiles that I examined, yes.
And ultimately, Mr. Jarvis, were you ever able to determine if there was a specific type of firearm that discharged them?
Yes, based on the fact that the projectiles had 5 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist, and the measurement of the widths of the lands and grooves that are placed on the bullet, it was my opinion that those bullets are consistent with being fired by a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol.
So, Mr. Jarvis, are you able to compare cartridge cases and projectiles with one another to determine if they are fired from the same gun? Is that physically feasible?
In order to be able to say for sure that a bullet in a cartridge case was fired from the same gun, it requires you to actually have the firearm in your possession so you can shoot test rounds from that gun and then use those as known standards and then compare them with the questioned items that came from a crime scene.
Now, Mr. Jarvis, projectiles, just to be clear, are they spent, or can you explain what a projectile is just in general?
A projectile is basically whatever comes out of the end of the barrel when it's discharged. Most of the time that could be named as a bullet, but if you have a firearm that shoots lead pellets, that's a little different than what a bullet is because they don't have a spin. They're little lead round balls. So what we're dealing with here is bullets.
And with, just in case, or let me ask you this, Mr. Jarvis, with a Smith & Wesson common, you speaking generically, a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol, when it's discharged, does it eject cartridge cases?
Yes, any semi-automatic pistol, part of the pressure that is generated from the burning gunpowder, not only does it propel the bullet out the end of the barrel, but that gas also propels the slide to go rearward against the spring pressure. And as it is extracted out of the chamber, it hits a ejector on the breech face area and it kicks the empty cartridge case out of the firearm. And when the slide then goes forward again based on the pressure that's generated by the compressed spring, it will strip a fresh cartridge out of the magazine and load it in the chamber so it is ready to fire again.
And so, Mr. Jarvis, just to conclude and summarize, the cartridge cases were fired from a single firearm.
Objection asked and answered.
We covered this
Next
Yeah.
question.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Jarvis, in total, with the 7 9mm cartridge cases collected and the 6 projectiles collected, what is your overall conclusion and related to the testing you did in this case?
It's my conclusion that all 7 of the cartridge cases were all fired by the same 9mm pistol. And when we're dealing with the projectiles, the 6 projectiles that came from the medical examiner, only one of them was what we call the lead core, and that is the lead that is in the center of the bullet, and it is covered by a metal jacket that is usually made out of copper. So if there is a separation of the jacket from the lead core actually does not come in contact with the inside of the barrel. So there is no microscopic markings placed on that. So if all I have is the lead core, I cannot come to a conclusion about whether it was fired from a particular weapon or how many lands and grooves it has, because it is in the center of the bullet and makes no contact with the interior of the barrel.
And Mr. Jarvis, was there any of the projectiles or shell casings that had similarities with one another? In terms of, was there any unique characteristics in terms of the 6 projectiles that are on State's Exhibit 91 in any of the shell casings that you looked at?
Objection, I think this was covered too.
Yeah, we did go over this already, did we not?
I apologize if we did, Your Honor. It's just in relation to, I'll conclude, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis, for your time, sir.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Jarvis. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you've been a forensic scientist for many, many years and a forensic expert in firearms for many, many years. You mentioned something about test firing firearms at some point.
Yes.
Okay, and would you call that comparison analysis with a test firearm? Would that be an accurate way to phrase it?
Yes, anytime you're actually submitted a firearm, you can do to test firing and get known standards that you can use to compare to the items that the police collected at a crime. But obviously, in this case, I did not have a firearm submitted to me that I could test fire. All I could do was compare each individual item to each other with an effort to determine, are we dealing with 1 gun, 2 gun, 3 guns, or more?
Right. So you can connect these items that the state presented to you with each other. And that's what you did in your report.
That is correct.
But you can't connect them to any one particular gun because you didn't have a gun to test fire.
That is correct. I can just say they were fired by the same firearm.
Okay. So we don't know which firearm that was, what specific model of firearm that was. The only thing that you could opine about was it's 9mm. These are all from the same gun, and it was potentially a Smith & Wesson.
In terms of the cartridge cases, I couldn't say specifically what type of manufacturer gun it was, but with the bullets, based on their rifling characteristics, I was able to say that they were consistent with being fired from a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol.
Now, the state earlier introduced some testimony about the collection of these items and how important it is because there will be forensic testing later on. And through testimony, it was mentioned that there can be potentially fingerprints recovered from cartridges or even touch DNA from when the bullets were loaded into a magazine. Are you familiar with anything about that, with any of those processes?
I am somewhat familiar with that. You know, the only thing that I am familiar with is when you fire a cartridge in a firearm, there's an awful lot of heat that is built up when that cartridge fires. And sometimes the amount of heat that is generated can destroy other types of evidence that may be on a particular cartridge. I mean, I can tell you just from my personal experience when I first started in this business in the late 70s, that if somebody's firing a semi-automatic weapon and as the cartridge case is ejected out of the weapon, if you try to catch it in your bare hands, you immediately drop it because it's so hot. So yes, could there have been types of evidence on a cartridge because it was loaded? But there's no way to guarantee that that evidence would have survived the cartridge being fired.
Did you perform any tests to try to collect any kind of evidence like that?
I personally did not, but that would be something that I would not normally do fingerprint or DNA testing.
So the only thing you did was the microscopic comparison.
And then that's what I was required to do by the people that submitted it.
No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, just very briefly, Mr. Jarvis on cross defense counsel to ask if your determination was that it was possibly fired by a Smith & Wesson, but I wanted to ask you to be clear, Mr. Jarvis, within relation to the metal jacketed bullets and bullet jackets, was it possibly fired by a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol, or was it fired by a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol in terms of definitively or conclusively versus possibly?
Well, based on the 5 lands and grooves and the right twist and the dimensions of the lands and the grooves, it is I'm almost 100% sure that they were most likely fired by a Smith & Wesson 9mm.
And Mr. Jarvis, my only last question is, although you can't compare physically projectiles and cartridge cases, could the 9mm cartridge cases and the projectiles have been fired from the same gun?
That is very possible, just because of the types of bullets that I saw were consistent with the markings that were on the cartridge cases. And there were 2 manufacturers. One was Winchester and one was SIG.
And no more. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
Any recross?
You said there were 2 manufacturers for the cartridge cases?
Yes, there was only one Winchester and the other 6 were all by SIG. And the appearance of the bullets, there was one that was very clearly a Winchester bullet, and the rest of them were very consistent with SIG ammunition.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask one more question of Mr. Jarvis?
Does it
That's my
relate
last
to
question.
this question that he
Yes,
just
Your Honor,
said?
it is.
All right.
Mr. Jarvis, just to be clear, when you say that there was 2 different types of, on that last question was about the Winchester head stamp and the SIG head stamp in the 9mm shell casings. Do you recall that question by defense counsel?
I do.
And does that have any implication or indication, or when we say, does that have any impact on your conclusion ultimately that one firearm discharged all 7 of those? Like the same firearm discharged the 6 SIG head stamp shell casings and the 1 Winchester head stamp shell casing?
Yes, that is my opinion based on my test, yes.
So does the fact that there is a mixture of different head stamps in those cartridge cases have any bearing to your conclusion?
No, it's the microscopic marks is what leads me to a conclusion whether or not 2 or more cartridge cases were fired by the same firearm.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
All right, any recross on that? All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is defense counsel ready to resume cross-examination of Sergeant Barry?
Yeah.
Do we need to take any kind of a moment outside of the jury's presence for that?
No, I just need to switch my seat.
All right. Then if we could have Sergeant Barry come on back.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I got a request for a break and so let's take 5. Members of the jury, just let us know when you're ready to resume. Go ahead and let's bring her in.
Good job.
All right, and so as I understand it, Sergeant Barry is prepared to answer some of these other issues. You put a pin in from defense counsel. All right, but before we just kind of recess here for a few minutes, I just want to scope out the rest of the day. So do you have any idea, an estimate of how many other kind of topics you think you might need to cover or how much?
To narrow it down while I was there, and it looks like more so than how many topics, I think it would probably not be any more than 15, 20 minutes. I'm not.
Yeah, that's fine. And then for redirect, Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, I do have some redirect prepared. I'm trying to estimate with not knowing exactly which topics are left. So I don't think it's not going to be hours and hours of redirect, but I guess a rough ballpark, 35, 40 minutes, something in that ballpark, Your Honor.
All right, and the state doesn't have any further witnesses after this point?
No, Your Honor, the state will rest their case in chief.
All right, and we would then break to handle any motions outside the jury's presence. Does the defense have any initial indication of evidence that they intend to present? Okay. All right, then we'll be in recess until the jury gives us some indication a couple of minutes from now, off the record.
I mean, you can. So, the number, let's go break it up. Yeah. No. No, I'll keep it written. Now I gotta go to the bathroom.
We want to go back? Sure.
Just to make sure. No, rest. So make sure everything attended. Got it right. Busy day. Yeah. Little.
What's the ones you give me instead? Yeah, you want to. Well, cause I got those, and but I want the ones you, the fruit juice. Yeah. Thank you.
The what now?
Is there,
The what up here?
is there a?
No, it's, no, ma'am.
Oh.
All right, there we are.
I wasn't sure. Or not, I just didn't quite have it. Ever was you guys doesn't. I don't know.
Ingrained in my mind.
Yeah. All right, can we check on Mr. Teasley? Okay.
$33. And $31. Here.
I see that.
Okay. 33 and 34.
Did, I
Okay,
appreciate
just wanna
that.
make sure.
I did
I'm
get
gonna go
that.
to some, so you'll know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record. All parties and counsel are present. Jury is ready to proceed. So Deputy Scott, if you could retrieve our jury.
Last one, jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Good to see you, everyone. Sergeant Barry has been recalled to the stand. Sergeant Barry, I remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
And defense may resume their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Barry,
Yes, ma'am.
you testified earlier that, in the questioning of Mr. Teasley, Roddrick, you said, you heard him say that his perspective was there was really no argument, that it was just a discussion with Mr. Matthews, correct?
He said debate. Yes, ma'am.
He said what?
Debate.
Yeah, debate. Like
Yes, ma'am.
He said he was trying to tell him you really shouldn't come at those guys like that or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that's kind of a brotherly, older brother advice to younger guys on how you come at somebody.
That is a typical way an older brother would go to younger kids. Yes.
Now, I think we had talked about, or I don't know if this was on direct or if it was on, I started on cross when we were talking about the car that is associated, the blue Honda.
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that was the car where you believe brought Carlos Teasley to the scene and hurried away very quickly after the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see, let me stick it in here so I won't forget. You didn't see Roddrick running away from the scene at a very, just scattering. You didn't see that, did you? On
No.
any video?
No, he wasn't running.
He just walked like casually like he always do. I mean, like you can see, he's walking or acting through now you watched some of the videos early in the day, correct?
Yes.
And he was just kind of casually he wasn't a stressed out guy. He was just a kind of being rock, okay? Nothing about him walking away from the scene was hurried or stressed. It didn't look like that. He was kind of calm too, wasn't he?
With great suspicion, yes, he was walking. Yes.
But this car that fled the scene, you found out in your investigation, the owner of the car just was a female. That's all I'm saying. And her son, she's the registered owner, but her son is the one who drove the car, correct?
If I can clarify, no, so the owner of the car is actually registered, is to a male. The insurance is to a female, and it's her son who drives the car.
So isn't it true that that registration was kind of just not turned over. And, you know, like a man sold it and they didn't flip it over. That's all I'm saying. And so he was not anywhere near, he's in the Army somewhere.
The actual owner, that is correct. So yes, they didn't flip it over to the right registered owner, only the insurance.
So, but there was a person and her son who were now in possession and insured the car, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that gentleman, didn't really, you tried contacting that person,
no cooperation.
no cooperation. Now, but you had a name, correct?
Yes,
You had an address, correct?
yes,
You could have searched for his driver's license, correct?
I did.
You did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you show me that in any report you got?
That should be in the case file. His actual, like a photo of his license.
Hold on a second. You got your case file with you today?
I don't know, unless I'm mistaken, I know his name. I thought I was able to pull up, in my mind, I feel like I see a photo of him unless I'm mistaken.
Okay, well, did you, let's assume you did pull up a photo of him,
Okay.
even though it's not on any paper. You never took that photo around to the apartment complex to see if anybody recognized it, did you?
Well, you understand, I would look for
Can you
him.
explain it, please?
Okay, no. He would be a witness in this particular case, so I didn't necessarily go around to in the suspect's location, specifically 540 Humphreys, looking for that witness.
So the owner or the person, I'm not talking about the initial owner who's in the Army.
Of course,
But the mother and it turns out her son is a young dude, correct?
yes,
Okay, so you're saying that that young dude who owns this blue Honda or who has ownership or direction or possession of this blue Honda that rides into a homicide and speeds out. And we see 4 folks jump out and one, at least we see the weapon, that he's just a witness?
he's just a witness.
Objective. Compound question, because when Barry says yes or no, I'm not sure what.
Maybe you can break that up, counsel.
Yeah, I can. So you agree that the owner of that vehicle could be the driver of the vehicle? I mean, that's a logical assumption, correct?
All I know is he's the owner of the vehicle. I don't know who the driver of the vehicle was.
But if he were the driver of the vehicle on that day, and if he got out with a gun, then he would be suspicious and potentially a suspect in
He would
some
be-
crime, correct?
Not in this case, no.
Not in this case?
Correct. Because I know he would be a witness in this particular case, if he was there on scene.
Because you know he would be a witness, is what you're saying.
I'm confident about the players that came out of that Honda Accord, the blue Honda Accord. There was 4 people. The only person that I was not able to see throughout the transition of the event would be Carlos Teasley. The other 3, I'm confident they would be witnesses from what I could just see on a surveillance camera.
Let's say, well, there was one guy who went on the surveillance. Remember, one guy, okay, so there were 4 guys. There was the guy that was purported to be Carlos that went off camera.
Correct.
Correct. There was a second guy who went off camera for a period of time, but he walked back and forth.
Right.
Okay. There was a third guy who really didn't get close enough to the scene.
Correct.
And then there was a 4th guy. Okay. So looking at that second guy
Mhm.
who went off camera for a period of time, he could have had something to do with this shooting.
So the second guy that you can kind of see, he had a cigarette in his hand.
But that's not what I'm asking you, whether he had a cigarette in his hand, because he could have had a gun in his belt. My question to you is, that guy, that second guy, could have been involved in this shooting, correct?
I disagree.
Okay. Well, we know you didn't do anything to investigate him, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so if he were the owner of the vehicle and he was out there, let's go with your witness theory, that he's just a witness. Because he might have been. But if he was out there as a direct witness that close to the shooting, you didn't take his picture around the neighborhood to see if anybody knew him or recognized him, didn't you?
I didn't take the witness's picture in the neighborhood. No, ma'am.
Now, I believe in your conversation or interrogation of Roddrick at the station, you asked him about the handgun he had that day, correct?
Yes.
He told you that it was his baby mama, Miss Tamika Love's handgun.
Yes, he did.
And when he was arrested, that handgun was taken out of Miss Love's apartment, correct?
There were a few. Yes, ma'am.
But the handgun is what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
The handgun, you never sent it to anywhere to be analyzed to see if it was the murder weapon, did you?
It was supposed to be sent out. I really don't know what happened with that, with the handguns. I did get clarification from property, the crime scene text, and somehow, even though in this case, we've been talking about two different cases, which would be two different case numbers, neither one of those case numbers was the numbers that those weapons belonged under. It didn't get processed to the GBI.
So you're the lead detective on this case, right?
I am, yes, ma'am.
And it's your responsibility to make sure all the evidence, pertinent evidence, is handled properly and correctly. Isn't that your responsibility?
Collectively, it is myself as well as crime scene who collects the actual evidence. When we actually did the search warrant after his arrest, we did discover those guns, collected those guns. I was there for the collection of those guns, and I was there to send them away as they're supposed to process it. That's my part with it.
So, because I was trying to direct you to a handgun by asking, but you want to go on and emphasize guns. None of them guns or anything you found on that day was sent to the GBI crime lab. That's correct.
They were not sent.
Okay. But you testified under oath at the preliminary hearing in this matter. So the firearm is what was specifically asked you that the child's mother hasn't been collected. And was ballistics run on the firearm? And then you answer, they turned it into GBI, but I don't have the information now. That wasn't true.
The request was put in. I
didn't ask you was a request put in.
that was my part. Put in the request to the GBI. I trust that my partners did what they needed to do to get it to the GBI. I did.
So you didn't check this happened in October of 2022 when you testified. It wasn't like the day before or the day he got arrested on July 7th. It's not like July 7th. So my question to you is from July 7th.
Objection, Your Honor, to compound.
Okay,
Maybe not yet. Overruled.
So from July 7th to October 22nd, you couldn't check or you didn't find it important enough to check to see if those ballistics were back from GBI.
Oh, I knew between that time that it wouldn't be back. It takes a long time for the ballistics to come back from the GBI.
You didn't check?
No, I didn't check.
You didn't check that it was even there?
I did not check that they were there.
Because quite possibly that gun could have supported your position.
Absolutely.
But we'll never know Because you didn't send it. And make sure it got there.
I don't send it.
You didn't make sure it got there.
I did not check on the folks who was supposed to.
Now, you also testified in your direct examination that projectiles, the casings.
Shell casings, yes.
That y'all collected, and you talked about this, that so it could be sent to GBI for analysis, because when you take isn't it true that when you take a bullet and load it in a gun, your fingers are usually what touches that bullet, correct?
That's correct.
And so you testified in direct that you sent that to GBI to get analyzed, correct?
So it wasn't the GBI who does that for us. That's our own crime lab that does that, not the GBI.
Send it to your own crime lab, correct?
That's right.
But you don't have a report on that,
I don't have a report that
that there was any findings one way or the other?
findings of the shell casings?
Findings of the prints on shell cases? Or touch DNA on shell cases?
So that would have came from crime lab. They would have processed that.
Okay, my question to you is, as the lead detective in this case, the one that's over it all in this
Understood.
case, you don't have anything to show, one, that they were sent to have that analysis or the results. Isn't that correct?
Well, in this transcript, I put that I did request for it to go to the GBI. And in the same packet, that 26-page packet, it should be documentation in there as far as the property, what was collected and what's supposed to be done with it. Do I have the results of it? I don't have the results of it.
Maybe I wasn't clear, and I'm sorry. The transcript that we was talking about was only talking about the firearm itself that you claim was sent somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm talking about now are the shell casings, two different things. And so what you testified on direct examination that you collected them and you send those shell casings to be analyzed by some crime lab. And all I'm asking you is, you don't have any proof that you sent those things, do you?
Can I get that 26-page?
Oh, I thought I left it up there. I'm sorry, you sure can. Thank you. Mr. Simon, I'm gonna bring it to you.
Thank you.
Now, I know it was collected.
Understood. So, this is Crime Scene Teresa Maddox supplement.
Donovan, just answer the question before you read, because that's not what I'm asking.
Repeat your question so I can answer.
What proof do you have? The first question is that it was sent to the crime lab.
Page 7
Okay, page 7.
of 26 is the proof that I have, which is the narrative from the crime scene tag.
Okay, so my next question is, what proof do you have that it was analyzed?
I don't have anything back from it.
So to the best of your knowledge, at this point, 3 years later, it wasn't analyzed. Is that correct?
Actually, on here, it says that no prints were recovered from there.
So you didn't know that? You didn't know that?
It is documented.
Okay, it's documented, but you didn't know it.
No, I didn't know.
All right. And y'all sent it to y'all's crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you admitted on the stand that you focused on Roddrick as early as June 4th, correct?
Yes.
2 days after that young man lost his life and before he was buried, you had decided that Roddrick was the shooter?
It's not necessarily a decision, but the course of the investigation led me straight to Mr. Teasley. I'm talking about Rock Teasley. Well, I didn't take a warrant out 2 days after the shooting.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay.
You formed your conclusion 2 days after this young man's death.
No, ma'am.
Well, that's what you said.
I didn't say I formed a conclusion 2 days after Drayvion's death.
Focus on Roddrick as well.
During the investigation, yes, he was my primary suspect.
And when you talked to Tiffany McCullum on the 8th, because you reviewed all your conversations, right?
Yes.
You, even though her son, who you knew had a pending murder case.
Yes, ma'am.
You tried to reassure her that her kids who were out there that night weren't involved, didn't you?
No, I tried to get her sons to come talk to me, was my efforts there.
But didn't you say things to her like they had nothing to do with it?
I said,
He was right there. So you didn't just say, I need you to talk to me because he was right there. You said he had nothing to do with it. Isn't that what you said?
yes, I feel she would be more comfortable allowing him to come talk to me, knowing that I don't have any warrants. There's no reason that I think that I'm going to be arresting him should she come talk to me. The goal was to come talk with me. That was my goal in these conversations with Ms. McCullough.
But that being your goal,
Right.
you had just labeled videos that these were suspects, these same two little men. You had labeled them suspects, but then now I guess that would be 7 days later. Now they ain't got nothing to do with it, is what you're saying.
Yes, the emphasis with the suspects, unknown. I didn't know anything by the time I got those videos. I just wanted to save it. Put suspects on there, not wholehearted. It was so early in the investigation. Just trying to get identifier. If there was a more better word, involve parties with what they were. But again, the goal was just to have her comfortable to tell her sons to come talk to me.
Not to figure out whether or not they were involved.
That would be in the conversation, of course. That is ultimately to see what the truth is.
You told her that there was a lot with this case that had to be dispelled. Those were your words, correct?
That is right.
And that's when you reminded her in your investigation that you didn't go further, that people were saying Jabari did.
I reminded her that I wasn't going further. No, ma'am.
And you agree, she wasn't surprised by the news that people said that.
She said she heard it.
And you said to her that Jabari needed to figure something out.
I did.
So that people wouldn't think he did it, he needed to figure something out.
Figure something out was the fact that both me and Tiffany and Jabari knew that there was a murder warrant out on him. At the same time, we also knew that he was a witness in this particular homicide. So I need to talk to him, of course, about this homicide that we're speaking about today. But I understand he's going to be not so willing to come talk to me because he's wanted for a whole different case. So yeah, he needed to figure that out.
Or he needed to figure out what he was going to say to stay like out of hot water. That could have meant what you meant too, isn't it?
That's not at all what I meant. I feel like I made it clear.
And then you also said right after then that Antonio also needed to be clear. Didn't you say that?
They needed to come talk to me.
He didn't have no warrant out on him, but you said he needed to be clear, not just come talk to me. You said Antonio needed to be clear. Isn't that what you said?
That is what I said. He needed to come talk to me.
Now, you agree it's a difference between come talk to me and be clear. Those are two different implications, aren't they now?
It's not so far.
I'm sorry?
It's not so far apart.
Well, then on the 24th, when you talked to Miss Tiffany, you used words when Miss Tiffany was talking to you, just y'all's discussion.
Mhm.
You said Rock is very, very guilty. That's what you said to her, right?
I can trust that I did.
Then a few seconds later, you say Rock seems to be incredibly guilty, correct?
I can agree that I said that.
Even though at that time you had information about other people possibly committing this crime.
This is on the 24th, correct?
Mhm.
They were dispelled by that time.
They were dispelled, or you didn't look any further. Is that what you mean?
Not at all. I meant they were dispelled.
I think that's all. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Barry, you started you started cross on, oh, yes, ma'am. You started your cross-examination this morning, right, with defense counsel?
Yes.
And do you remember defense counsel asking you a number of things about hypotheticals or possibilities?
Yes.
And in the entire time that you've been under cross-examination, has there been any surveillance video published?
Yes.
No, I mean
Well,
on
during-
cross.
No, not at all.
Now,
Objection. I think I'm going to kind of object to that because I don't think I asked her anything where she needed to be refreshed under surveillance. So I think that's just improper, like I didn't do something.
Overruled. All right, Mr. Atkins, you can ask the next question.
yes, Your Honor. So, Sergeant Barry, how many homicide cases in general have you worked?
I know it was over 3 dozen.
Okay.
That I led.
Okay. And in homicide investigations that you've worked, and have they all been in the city of Atlanta?
All of them.
Is there ever times, or do you know as a homicide detective, former homicide detective, that people tell stuff to victims' families that they won't tell to the police?
Yes.
So on cross-examination, do you recall the defense attorney asking you about leads in your investigation and street rumors?
Absolutely. Yes.
And in cases that you investigate early on in a case, is there street rumors in cases you've worked other than just this case about
Yes.
who did what and what happened?
Yes.
And do you take out arrest warrants based on street rumors as a APD homicide detective?
No.
And when defense counsel had asked you about people you spoke with, did they mention about Antonio or mention Jabari? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you also have conversations with Miss Angel, Dravion's mother in this case?
Yes.
And did you ever receive an Instagram account handle from Miss Angel?
Yes.
And do you recall, in relation to the death of Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022, when you got the Instagram handle for the defendant in this courtroom right now?
Do I recall receiving it? Yes, I do.
Do you know if it was early in your investigation or when?
It was early.
And Sergeant Barry, I want to also ask you that a couple things, and I want to follow up from earlier today. You just give me 1 minute. Is, you know how you've been asked questions about the length of your report? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Defense counsel had asked you about your the 26-page combined reports, correct?
Yes,
And that includes reports that you yourself did not generate. Is that fair?
that is fair.
And the lead summary that you have, you created one of those, correct?
Yes,
And defense counsel was asking you and was questions about how short or brief your lead summary was in this case and what was not in it. Do you remember those questions?
yes.
Now, Sergeant Barry, as a homicide detective, is the length of the report impacted by the complexity of the case?
No, not the
So-
length of the report.
I'm saying if you had a complex murder investigation, would your report be shorter or would it be longer than a simple case?
It would be very much longer for a complex case.
So is the length of the report or even what's in the report indicative of much of anything in your investigation?
No.
Now, do you recall a couple seconds ago being asked, and Your Honor, I'm going to just start with 110 to make it simple, about running the license plate, and did you include or provide related to the blue Honda Accord? Do you remember those questions from defense counsel like 3 minutes ago?
I recall.
Now, I'm going to approach the witness with what I've now marked as yes.
But that's fine. So that's the. I know. I'm sure. I mean, if they find they should work. I just check. I just never seen this. That's who. Oh, stations. Okay, that's fine.
Now, Your Honor, I'm just introducing these for record points because they were, thank you, Ms. Hall, for getting these framed for me. Sergeant Barry, now I'll just mark all these as 110 at the end, Your Honor, staple, but I'm handing you some documents and you recall being asked or mentioned that you ran license plates for, or not license plates, you ran driver's license for the gentleman in the military who owned the vehicle and the insurance card holder and also their son who you weren't able to speak with. Do you remember those questions by defense counsel?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked if you had any documentation of running or investigating such individuals?
Yes.
And with the documents that I gave you, does it help refresh your recollection of in your case file in this homicide case, you did have any documentation of those people and you running their information?
I did. Yes.
And in those documents I gave you, were they part of your case file?
Yes, they were.
And do they include the owner of the car, the registered insurance of the car, and their son who wouldn't talk with you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And just to be clear, Sergeant Barry, do you remember on cross-examination, you were asked questions about these other people in the blue Honda Accord?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, you met in the July 7th interview that you had with the defendant. He admitted to you that Carlos Teasley, he saw that night in that car, right?
He did.
Now, did any of the times you met with Carlos Teasley, he tell you who his friends were that he was with that night?
He did not.
Did the defendant ever tell you when you spoke with him, because that he knew his brother's friends who were with him?
Not with names. He just mentioned there would have been four people with him, but didn't know him.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, there was a question about the phone records in this case by defense counsel in the warrants. You recall that?
I do.
Now, when you met with Carlos Teasley and Roddrick Teasley, did you call any of them in terms of, did you call on the phone to the defendant?
Yes,
So he had a cell phone.
he did.
And when you met with him in person, because no one has to speak with you, to be clear, is that fair? No one has to talk with you, right?
That is right.
But if someone does talk with you, they are able to show you their phone, right?
They are.
And when you met with them in person and we're talking about, did you call your brother or did your brother call you? You didn't do anything to prevent the defendant from showing you his call log, right?
No.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, I want to ask you a couple questions. Is that what's in your preliminary report or early on reports, you were asked questions about that very early on, correct?
About my prelim?
Correct.
Yes.
And to be clear, when defense counsel asked you about, you were the only witness in a prelim. You remember that question on cross?
Yes.
In preliminary hearings, you typically only have one witness for the ones that you've gone to. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
And that unlike courtrooms or motions that you have in a preliminary hearing, you can admit hearsay.
That's correct.
So it's not unusual to be the only witness in a preliminary hearing.
Not at all.
And do you schedule when a preliminary hearing happens, or is that something that the court controls?
The court does that, and I get subpoenaed and I come to court.
And do you always, as much as I hate to admit, get subpoenaed with weeks and weeks and months of time in advance before your preliminary hearings and your homicides?
No.
So do you have a bunch of time to prepare for a preliminary hearing when you go and testify at it?
Not weeks.
And is that why when on cross, remember when defense counsel was asking you a bunch of questions about, you said you got to the scene this time and the 911 call was that time and they were not right? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I recall.
Why is it that you weren't able to, or you at a preliminary hearing having the time or something wrong, does that have any impact on the evidence in the actual case itself?
It does not.
Is your words at a preliminary hearing evidence? You, Sergeant Barry, like in
Evidence of the crime, no.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a couple other questions, Sergeant Barry, is that defense counsel had asked you about why, or did you dispel Antonio, right? Or was Antonio a suspect? Do you recall those questions?
I recall.
Now, let me ask you this. Did anyone in your investigation tell you that Antonio and Dravion were arguing close in time to when Dravion was killed?
No.
Did anyone in your investigation in relation to defense counsel's questions about Jabari being a suspect tell you in your investigation that Jabari and Dravion were in an argument close in time to when Dravion was killed?
No.
Did anyone in your investigation tell you that Xavion Tucker was in an argument with Dravion in the moments before his death?
No.
So why were they not suspects for you, Sergeant Barry?
Because there was a dispute between the decedent and Rock that, as far as like the motive when it comes down to it, never heard anything about any other dispute. What was consistent was there was an argument that lasted all day between my decedent and Mr. Rock Teasley.
And do you recall defense counsel's questions about if Antonio told you something and talking about Antonio Dixon? Do you recall those questions and it was earlier today, where defense counsel had asked you about if Antonio ever came and talked with you?
Right, I recall.
And are you aware, did you become aware about a phone call that Miss Angel Roberts had with Antonio?
Yes,
Dixon?
I was aware.
And so Antonio did not speak with you, but you were able to receive information about what he said about that night. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And you were also asked a couple questions about search warrants for phone records. Do you recall in 2022?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Barry, I'm just going to approach you with something and ask you a question that is not being tendered.
Yeah. Okay, who's this? Roddrick. Still. I'm sorry. Say, I can't see it. That's all right. Okay.
And Sergeant Barry, you know the exact date and time that you got the search, that you requested the search warrants for those phone records related to anyone in your investigation?
I can't recall the date.
If you had a copy of the affidavit or search warrant to refresh your memory of that date, would that help you?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness. You're welcome. And Sergeant Barry, if your memory's refreshed, just let me know.
This was June 27th, 2022 at 12:09 PM.
Okay. And on June 27th, 2022, was that the early, middle, or the end of your investigation in this case?
That's the same day I took out the arrest warrants.
And by that time, did you need to get the phone records to determine where the defendant was that night?
I didn't need it. I didn't need it.
Now, do you remember those questions about guns and waistbands and guns and underwear, and could they possibly be different places?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Alpha 5. Do you see this on the screen, Sergeant Barry?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, the individual walking in with the shirt over their head, that's you testify, that's Jabari, right?
Yes.
So in relation to defense counsel's cross about waistbands and hiding, items, of all of these photographs, who has the gun?
Defendant did.
Do you have to speculate if there's a gun in his waistband at this moment in time?
No.
And you know how there were some questions on cross about when the defendant enters the building really close in time to after the murder?
Yes.
He didn't have a gun in his hand, right?
Right.
So could he have put a gun in his waistband right after the murder, just like anyone else could?
He could.
Okay. And Sergeant Barry, I wanted to ask you, because you were asked some questions about the surveillance video and if you could tell where certain people were. I wanted to use this map or this board. I'm going to put it here for ease sake. Is, if you wouldn't mind, Sergeant Barry, after the murder, wait, can you show where the defendant entered the building at? That building where he first walks in. Just the general,
Understood. So this will be where the incident came. He came this way, and it's a gate like right here.
Okay. Now, where is the gate that we're looking at on 43 Alpha 5? Okay. So how many people is this? What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Jabari Antonio, the gentleman in the orange hoodie and the gentleman in the black shirt. They all walk outside to get into that gate? Like, are they walking in the same or a different area than the defendant?
From the crime scene, they walked in a different area.
Okay.
They walked towards the gate. So Brock came in this way. They walked in directly this way after the shooting.
Okay. And And Detective Barry, remember we played that video about the defendant's apartment where he was, or the mother, his significant other's apartment that was at 2022 earlier. Do you remember that when he was arrested on July 7th, 2022?
Yes.
And in this building, do you know the general area where that apartment is, 2022?
So it would be right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to go from Dravion's, the crime scene where Dravion was murdered to her apartment, what would be the quickest route
Her.
to where the defendant was arrested at that apartment, 2022?
This way would still be like how with the young kids, it would have been this way.
Okay.
But he came in this way and walked up that way.
And in terms of not distance, but visibility that night, what would be the quickest way, if you were at the murder scene of Dravion Matthews, to get somewhere where you could not be seen? Would it be to walk in the gate on 43 Alpha 5 or to walk in the building that the defendant did?
Objection, that's speculation. You don't know what would be the quickest way on that night
All right.
after the.
Okay. To the objection, I'll overrule it. I'll tell the juries that the answer is to this testimony is we're offering Sergeant Perry's opinion, which the jury may give any can decide what weight, if any, to assign to it based on her explanation of the evidence that she has found it. So with that, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, Sergeant Barry, if you're at Drayvion's crime scene where he was murdered,
Yeah.
is the door here or the door here? Which one would get you quicker into a building and out of sight?
Would be the one that he came in.
And remember defense counsel asked you about Jabari Dixon's statement to you?
Yes.
To be clear, did you offer him anything special to get him to talk to you in terms of a deal on his sentence?
No.
And as a homicide detective, do you even have that power to give someone a sentence before in a case like that?
I do not.
Okay. And when he talked about what he witnessed, what he told you he witnessed of his friend Dravion, was that before or after he started talking about what happened in his own case?
That was before.
And before July 7th, 2022. So he talked to you about Dravion first. Is that fair?
I did.
I mean, he talked to you about what he witnessed in this case first.
Correct.
And Sergeant Barry, until July 7th, 2022, at the end, after Jabari had talked to you with nonverbal movements about the defendant in this case, was that the first time that you ever heard or in your investigation had a lead that the victim in this case was involved in that at all?
That the victim in this case is involved in Jabari's case?
Yeah.
That was the first time I ever heard that.
And that investigation, was that open or concluded by the July 7th, 2022?
It was concluded, that investigation.
Okay. And when defense counsel earlier had asked you about Mr. Garland, you remember that gentleman who did the photographic lineup?
Yes.
And she asked you if you showed him photographs of these individuals on 43 Alpha 5 or something similar. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, did Mr. Garland tell you that he recognized anyone other than what ultimately was the defendant when he looked out his window?
He didn't.
So if you showed him pictures of people he didn't tell you he recognized, what value would that add?
None.
Now, do you remember that defense counsel had asked you about reassuring Miss McCullum?
Yes.
Now, when you talk with Miss McCullum, at the time, she knew that you were the lead investigator on her son Jabari's case, correct?
She did, yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this, Sergeant Barry. Just, was Miss McCullum, going through a lot of things at the time that you're talking to her?
Objection.
Okay. Why did you reassure Miss McCullum as defense counsel cross-examined you on not that long ago? Why did you reassure Miss McCullum that her sons, I think she asked you, her sons were not involved and you gave her reassurances? Why did you feel the need to reassure Antonio and Jabari's mother, Miss McCullum, in that moment in time?
Because I did need to speak, honestly, with both of her sons. And I know I needed her to assist me to get them to come forward to speak with me. And of course, that would be the only way I can get to the truth of what happened on June 2nd, 2022.
Now, Sergeant Barry, I'm going to publish something here. Now, Sergeant Barry, on cross-examination, defense counsel had asked you about Jabari and where he is in the surveillance video. You recall that?
Yes,
Now, I'm going to publish, you remember earlier we had talked about VLC and the zoom in feature?
yes,
Okay, so I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47 at 9:43 and 07 milliseconds. And before I press play, just to be clear, you see that silver BMW and that white truck?
yes.
Okay. Where is the crime scene, or where's that white Hyundai near where Dravion's found in relation to those two vehicles?
It's right here.
Okay. And what I'm going to ask, and it may be playing, didn't realize it, is, okay. I'm going to press play, and I'm going to ask you, Sergeant Barry, if you can, is that still a touchscreen?
In front of me?
Correct.
Let me see. Yes, something's happening when I touch it.
Okay. And let me see if I can help you real briefly. And I was going to have you circle, if you can, the general area of where Dravion was killed. Okay. And can you change colors and just,
Yeah,
for sake of comparison, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. Can you circle the,
No, we did all this yesterday. You can get to the point.
yes, Your Honor. So, Sergeant Barry, I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 47, which is at 9:43:07, and ask you to, if you see the individual sitting on the railing by that building that the defendant entered in after the crime scene, do you see those entrance to the building?
right here.
Yes, Sergeant Barry. Now, I'm gonna ask you to tell me when they move. I'm gonna click play and ask you to tell me if you see any movement or reaction in this clip. I'm gonna press play. Now, Sergeant Barry, do you see any movement?
Yeah, I see movement.
What? Ms. Hall was telling me, Sergeant Barry, that I'm gonna have to plug it up to the screen, so I won't hold anyone up, but I will wanted to orient where Jabari Dixon was, because defense counsel asked you a lot of questions about Jabari Dixon and if you actually knew where he was or where he was when Dravion was shot. Do you remember those line of questions on
Yes.
cross?
Yes,
And do you also remember questions about the defendant asking you if any of these people told you it was rocked that very night that Dravion was killed?
yes,
And as a homicide detective for 12 years, do you typically get, do people always come and tell you who you ultimately take out arrest warrants on the very same night or moments after something happens?
no,
Do you have eyewitnesses you learn about later in investigations that you
yes,
work?
yes,
And do you sometimes get people to tell you things for the first time days or weeks or months into a homicide investigation?
yes,
And do you, as a APD homicide detective, have you ever had to utilize Crime Stoppers to get information?
Yes,
And when defense counsel was asking you, like, who directly talked with you, is Crime Stoppers a way for people to share information anonymously?
yes, it is.
And is that because sometimes, for whatever reason, people don't want to directly come and talk to you about a homicide they witnessed?
That's correct.
And in your experience as a homicide detective, because defense counsel asked you questions about who initially spoke with you, why do they come forward later?
Why did the witness?
No, why do they?
Yeah, with the grounds.
I think if I heard his question is, why do people come forth later? And I think that is pure speculation because it could be many
There
reasons.
can be many reasons, and he's asked for some of them. She's a homicide detective. I think she can answer that
I
question.
can't hear you, Jim.
I think based on the experience that she's laid out, she can answer that question generally. But we won't spend a lot of time on it. You can answer the question if you recall it.
I would say to have justice prevail. That's the best I can answer that question. Why people want to come forth and give me cooperation or truth is the best I can answer that, in my opinion.
And so, sorry, Barry, let me ask you this: do you recall defense counsel asked you a bunch of questions about, like, zeroing in on Rock and not investigating other people?
Yes.
To be clear, when terms like suspects or leads were used on cross-examination, do you recall those terms?
I do.
Were there, how would you, or let me ask you this, other than the defendant, you classify a suspect, do you have primary or possible suspects in cases that you have?
I do.
And so can multiple people at different stages of a homicide investigation be a possible issue as a suspect?
Yes, they can.
And if someone's initially a suspect but later out turns not to be, is that unusual as a homicide detective?
Not at all.
Couple minutes, sorry, here, hold on. And Sergeant Barry, when you very first started the cross-examination, remember being asked about a conversation with, like, a Zachary Peck or something like that?
Yes.
Now, when did that conversation happen in relation to as we sit here in July of 2025?
It had to be early 2022.
So almost 3 years ago?
It had to be.
And until you made that recording and were questioned about it today, had you ever, I mean, like, is that something that's out of the blue 3 years later of a conversation you had with somebody 3 years ago?
Yes, this is, yes.
And did you speak with that person for longer than the 5 or 10 seconds when some offhand comment was made?
Yes, that the conversation was longer than what I heard today, yes.
And wasn't that conversation actually like an hour long that defense counsel asked you about?
I don't know.
Check, because I think that's improper to, can we, what, it may be.
No. I mean,
It's improper because we are putting it in the relevant and he's acting like I hit the ball or something.
no. That's not how I take. Okay.
Your Honor, I don't think we
That's
need
enough.
speaking objections.
All right. Jury can disregard comments of counsel, not evidence. All right. I think it is. I think it is at this point. It is so far it is a proper question under 608 as I understand it. And so that he has not asked about extrinsic evidence. So, Mr. Atkins, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the 5 or 10 seconds that you were asked this comment about, is that entire conversation actually almost an hour?
I can't recall how long that conversation, it just came up today. I don't know. I can't recall how long that conversation. I don't know where that conversation was even in that investigation. I don't know if that's the beginning, the end of that investigation. I don't know how long that conversation was.
And as a homicide detective for however long you were, how many audio recorded conversations do you have with witnesses, victims, or suspects in your cases?
So many. So many.
And does that have anything to do with the murder of Dravion Matthews?
No,
Does that witness, was he an eyewitness on scene for this murder?
not Zachary Peck.
And Sergeant Barry, you were asked a couple questions about some firearms collected. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, as a homicide detective, how often is it that you find the murder weapon in an investigation?
It's not that often.
And why is that in your experience as a homicide detective?
A lot of practice that I've understood, a lot of suspects or people involved in a significant way in these homicides, they don't keep the gun that is used in a murder. Long story short.
I mean, that's just.
All right, overruled.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I
No,
didn't
no.
hear what you said because I was objecting. What did she say?
She said, well, she'd already answered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she didn't say anything else after the objection. One brief moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more redirect. Thank you, Sergeant Barry.
You're welcome.
All right, recross.
Just 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. ADA Atkins asked about how my client could have shown you his phone log. That's what he asked. You remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
On the video that I'm not going to show you, I'm just going to see if you remember.
Okay.
On the video, you asked him where his phone was, and he told you and did like this and said he didn't have it right there. Isn't that what happened?
Yes.
Now, you talked about this motive for Roddrick to kill Mr. Matthews. And you said it was because of an argument that lasted all day. Now, you're talking about this argument that wasn't seen on any video or anything that you saw. Isn't that correct?
Not that I saw.
That's all.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Step down, Sergeant. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, so members of the jury, there's something that I need to take up outside your presence. Should take 5 to 10 minutes. Don't hold me to it, but we will do our best to keep moving forward. So with that, I'll ask you to excuse me in the jury room. All right, any motions on behalf of the defense?
At this time, we'll motion to direct the verdict in this case.
Any particular grounds do you want to make?
Yes, Your Honor, there is no reasonable trier of fact that could find the defendant guilty based on the evidence that the state has presented. Most of the evidence seems to be maps and surveillance video that doesn't show much of anything. There is potentially a presence that's established of the defendant, but that, as the court knows, does not rise to the level to indicate guilt. There is a lot of contradictory testimony and evidence that would render a fact finder incapable, a rational fact finder incapable of finding the defendant guilty in this case.
All right. Well, applying the standard that I must do, giving all inferences in favor of the movement, we do have the statements, prior and consistent statements of Jabari Dixon and Antonio Dixon, which can be considered as substantive evidence, and the jury will ultimately be the arbiter of credibility of whether to believe those statements, and those alone as a single witness could establish that the defendant was a shooter in this case. So the directed verdict is denied but preserved. And with that, is Mr. Teasley prepared to have a colloquy with me?
Yeah, we're ready. He's not.
All right. So, Mr. Teasley, I just have a few questions for you. You don't have to stand or anything like that. Just need yes or no answers. And this is regarding your opportunity, if you would like to, now that it's the defense's turn to present any evidence, if the defense wants to, whether you would want to testify. All right. So the first thing I have to ask you is whether you understand that you do have a right to testify. And if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
And you also understand that no one can make or compel you to testify, meaning you have a right not to testify if you do not want to. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether you testify or not.
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand that if you do not testify, then I will instruct the jury that this decision cannot be used against you?
Yes, sir.
But if you do choose to testify, you'll be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the state, just like every other witness in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you need any additional time to think about whether you want to testify or not?
No, sir.
And do you personally want to testify or not?
No, sir.
All right, then I will find that the defendant decided not to testify with a complete understanding of his rights. And so, Ms. Hornsby Culpepper, when we bring back the jury, would you anticipate having any other evidence to present?
No.
All right, then at that point, we'll consider the evidence closed and we can transition into I'll excuse the jury, and I think we would transition into our charge conference. Before I excuse all of them, though, I do believe, since we'll just be starting closings tomorrow morning, probably at around 9:30, I don't think it's in the best interest and most efficient use of our time to keep that juror with our 11 a.m. closing, buying the new house. So, I mean, the parties want to be heard on this, they can, but I would plan to hold back juror 13, ask him if he got that 11 a.m. closing time moved or changed in any way, and if it's still 11 a.m., have him on call for tomorrow, and then assuming everyone shows up tomorrow morning, at that point he would be excused. Any input from the state?
Your Honor, the state agrees with the court's recommendation.
All right. Anything from the defense on that?
Well, I think Evan did the closings. I would just simply, he said it's an hour closing, that, you just prepare for him to go to his closing and handle the case further with him on. That would be my preference.
All right. Well, at this point, that would, by my estimation, likely cause us to have to interrupt closings. I mean, I think if we get started at 9:30, closings would each have to be under an hour to even assume that he could leave on time. I don't think that's likely. And so we're interrupting closings. We're then having to bring him back, and that's then limiting their ability to have even a half day's worth of deliberations on a case like this. And so I suppose I'd be noting the objection, but I think there's good cause at this point to excuse him. So with that, I'll ask Deputy Scott if you can bring back our jury.
Oh, you're nice.
All right. Give me a shot.
Oh, okay. Oh, that'd be good. Oh,
Class adjourned.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. All right, members of the jury, now that the state has rested their case in chief, we now turn and we provide the defense an opportunity to present evidence. However, because the defense has no burden of proof whatsoever, they do not have to present any evidence at all. And so with that, Ms. Hornsby Culpepper, you may call your first witness to present any evidence.
the defense rests.
All right. And so members of the jury, at this point, the evidence is closed in this case. And so the parties and I have to confer about the appropriate law that will apply and that I'll charge you on after closing arguments. And that's going to take up the rest of the day. So we're going to excuse you today a little early, and I'll ask you to report back tomorrow morning at 9:30. And a couple things for tomorrow is that I believe we have arranged for pizza to arrive around 11:30-ish. And so that should be available for you at the end of closing arguments. And y'all can make a decision as a jury whether you still want to break for lunch or if you want to work through lunch with the food that we provide, or even any other food that you bring on your own. And so with that, again, I'll instruct you not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, not to do any research about the case. And so we'll see you back here at 9:30 for closing arguments. And I'll ask juror 13 to stay behind with us. All right. Thank you all.
All right, here.
All right. And so juror 13, we do remember that you have a house to buy tomorrow. And so is that closing time still at 11 o'clock?
It is.
All right.
But we're able to get my wife granted power of attorney so she can sign on my behalf. So.
All right. And so at this point, then you believe that you would still be available, able, and willing to be a juror in this case?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, sir, we'll see you back at 9:30 tomorrow. Take care. Thank you for arranging that.
Of course.
All right. Well, problem solved. With that, does anyone need a minute before we move into our charge conference? Then we'll roll right along. And so I've provided a packet with a compilation of all the charges to the parties. It is a 57-page document. I'm tendering a copy as Court's Exhibit 1. And rather than just go page by page, I'm just going to go through it and kind of note thoughts, observations. We may pause at some points, but it may be better just to get through it all at once.
Yes.
And at any point, though, if you need to preserve or note any objections, we can go from there. So I'll really just go through it until I note an issue. The first couple pages all being the pattern charge. You'll note line edits we've made. For example, on page 3, we cross out accept insanity as not being an applicable issue here in this trial. We have page 4, the defense request for grave suspicion. Although I may not give it in every case, in this case I'll include that. Pages 5, 6, and 7 are all pattern charges, as well as 8 and 9. We get to page 10. Okay, on page 6 for evidence generally, we'll strike the parenthetical on stipulations and about judicial notice, that not being applicable here. Turning to page 10, which gives specific examples of how a witness can be impeached. Again, those are the options are to tailor 10 and 11, or the more streamlined, I think, charge that essentially runs the gamut is on page 12, which simply says, you can attack a witness by disproving the facts about which they testify. Well, strike that. Okay, on 10, we'll tailor that by saying this can include evidence of character for untruthfulness. Shown by, and I would strike opinion of other witnesses and reputation. We didn't have that. And I don't think we had bad acts. We had specific instances of conduct of the witness in question brought out on cross-examination of that witness that may relate to that witness's character for untruthfulness. And for that, I think we're referring specifically to the prior statement by Sergeant Barry. And then we have also bias towards a party. That would be shown again by specific instances of conduct of the witness in question that may relate to the witness's bias towards towards a party. I think that would be referring to, at a minimum, Jabari Dixon and some of the other individuals involved in this case. And then we would strike entirely criminal convictions. Turning to page 11 and witness supported, I think I would just, in terms of the parentheticals, I would just say attacked. I don't think we need all the synonyms. We didn't get into rehabilitation on character for truthfulness. It was just more trying to place that statement in context. So I would strike the character for truthfulness example. And I'm not too positive on lack of bias being applicable either. Unless, so as anyone wants to, I'll pause it there and say, does anyone want to weigh in? We'll go back and address, and I'll give you a catch-all moment to address anything else you want, but just since I'm focused on this one, anything from the state. Otherwise, I think I would just say, include that first sentence in determining the credibility of any witness whose credibility has been attacked. Any testimony by him or her in court, you may consider where applicable evidence offered to support. And I'll just strike this would include and just leave it there.
State doesn't have anything additional, Your Honor.
All right.
Listed.
Okay. Then we keep moving, and 12 and 13 are the pattern charges.
So is the court giving witness impeached as well?
Yes, I would give 12.
Thought we did with the act. All right.
What I might do is instead just put 12 in front of
10.
I think 10 and 11. That would flow, I think, better and say everything that needs to be said. From there, we go to 14, which is immunity or leniency. And I think I would tailor that to say any possible pending prosecutions or grants of immunity or leniency, period. I don't think we've heard anything about negotiated pleas or similar matters. Otherwise, I would include it as requested. "15 is pattern charge, which I'll give. 16, since Mr. Teasley is elected not to testify, I would strike the first paragraph and just say, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way. So essentially just including the second paragraph of the pattern charge. All right. So then we get to all of the pattern charges on statement of a defendant. And so just generally speaking, I would ask defense counsel, are you still wanting to include all these charges about voluntariness and Miranda rights and those sort of things for the jury's consideration?
Can we come back to that?
Sure. In which case, we'll skip to, I mean, that's a good chunk. So we go to, I mean, we can start with 25, where it says corroboration of a defendant's confession. I don't think this would meet the definition of a confession, any statements that would gather, so I would say we'd be striking 25. 26, I did do some limiting instructions. And so I would say sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Let's leave it there. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose, striking those other parentheticals, for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. On page 27, prior difficulties, I think most of these parentheticals I would include, except for the reasonableness of any alleged fears, this not being a self-defense case. And we'll just say alleged victim and or a witness. Okay, and the pattern charges on identification, I would tailor page 29 and strike anything referencing defendant was a party to it. Since I haven't heard, or at least the parties have not focused on this being a party to a crime theory of culpability.
I agree with the court
All
on
right.
this one, Your Honor.
All right. Then we get to page 30, which is a pattern charge on fingerprints, but there wasn't any evidence of fingerprint comparison. So I would be inclined to strike 30. 31, we didn't get into character of the defendant generally as terms of reputation or opinion or otherwise, so I'd strike 31. And then we roll into our definitions of crimes. I would include the parenthetical on 34. And then we're at 35 where I see the next parenthetical. Because we'll talk about voluntary in just a second, but I'd be inclined to strike the parentheticals about justification, excuse, or mitigation, because all those are in reference to affirmative defenses or lessers like voluntary. So we might come back to that, but I'll just flag that. I included, even though it was not requested, causation and felony murder on page 38. Then we get to 39 and 40 and 41, which is all of our voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. And so to that, is the defense still requesting these charges? And if so, where's our slight evidence of voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter or combat by agreement?
Judge, we will be requesting those, and I think the state's case in chief relies on relationship, at least in part, between the alleged victim and the defendant. There is contradicting evidence as to exactly what that relationship is, but the state is I believe, what they're going to be trying to characterize it as is as a tumultuous relationship where there were arguments throughout the course of that day. I believe that's going to be their argument in closing. And you can't see any definitive evidence around the shooting of exactly what course that argument took place, but there was also evidence that Mr. Matthews may have had a gun, or may have been carrying a gun, or was in the habit of carrying a gun. So if there was something where that argument escalated to mutual combat, or that argument was reached a fever pitch to inflame the passions of the defendant, that would potentially result in a voluntary manslaughter charge. So that's the slight evidence, is that course of that relationship taking its course as the state alleges through today.
Let me start with the state's reaction or position on whether we should include voluntary manslaughter under either of these theories.
I'm cautious when defense is requesting something to be objecting on it when it comes to proposed jury instructions.
So the state doesn't object to including it?
I mean, the state, the usual understanding from the state is obviously you would be admitting that you committed it, the act, which that's the only part of this that has not came out. Obviously they can, but with that said, I don't want to, on the record, object to their request for other legal reasons down the road. So, Your Honor, can I have just a brief moment? But that's my initial inclination, Your Honor.
And I think, just to respond very briefly, I don't think there's anything stopping us to argue it in the alternative.
No, I think he concedes as much. So, but to that point, on involuntary manslaughter, you're also saying that should be included? And so what would be your slight evidence of involuntary manslaughter?
No.
We can strike that.
Okay. All right, so I'll give the parties to mull on that and we'll come back to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We've got, picking up at 43, tailored to the language of the indictment, aggravated assault. All right. Same with page 45. We got possession of a firearm tailored to the language of the indictment. See if this is new. I don't think we've used this before. The bottom of commission. That's new. I don't remember using that. Okay. I don't think the bottom paragraph is applicable here because we're not talking about lesser includeds to aggravated assault. And so everything following if the jury was charged on a lesser included, I think would be struck on page 45. There's really no alternative predicate felonies to count for to consider here. So from there, we get to the tail end of the pattern charges. We have venue generally. On 51, I'll prepare a verdict form based on what we decide here on voluntary manslaughter, and I'll show that to you before we'd start closings. But because I'm going to be showing them the verdict form, I've taken the approach recently that I feel like this pattern on 41 is pretty redundant, doesn't really give us anything. And I'll just give all the things listed on page 53 for sympathy. And otherwise that takes us pattern charges through to the end. So with those observations, I'll first turn it over to the state for anything and everything that they want to address or objections they want to note. And we'll go from there.
Yes, Ron. The state doesn't see anything omitted or other than the final state's position on the voluntary manslaughter instruction, Your Honor. The state has no modifications or requested deletions.
All right, then I'll turn it over to defense counsel to address everything
No,
that we've
we
covered.
think everything is good other than whether you'll give the voluntary. I mean, that's the only question we have.
Well, we still have to get back to the issue of the statements and voluntariness, that good,
statement
that
of
pack
policy.
of charges starting on page 17.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, if the court's ready, I have,
Well, let me get an answer on this first. We'll come right back to you.
Voluntariness and stuff, the statement, we can withdraw those.
All right, so to that end then, we would remove page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, and page 24. Anything at all else that you want to raise in the pattern or in the charge? We're gonna push these all together. We'll give you a copy. Probably be able to email that to you before the end of the day. And so you could always bring these up in the morning before we start closing if we forgot any. But for now, anything that you see in here, defense counsel, else that you want to raise?
No, we're fine. Nothing else.
All right, then that leaves us with the issue of voluntary. Mr. Atkins?
and Your Honor, the state does not believe that there's been slight evidence to cite the reasonable provocation or impassion from voluntary manslaughter to justify, or as the case law of voluntary manslaughter articulates, the witnesses who testified, no one, other than statements previously given, the witness's testimony, other than the victim having a gun on him, does not ever, I just don't believe there's any slight evidence of it, Your Honor. I mean, the court, I don't want to belabor it because the court's heard the evidence as I have, but that's the state's position, is that there is not sufficient facts for a reasonable juror to find it in the way that the evidences came out. And it did not testify. And so I don't know, with the way that the evidence came out of all these witnesses, which is really primarily Xavion Tucker, Jabari Dixon, Antonio Dixon, in terms of the circumstances closest in time to what would warrant voluntary manslaughter, like the minutes and that time frame. None of them, either with impeachment or in court, they kept saying that the victim, Dravion, was trying to minimize the situation, either through statements that parties impeached them on. None of them escalated Dravion, the victim's actions that would warrant a reasonable person to be so impassioned to result in human life. And so focus on the evidence in that window in time, really the whole window in time, but specifically this day that would warrant voluntary manslaughter. I don't think there's slight or really any evidence of it that a reasonable person would justify shooting and killing someone because they were provoked or impassioned, I should say.
So I'll want to take and just make sure I do another tour through the case law on it before I make a final decision. But I will tell you that, and I'll give defense last word here before we break, is that based because the parties aren't agreeing to put it on the to the jury's consideration, and so I'm putting it where I have to make a call on it.
Excuse me.
Yes, we can formulate hypotheticals and possibilities of what might have happened behind the tree or what might have been said between the parties. But as I recall the case law, that's going to fall within the category of the kind of speculation and just something is not going to get up to that standard of it. Even though it's an any evidence or slight evidence standard, there has to be something to base it on. And words alone are not, outside of cases of infidelity or something like that, going to be sufficient provocation. There's nothing here that is really pointing to something concrete that was an irresistible passion. There's testimony that the defendant might have been carrying a gun, but we don't actually have anything concrete on the date in question. There's no gun found around him, and there's only one caliber of shell casings found on the scene. I mean, again, we've got possible scenarios, but I don't think we have any actual evidence of either irresistible passion or that the victim in this case was intending to fight. So that's my initial inclination, but I'll let you, Mr. Sandoval, give me something to think about.
One, it is very slight, but there is slight evidence of the potential of at least a different 9mm gun being on scene, and that is that the types of cartridges, one of them was a different make. It was a different brand of bullet than all of the other cartridges. So it was a 9mm.
No, I understand that.
It was not, it was
but
a SIG versus a Winchester.
But a gun can hold any variety of cartridge, right?
But when you buy a box of ammo, it has one type. So again, I'm saying it's very slight, but it is slight evidence, Judge.
You got anything else?
Well, I just would like to say, I just think the whole, not that I believe it happened, but I think the whole situation, this supposedly their theory is there was this argument, it was bad, it dissipated, then it comes back. And then the argument, from what I heard the testimony, is that Dravion kind of starts talking about you not going, egging on, and then there, it was evidence right supposedly before the shooting that there was tussling. That's what one of their witnesses, I forgot which one, was tussling.
Well, you're gonna have to direct me there because I thought it was explicitly that they'd never made contact.
No, I think it was Xavier said they were tussling. So if they were tussling, I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Or I think that Xavier may have been impeached or may have been confronted with a
and even Barry, when I talked about the tussling, she agreed to whatever I asked her. I don't remember what I asked her, but I do think that one of the boys, and I get them all mixed up, one of the young men, they said there was tussling.
Okay.
And so,
Mr. Atkins, was there evidence of tussling at some point between the two?
So Antonio Dixon's statement to Miss Angel Roberts at like a minute and 40 seconds or somewhere around there on June 4th, 2022, he does mention that, I think the quote is, "I hear a shot," and then the defendant he doesn't say, and he says the defendant, I think he uses the word tussle. That's the only evidence I remember of it, is that specific statement.
And that was admitted as evidence, I think, as an exhibit, that recording specifically.
Do you remember the context of where the word tussle appeared?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'll give me one brief second. Okay, so here, this is the close to verbatim. They started tussling. It was Rock and Dre started tussling. Rock started shooting. That's the line.
Does that change your position at all, Mr. Atkins?
No, Your Honor. I guess, and to be fair, well, he says, I looked down at my phone.
I mean, there is also the evidence that the stippling under the state's theory is 1 to 3 feet, meaning the shooter in the state's theory is there in close proximity.
That is true, Your Honor.
All right, as I said, I'll take a look at the case law, and I think we got a case management at 9 o'clock, so we'll see what we can do there. But we'll reconvene for closings at 9:30.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
there will be in recess.
Thank you.
And what, Your Honor, may I say one last thing? It could be.
All right, we're still on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I told Ms. Culpepper, the state may just close for
Okay.
time's sake. So I told the court otherwise, so I wanted to make
Fine.
sure. And I told. her-
Council's on notice.
Judge, what time, Mr.
Yeah, we would.
9:30.
Report. I
Uh,
got a case management at 9, so.
no, I know. I think if he can be here at 9:20, just so if I need to tell you what the answer is on Vol, we can and show you the verdict form, we can go from there. All right? Okay, we're off the record.
It doesn't just populate through you. You ain't emailed.
Maybe
it.
not.
I'm sorry.
I guess not. I don't guess not.
We are off the record.
I guess I could.
I don't,
What's up?
I mean,
I'd rather
look,
just have it.
I don't even know what mine is. It was that cold pepper.
Very brief.
I'm happy to do that. Can we do it tomorrow? Because I gotta run.
100%. I actually wanted to
What's
get
it?
those electronically too, is.
So Carter just write
Oh,
on.
well.
Yeah, I don't have.
Well,
You can put on
everyone-
it.
watch out.
They ain't gave me none yet.
Thank you,
No
thank you, thank you.
cards. Oh, I'm so tired.
You heard? Thank you. Hey, Mr. Penn? Okay, thank you. Huh?
Just that one picture is what I was gonna ask you. That one, those 3 pictures.
Oh, yeah, and I shoot. What I need to do, to be honest with you, for you and me's sake is. That's Defendant, is basically.
I want to remind myself what I need to look for. I just look.
Well, I want to make sure I mark them.
Oh,
Hold on.
Let me just say. Yeah, leave before they leave. Yeah, let me go check. Hold on, don't go nowhere yet.